This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Open Mind by Luna David and Morningstar Ashley. Narrated by Cale Williams. Chapter 1. Ronan. Ronan leaned back in his plush office chair, the creak of the buttersoft leather and the smell of it permeating his senses. He'd had the chair for a year, and still it felt and smelled like new. He crossed his legs at the ankles, resting them on the corner of his desk. His office was tucked behind the break room to afford him what little privacy he could get when he wasn't meeting with his patients. Checking the clock, he listened to his friend on the phone, groaning internally when he realized he had only a few more minutes left before he'd be needed again. He'd had a long day, full of patients and interviews with 2 of the 3 prospective nurses, one of whom would be chosen to replace his current nurse, Gina Phelps, who was 32 weeks pregnant with plans to be a stay-at-home mom rather than return to work. He'd miss her smiling face, her friendly demeanor and bedside manner, and her brisk efficiency. She was a brilliant nurse. While Ronan wasn't worried that she'd vetted all the nursing candidates thoroughly, he was worried she'd fall short of finding a replacement as compatible with him as she'd always been. He sighed again, audibly that time, obviously, when he heard his friend Brad chuckle on the other end of the line. "Bloody hell, man. Who's dying? Why the exaggerated sigh?" Ronan grunted, running a hand over his scruffy beard, wondering how many days it had been since he'd bothered to shave. "Gina's leaving me." An indelicate snort sounded in his ear. "You're acting like a jilted lover." He chuckled, knowing he was being dramatic. "It's worse. She's the most efficient nurse I've ever had. She's narrowed her possible replacements down to 3, and I've interviewed 2 of them already. One of them took one look at me and turned on the charm, flirting through the interview questions like it was going to win her a prize." Brad snorted again, louder that time, and said, "If your dick is the prize she was after, she's barking up the wrong tree." Nodding, regardless of the fact his friend couldn't see him, he retorted, "That's for sure. She lost any and all credibility when, after all was said and done, she leaned way too far forward to pick up her purse on her way out. And how was the other interview?" He groaned, "Reminiscent of Nurse Ratched." Brad guffawed on the other end of the line. "That bad? Surely not." Ronan pinched the bridge of his nose and rubbed the inner corners of his eyes, lifting his reading glasses up as a result. He grabbed them by the bridge and tossed them down on his desk. Okay, she wasn't that bad. She was extremely qualified from a technical standpoint, but her smile, though readily available, never truly reached her eyes. When I asked her how she'd feel with a patient base that lived alternative lifestyles, she put on a brave face. I could tell she'd practiced nonchalance in front of the mirror before coming, but acting wasn't her strong suit. Shit, that sucks. She probably didn't even know what you meant by that either. Imagine if a patient told her, "I like making my submissive husband drink from a sippy cup and take naps in a crib while sucking on a binky, and sometimes when I bring him in for a physical, he's wearing a diaper." It was Ronan's turn to guffaw. God, I think she'd have lost the plot. I'm surprised Gina didn't find better candidates. Me too, frankly. So I'm hoping she threw a couple curveballs in and saved the best for last. We'll see. But whoever gets the job, they'll have to be accepting and open to different lifestyles. I won't have my patients or myself shamed for our preferences. I'm sure you'll find the perfect replacement. Yeah, well. He was cut off by a soft rap on his door before Gina peeked in. He glanced at the clock, knowing what she'd be telling him, as she whispered, "Your final interview is here. Can I send him through?" He quirked a brow at her emphasis on him, and her sweet, less than innocent smile. He nodded to her, giving her a warning glance, and said, "Sorry, Brad. My final interview is here. I gotta get going. Good luck." He brought his feet to the floor and sat up straight as he said his goodbyes to Brad. Hanging up the phone, he stood as Gina walked back into his office, showing a young man in. "Dr. Kincaid, this is Jameson Gray." Ronan leaned over his desk, holding his tie back against his chest with one hand and reaching out to shake Jameson's proffered hand with his other. Jesus, was he even legal? Ronan's dick seemed to think so as it shifted in his pants. Not the fucking time, Ronan. He was so distracted he nearly missed him saying, "Call me Jamie, Dr. Kincaid." Ronan nodded as they both sat down. "Feel free to call me Ronan." Jamie nodded, and Ronan's eyes were drawn up to the movement of his gorgeous mahogany mop of curls. He supposed his hair could be considered short, but it was beautiful and unruly in the way only naturally curly hair could be. Each curl was clearly defined, and he found himself itching to run his hand through it and see if it was as soft as it looked, and if, when pulled, the curls would bounce back in place like he thought they would. "Get your shit together, Ronan." When he finally met the young man's eyes, they too took him aback. They were striking, with their variegated shades of gray, making his last name seem like more of an adjective than a proper noun. Ronan realized he'd been staring and cleared his throat, looking down at Jamie's resume. "It says here you graduated top of your class at University of Brighton." As Jamie answered in the affirmative, Ronan glanced down again to double-check the dates on the resume, realizing he couldn't tell his age by his graduation date. Flipping through the pages, he quickly realized he couldn't be all that young, with such an extensive work background. "You've got a wealth of experience as a traveling nurse working for 3 highly respected hospitals around the country. While we are not a small town by any means, Powell's Point isn't exactly New York City. Quite a drastic change in your career path. I've lived in Brighton all my life, and when I decided to go to school to become a nurse, it seemed fitting to go to one of the best nursing programs in the U.S., but that kept me in the same small town I'd been born and raised in. We'd never gone far on vacations when I was a kid, so when I graduated, I wanted to see a bit more of the country, gathering experience along the way." When the young man met and held Ronan's eyes directly as he spoke, confidence in every line and movement of his body, Ronan had to admit to himself he was impressed. "What about travel nursing did you enjoy?" "I've always been the type of person who thrives on responsibility. Even as a kid, it drove my friends crazy, but routine and order is a must in my life. I love helping people. Caring for others is my calling. I wanted to travel and live in different cities, gain the experience of new places, and enjoy new things. The strict 2-year contract also allowed me to hold on to my need for routine and order." "You didn't want to take a year off and visit other places? Travel on vacation time rather than as a job?" Jamie's curls bounced again when he shook his head. "Nah, I'm not exactly the type to go backpacking across the country, a new place every night. It felt like the best of both worlds. I got to experience working at 3 award-winning hospitals across the U.S. I was able to travel and see more of the country. Plus, I was able to meet so many different types of people." "And that's important to you, meeting different types of people?" "Oh yeah, I'm a pretty social person. I enjoy being with people and caring for others. I don't need a new adventure every day and night. Like I said, I like my routines, but I enjoy getting to know people I wouldn't have gotten to meet had I stayed home in my small town." "So I'm curious, is this another stop on your travel itinerary? Washington isn't exactly a hot spot, so why Powell's Point to settle in? It's not your hometown, and it's not one of the big cities you've worked in." The grin that moved across Jamie's face was boyish and charming, the smile that made Ronan smile in return. "My best friend from college lives here. I've spent several of my vacations in Powell's Point for the last 6 years. I love that it's a nice-sized city without being overwhelming. There's lots of opportunities to enjoy the outdoors, and it's got a real small community feel for such a large population. I've traveled quite a bit around the country, and nothing felt more like home than this place. I'm at a point in my life where I want to put down some roots, meet new people, and make new friends." Ronan liked that Jamie had a good head on his shoulders, but he knew he had to get down to the nitty-gritty. "How do you feel about working with people who live an alternative lifestyle?" The young man narrowed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his arms over his chest. Clearly affronted by the question, he finally asked, "If you mean how do I feel about helping people who are gay? Well, I'm gay myself, so I don't see a problem with it, sir." "Oh, the boy's got teeth. Damn, why does that excite me?" Ronan couldn't help the grin that split his face, and nearly chuckled, but was able to cover it up with a cough. "No, that's not what I meant. though I'm glad you won't have a problem working with LGBTQ patients, as well over half of those I treat are part of that community, living alternative lifestyles. Confusion furrowed Jamie's brow. If you don't mean gay when talking about alternative lifestyles, sir, may I ask what exactly you mean by that? Ronan's lips twitched, somewhere between a smile and a smirk. I'm talking about my patients' lifestyles and sexual predilections. Nearly all my patients are part of the BDSM community. You'll need to be comfortable caring for patients who all fall somewhere along the kink spectrum as a whole. He couldn't hold in his chuckle when Jamie's eyebrows hit his hairline. His mouth popped open in a disbelieving O, and a blush suffused his lightly tanned skin. When the young man finally realized his mouth was still open, he shut it with an audible click of his teeth, and then opened it again to ask, you mean, like, whips and chains or something? All that, and much more. The shocked look continued. All of your patients? What are the odds of that? Ronan chuckled. He wasn't offended by his responses. They weren't filled with malice or disgust, just pure incredulity and confusion. Quite high, actually, if it's the demographic you're aiming for. You don't have any patients who aren't part of that community? We have some. I have free clinic hours once a month for low-income families, and some of my patients have family members come see me who are not in the lifestyle. But mainly it's the BDSM community I've chosen to serve. I don't want to be disrespectful to you or, well, to anyone, really, but can I ask why you've chosen such a specific demographic? Of course. I myself am part of the kink community, and I understand it from that perspective. I can tailor a patient's treatment and health plans accordingly without judgment or censure. Being a young gay man, I'm sure you can understand the importance of representation and acceptance in any given situation. But when it comes to someone's health, it is of the utmost importance. Ronan watched as Jamie took everything in, nodding. The smile that bloomed on his face was a beautiful sight to see. I can see how that would be the case. As it's clearly a big part of the job, do you mind me asking how treating someone in the kink community is different from treating your average, everyday patient? Glad Jamie was inquisitive and wanting to learn, Ronan answered, There are certain things that go on in this lifestyle that other doctors may have a hard time distancing themselves from. Controlling the reactions to something they see, or even something they're treating, may be especially hard. Making decisions about someone's health when you're at odds with the way they live their life would most likely be harder than it would seem. But as doctors, aren't they bound by their oaths to keep their personal opinions to themselves and to provide the best care they possibly can, to do no harm? I don't see how it would matter what type of lifestyle someone is living. You know as well as I do that isn't always the case, though we can always hope it is. There are things I will see on a daily basis that would worry most other physicians. He paused there, thinking Jamie might have more questions, but when he just looked as if he was thinking about everything he was being told, Ronan continued. If you're the nurse we hire, you'll learn more about that. But as the owner of this practice, I need to ensure that everyone who works for me interacts with patients in a non-judgmental way. Creating a safe space for them is imperative to me. Jamie nodded, sitting forward. I understand, Dr. Kincaid. I can't say I know a lot about the BDSM community. He huffed out a self-deprecating laugh. Hell, I can't say I know anything about it, but what I can promise you is I will never treat any patient with disrespect or contempt. I'm a pretty open-minded guy. If all parties are consenting adults, it isn't my place to pass judgment. All I would hope is that they're doing things as safely as possible. Ronan figured he could go into safe, sane, and consensual, along with risk-aware consensual kink later on, but the more he talked to the young man before him, the more he liked him. Great. That's exactly what I need to hear. We are kink positive here in the office, and our employees are all vetted closely to ensure there is no kink shaming of any kind. Jamie nodded, and they went on to discuss his qualifications and his style of patient care. Jamie's answers so closely gelled with Ronan's that he realized it had been Gina's plan all along for him not to want to hire the first two candidates. When the interview was over, he stood and walked around his desk, shaking Jamie's hand and walking him up to the front. He'd made his decision already, and he looked forward to working with the young man if he accepted their offer. As Ronan walked back toward his office, he paused at the break room, taking in his very pregnant nurse as she sipped her late afternoon tea. The smug, satisfied look on her face had him shaking his head. "You did that on purpose." She snickered and then grew serious. "I honestly gave you the top 3 candidates from a technical perspective. It just so happened I knew you'd dislike 2 of them and really like the 3rd. So hey, things worked out." "Yeah, they did. How are you feeling, Mama? How about you head home a bit early today? Natalie can handle anything pressing from a paperwork standpoint, and I can handle everything else. There's just a couple more patients to see before the day is over." "I'm happy to stay, Ronan. I'm feeling pretty good today, and I've taken plenty of breaks to keep my feet from swelling too badly. Do you want me to call Jamie and give him the offer?" He sighed and nodded. "You might as well. He'll be a great fit. Thank you for doing the initial interviews to narrow it down for me. Is Melissa working from home today?" Gina smiled. The fact that her wife was finally able to work from home on Fridays was something they were both enjoying. "She is, yeah." "Great. After you call Jamie, why don't you surprise her with an early start to your weekend?" "I love you. You know that, right? I'm going to miss working for you." He gathered her into a gentle but firm hug. "I know you do. I love you too. You and Melissa are family, so you won't get the chance to miss me much, I promise." "So, you cool with being Uncle Ronan?" He chuckled and murmured, "You bet your ass I'm going to be Uncle Ronan. Now listen to your boss. Go home and enjoy your weekend." She snorted indelicately. Her eyes narrowed slyly. "Yes, sir." He chuckled, shaking his head as he walked away. Damn, but he was going to miss working with her every day. He couldn't wait to see her and Melissa's little baby boy. They'd make a beautiful family. If he had to lose Gina for any reason, he couldn't think of a better one than family. Chapter 2. Jamie. Jamie walked around his bedroom, searching for the tie he was sure he'd left on his bed before he showered, the tie that was now nowhere to be found. After another fruitless search of his bedroom, and just in case, the bathroom, Jamie started to think he was going crazy. Maybe he hadn't set the tie out when he'd set out his suit. No, that didn't sound like him, because Jamie was organized. His lists and calendars were filled with the most minute detail. There was no way he'd forget his tie. It was literally the centerpiece of a suit. And he needed the suit since all of his old scrubs had the other hospital's logos on them and couldn't be used. "Andy!" Jamie yelled for his roommate and best friend as he walked toward Andy's bedroom door and knocked. Jamie could hear the music Andy played loud and often, coming through the closed door. Even though it was only temporary, living with someone took some getting used to. Taking the chance that Andy wasn't naked or something, Jamie slowly opened the door to Andy's room. Andy was often getting lost in his own head when he was planning the lessons for that week's classes. He taught at one of the local private elementary schools. Jamie found Andy right where he thought he would, at his desk, scribbling away in his sketch pad. What Jamie hadn't expected was his tie around Andy's neck. Walking over to the stereo on top of the tall dresser, Jamie turned down the music that blared through the room. Andy didn't even seem to notice at first. Jamie knew how he got. He got so wrapped up in getting the image he had in his head on paper. He loathed to interrupt him. But Jamie had questions. "Andy, man, why are you wearing my tie?" Without even pausing or looking up from his drawing, Andy replied, "Because it reminds me of the sunrise." Jamie had no idea how to respond when Andy said things like that. On one hand, okay, that was cool, but on the other, who took someone else's clothes because of a reason like that? Jamie shook his head and smiled. "How did we end up friends again? That's not a real reason to steal the clothes off my bed without saying anything to me, man. I was going to say something, but you were naked and wet and doing God knows what in those 40-minute showers you take. I do have lines I won't cross, Jamie. It's called cleaning." Andy finally looked up at him, his blue eyes shining with humor. "No one cleans for that long unless they're cleaning for a very specific reason. Hot date?" Andy looked over at the digital clock on the desk, then glanced back at Jamie. "Jamie, it's 7 a.m. Why are you dressed like that?" Jamie shook his head. Sometimes Andy was such an airhead. He was lucky he remembered what day it was most of the time. Jamie was never surprised when a new post-it popped up with some random note in Andy's apartment. The two of them could not be more different. "New job, remember? No. Auntie, man, I told you about it on Friday when we were out at the cafe. I got the call in the middle of our lunch. And finally, there was the recognition Jamie was hoping for. Oh yeah, this is that kinky doc's office, right? Jamie laughed. No, the doctor's office isn't kinky. Jamie at least didn't think it was. Dr. Kincaid did say he was into the lifestyle, but he seemed like an upstanding professional. Plus, even after only a few minutes talking to Gina, Jamie was sure she wouldn't let anything like that happen at the office knowingly. They just cater to those into alternative lifestyles, and I commend them for it. It's probably hard for them to find safe places to go without judgment. Andy nodded, suddenly very serious. Yeah, that's true. Hell, even as a gay guy, I've found it can be hard to find doctors who aren't passing judgments. Exactly. They talked for a few more minutes while Jamie looked for a new tie to wear, and Andy gathered his stuff and shoved it into his bag. Jamie realized during all the inane chatter that he was nervous. Excited, too. This place was nothing like any other place he'd worked in the last 6 years. Traveling from hospital to hospital across the country had allowed him to get a taste of many different structures in every department he was placed in. But Dr. Kincaid's office was miles off anything he'd encountered. Jamie was sure he'd be fine. He was always fine. Always self-assured, on task, and organized. But he really had no idea what he could expect from working with patients who might regularly come in with injuries of some kind. What he was sure of was he'd probably have a lot of questions for Gina when it came to that. And he would ask, because he refused to give less than his all to any of the patients under his care. Saying goodbye to Andy, with a promise to pick up takeout on his way home, Jamie got in his car and drove to his new job. The constant question of why he had decided to accept the position kept going round and round with no end. When Gina had called him last Friday to offer him the job, he'd been shocked. Not because he didn't want the job or thought he couldn't do the job, but because he hadn't had much time to think it over. It had literally been within an hour of leaving the interview. Just as he had sat down with Andy at a local cafe to eat, his phone had rung. The pay was good, with benefits and perks most small practices didn't offer, but those weren't the only things he had to take into consideration. Jamie had been wondering, since he'd walked out of the building last Friday, if the practice was a good fit for him. Regarding the patients and the alternative lifestyles they led, it brought on a lot more questions than he had answers for when it came to the challenge of caring for them. How different would it be? Was he up to that challenge? Added to that was Dr. Kincaid. Jamie wasn't sure what he thought of the guy. He was attractive in an objective sort of way, like any other guy he would look at. Okay, so maybe he had strawberry blonde hair, soulful brown eyes, a beautiful face, and just enough of a sexy British accent to curl his toes. What guy didn't? Jamie rolled his eyes at himself. Physically, he was taller than Jamie by at least 4 inches, which he had to admit he loved in guys. Not that it mattered when it came to his freaking boss. His build was slim, but even under the suit he'd worn, Jamie could tell he wasn't soft like most men his age. He seemed imposing, but warm and kind, though there was just something Jamie couldn't put his finger on, a quality about him that made him stand out. Jamie wasn't sure why that bothered him. He made it to the building within 20 minutes and found Gina just unlocking the employee entrance along the side of the building. She must have heard him because she looked over and waved. Deciding not to make the heavily pregnant lady stand there waiting for him, he parked and quickly grabbed his things. Good morning, Jamie. Gina smiled a greeting as he approached her. Good morning, Gina. Let me take your bags, he said as he reached out to take the heavy-looking bags in her arms. She waved him off. You will do no such thing. I am perfectly capable, but thank you. He smiled at her strong independence, just like his mom had always been. I know you're capable, but it's still a nice thing to do for someone already carrying another human being in their body. Please? Her eyes locked with his for a brief moment before she nodded, handing over 2 of the bags. Jamie took them and followed her through the door. They were in a narrow hallway with a couple of doors along each side. It had only been about 3 days since he'd been there for his interview, but if memory served, this was the hallway they had walked down to Dr. Kincaid's office. Gina walked down the other end of the hall, pushing open a swinging door. Bring those bags right in here, sweetie. And don't you look great in a suit. I ordered your scrubs, though, if you'd like to change in a few minutes. Jamie nodded. Yeah, that would be great. The room, which he realized was the break room, held a long table with chairs surrounding it and a long counter with a few cabinets above the sink. The fridge was situated at the end near the door. He placed the bags on the table and looked around. The room was set in warm tones of muted olive green and brown, with a hint of purple accentuated throughout the small space. Jamie started to reach into the bags to help like he would at a friend's when he stopped, realizing he should probably ask first. When he looked up at Gina, he found her smiling at him. Jamie didn't know her, but he had a feeling this was an "I have a secret" smile. Just hand me the stuff in the bags, and I can show you where they go. Ronan likes to keep snacks and things in the lunchroom in case any of his patients need something, and for us, of course. One by one, he handed her a range of snacks, from bags of dried fruit, to nuts and seeds, to fresh fruit and dark chocolate. He was only slightly surprised that all the snacks were on the healthy side, since most doctors and nurses he knew ate like shit. But Dr. Kincaid, Ronan, struck him as the by-the-book kind of guy. Reaching for the final item, he was shocked to find paper plates. You use paper plates? Gina looked over at him after standing up from putting the fruits away in the drawer in the fridge. Yes. You do know they are terrible for the environment, right? They use wood pulp, and the cost to the environment for transportation and production alone is outrageous. Even the cost comparison of a load of dishes in the dishwasher is an average of 63 cents versus 78 cents to buy the same amount of paper plates. Gina just stared at him a good full minute, in turn making Jamie realize how fired up he'd gotten over her purchase of paper plates. His friends would have understood, but Gina was probably thinking that hiring his crazy ass was a bad choice. He was about to apologize when she burst out laughing. Jamie didn't know how to react. She was laughing, so that must be good? Maybe. After another minute of hearing her laughter ring through the room, he felt himself smiling. She was nearly doubled over, holding her swollen belly with tears falling from her eyes. He didn't know what she'd found so funny, but her laughter was contagious. Suddenly, her hand flew to her mouth, and she let out a very ladylike squeak. Oh my God, I think I peed a little. At that, Jamie broke out into laughter too. Finally, after their laughter had died down, Jamie had Gina settled into one of the chairs around the table. Care to explain what it was I said that caused you to laugh? I was sure your reaction was going to be something else entirely. Gina giggled. You sound a lot like Ronan. Not the paper plates specifically, because that's just wow, but this incredulous tone you take on like everyone should know this or that, and how unconscionable it is that we common folk don't know. I do not think that, by the way, Jamie said with a wink and the best impersonation of a snob he could. Gina snorted in response. I couldn't be any happier with my pick for a replacement. I have a feeling you and Dr. Kink will get along perfectly. Jamie was relieved she thought so, because he wasn't sure. Not yet any, hey, wait a minute. He choked out an incredulous, You call him Dr. Kink? Nodding, she burst into another fit of giggles. Whether it was his incredulity or the nickname itself, he had no idea, but he couldn't help but join in. She finally got control of herself and said, Yes, that's his nickname around here, and to the community by and large. Oh, and lest we forget his special after-hours visitors. I mean, obviously no one says it to his face, but come on, it's the perfect nickname. He was about to respond when he saw movement out of the corner of his eye. Dr. Kink himself was leaning against the door jamb, shaking his head. He walked into the break room, muttering under his breath, Worst kept secret in the world. You watch, even after this, she won't acknowledge that I know about it. She'll just continue to call me that behind my back. She gasped and put her hand against her chest in mock outrage. Who, me? I would never. He gave her a baleful look, and when he leaned down to put his lunch in the fridge, she nodded and mouthed, Yes, I would. Jamie couldn't control the snicker that came out, so he gave the doctor a nervous glance when he straightened and shrugged. Ronan rolled his eyes in her direction and headed her way, bending down to place a kiss on the top of her head. Training my new nurse on the real important office policies, I see. Off to a good start, Gina. Thank you, as always. He turned to Jamie and tilted his head toward Gina. You'll want to be careful with this one. She's trouble. Welcome aboard, Jamie. Have a great first day." Jamie was taken aback by the wink the doctor gave him as he headed out the door, but managed to say, "Thank you, Dr. Kincaid." Gina rubbed her round, pregnant belly and grinned up at him, saying over her shoulder at the doctor, "You're welcome." He watched as the doctor walked out of the room in his perfectly tailored dark gray suit, looking imposing and very professional, and realized he hadn't even had time to get nervous around the man. He wasn't sure if that was a lucky break or a bad sign. He'd have to wait and see. But one thing was for sure. There was just something about the man. Chapter 3. Ronan. Jeremiah Wolfe stood beside the exam table, petting his pup absent-mindedly. "Who's the kid?" Ronan dried his hands after washing them and approached the table. Jeremiah's pup was the last patient of the day, and then Ronan would be ready for the weekend. "Jamie, he's our new nurse replacing Gina." "Gina's not returning after maternity leave?" "Nope, no leave. She's chosen to be a stay-at-home mom. It's something she's always wanted to do, and her wife is able to support them both in order for Gina to be able to be home." "That's great. I know you'll miss her, though. How's he doing so far?" Ronan gave the wolf pup scritches behind the ears and got a lick on his wrist as a reward. Petting the pup's head and down his back, the pup leaned into his side for more rubs. "It's the end of his first month, but he's doing great, actually. The patients seem to like him. How did he treat you both?" Ronan stepped away to pull up his rolling stool, and the pup whimpered and yipped when he realized he wasn't getting any more pets. Jeremiah cut him off. "There'll be none of that, pup. The doc needs to examine you. If you behave, I'm sure he'll be happy to give you some rubs." Jeremiah turned toward Ronan. "Jamie was great, actually. He seemed mildly surprised when he showed us to the room, and Michael sat on his haunches beside me on the floor and yipped until I raised my hand to pet him. But he recovered fairly quickly, and even asked me directly which one of us was here to see you. And when I told him it was Michael, he asked me if I could help my pup onto the exam table." Ronan couldn't help but smile at Michael's wide grin. "Good, I'm glad. Gina taught him well then. I've seen it myself, but it's always good to hear it from our patients. So, Jeremiah, what's your pup gotten himself into this time?" The pup whimpered and buried his face in his owner's armpit. Whether he was embarrassed, scared, or ashamed, Ronan didn't know, but he couldn't help but reach out to soothe. Soft scratches on the pup's side and his back seemed to help. Murmurs from his owner seemed to relax him even more, but he stayed hidden as Jeremiah said, "He's having a hard time acclimating to his new brother. There have been some growing pains. As you know, my pup is mischievous, and his new brother is bigger and apparently doesn't like teasing. We're working on it together." Jeremiah and Ronan shared a look of understanding as he nudged his pup. "Does he?" When his pup looked up at him, he shook his head and whimpered again, holding his arm to his chest. Jeremiah turned back toward Ronan and continued. "Robbie, my new pup, was grooming himself by the stairs when this one here jumped on his back to play. Robbie was startled and accidentally threw Michael off him. He didn't catch himself in time and took a tumble down the stairs. We think his wrist is just sprained, but he's in a lot of pain, so we wanted to make sure. Jamie said he'd have the x-ray results back in a few minutes, and we'd see if that's the case." Just as he said that, there was a knock on the door. Ronan told Jamie to enter as he stood. From Jamie's expression of concern, Ronan knew they weren't dealing with just a sprain. Jamie had their largest med tablet with him and brought up the x-ray for them to look at. "Well, Jeremiah, it looks like your pup's got a distal radius fracture, not just a sprain. The good news is it's a stable fracture. We'll be able to put a cast on him right away, and he'll be out of it in about 6 to 8 weeks. You can make an appointment for 6 weeks right now, and we'll do another x-ray at that time to see if he's able to get it off. Jamie, can you set that up while I get what's needed for the cast?" "I have the supplies all ready for you on a tray outside the door, Dr. Kincaid." Ronan nodded his thanks to Jamie and looked at Jeremiah. "What's his favorite color?" Jeremiah grinned and tugged on the pup's green collar. He looked down at him fondly. "Green. Isn't that right, pup? But for work, we should stick to black." Michael yipped softly, his body language making it clear he was knackered and in pain. He rubbed his face on his owner's shirt, and Jeremiah soothed him as best he could. As Ronan headed out the door to get the supplies, Jeremiah gave him a sad smile. The next appointment was made by the time Ronan was back, and they made quick work of wrapping the pup's wrist in a black cast, bringing a tired smile to his face. "There you go, pup. You'll be as good as new in several weeks, all right? Take it easy, and maybe try not to jump on your brother's back anytime soon, okay? You need to get better for your master, all right?" A soft yip was all he got. He gave the pup a good rub and some scritches, shook Jeremiah's hand, and let Jamie lead them out to the front. He made some chart notes on the exam room's computer and turned to see Jamie standing in the doorway, biting his lip. "I hope I didn't make them uncomfortable. Michael surprised me when he presented as a puppy." Ronan smiled at Jamie's earnest expression. "Sometimes patients present as themselves or the role they play. That's why I needed to make sure you were comfortable working directly with the types of patients I see on a daily basis. I've made this a safe place for anyone to be themselves, and that includes playing their roles here. I'm always happy when they do because it means we've established trust. It also depends on how they're feeling and the type of relationship they have." "You mean if their relationship is dom and sub?" He shook his head. "No, most of our patients fall into that category. I mean whether or not they are master and slave and or have a 24/7 power exchange." Jamie turned back toward the front and pointed. "Are they?" Shaking his head again, Ronan answered, "No. In Michael's case, when he's not playing his role, he's a lawyer, and a pretty powerful one at that. He was feeling vulnerable, and he was in pain, and those aren't feelings he can freely express as himself, which is one of the biggest reasons he's a pup. He can express his vulnerable side and be free to let his owner take control, so he no longer has to." Jamie's smile was genuine, and he blushed a bit when he said, "That must be really freeing. I mean," he gripped the back of his neck with his left hand and looked down at the ground as his face reddened even more. "It must feel good to be able to let go like that." The fact that Ronan's dick was hardening in his pants was worrisome. His nurse wasn't supposed to turn him on. The complications that would bring were endless. But he couldn't leave him hanging either. His inner dom practically vibrated with the need to assuage what was, quite possibly, Jamie's inner sub. That's exactly what it is, freeing. When a submissive is finally able to trust his dominant enough to let every vulnerability show, the relationship moves to the next level, and they can both draw strength from that. Jamie nodded. "I can see how that would be the case." He pointed behind him toward the hall again and cleared his throat. I'm going to shut everything down for the weekend. Is there anything you'd like me to do before I head out? Do you have plans tonight you need to get to?" "Wait, what?" Jamie looked taken aback, but he quickly shook his head. "No, I don't. I was just going to go grab something to eat on my way home and relax." "Why don't we go out and grab a bite? My treat. You've had a great first month here. You've really settled in well and have become a great fit for the office. I'd like to thank you for working so hard to treat our patients right." "What the actual fuck are you doing, Ronan?" Jamie, eyes wide in surprise, a slight blush again suffusing his face, nodded. "Yeah." He cleared his throat and tried again. "Yeah, that would be great. Thank you." Ronan had no idea what the hell he was thinking, asking Jamie to dinner of all things. At least he had the presence of mind to have Jamie follow him in his own car to the hole-in-the-wall Mexican place Ronan loved. He knew having him in close proximity would wreak havoc on his libido. He didn't want it to feel like a date for either one of them, definitely not that. But who was he to try to convince, himself or Jamie? They were greeted warmly by Daniela, the hostess, as she gathered their menus and flatware. "Right this way, Dr. Kincaid." "How's the family, Daniela?" "Oh, they're great, Doc. Little Nico lost his first tooth." He laughed and asked, "How much does that set you back these days?" She sighed and rolled her eyes as she showed them to their table. They sat as she explained, "Well, $2, but his sister was so upset she didn't lose one too, that he decided to rip one of the dollars in half so that she could have some too." He and Jamie both laughed at that as she shook her head. "Enjoy your night, you two." They thanked her as she walked away, both still smiling as they met each other's gazes. Ronan really shouldn't have gotten so much satisfaction from the blushing and the lowered eyes, but damn it, his dick betrayed him yet again, chubbing up in his pants as Jamie fiddled with his flatware and then picked up his menu. So how are you liking your job so far? Jamie closed and set down his menu and glanced up, giving Ronan a beautifully genuine smile. I'm loving it, truly. I have to admit I was a bit uncertain whether this was the right fit for me, but it's challenging in new ways, and I'm learning a lot. Thank you for the opportunity. You're welcome. Their waitress came back, interrupting them at that moment, and poured them both some ice water. They gave their drink orders. Ronan went first and ordered a Corona with lime to let Jamie know it was all right to order from the bar. He got a grin in return, and another Corona with lime was ordered. He glanced at Jamie's closed menu. Do you know what you want already? Jamie nodded and looked at the waitress. I'll have the shrimp fajitas, please. Ronan handed the menu over, having never opened it. He always got the same thing. Steak fajitas, and some of your hotter salsa, please, for the chips. As she scribbled their order down and walked to the kitchen, he gazed back at Jamie. I wouldn't have guessed you were uncertain about it at all. You're very confident in your work, take initiative, and don't wait for me to tell you what's needed. You either already know or check in if there's something you haven't been trained on yet, which is rare. You're very competent. Not only has it been noticed by Natalie, but Gina had fantastic things to say when she gave me her final pass-down before she left. More importantly, I've had several patients who have commented on it, Jeremiah included. Jamie brightened at that, eyes popping wide. Really? Damn, but he was eager to please. Yeah, really. I couldn't be happier with your work so far. You've already proven to be an asset to the practice. Thank you, Ronan. That means a great deal. I'm glad. Okay, so let's forgo any more talk of the office. How are you settling into Powell's Point? They continued to chat about everything other than work and got to know each other a bit better. Ronan found he actually enjoyed Jamie's company. By the end of their meal, they were laughing and relaxed. Ronan paid for their dinner, and Jamie kicked up a fuss until Ronan used his no-nonsense voice and said it was a business dinner. And even with the stubborn, prideful glint in Jamie's eyes, the blush returned at that point, and the fiddling was only curtailed by Jamie putting his hands in his pockets as they walked out to their cars. Ronan couldn't help his need to ensure Jamie got off all right, so he walked him to the opposite side of the parking lot where his car was parked. Ronan held out his hand, watching as Jamie tried to subtly wipe his palm on his thigh before grasping it. It was a simple handshake, yet Ronan could feel the connection buzzing between them. From the look in Jamie's eyes, so could he. Ronan found it impossible not to rub his thumb softly over the back of his hand and watch the shiver that traveled up his spine. When Jamie's gaze shot to his in question, Ronan gave him the smallest of smirks and a two-fingered wave as he stepped back and watched Jamie get into his car. He couldn't deny being pleased while he watched Jamie fumble the keys twice before he could get it into the ignition and turn his car on. He watched, hands in his pockets, as Jamie drove away. He didn't know whether to chastise himself for his behavior or congratulate himself for getting under Jamie's skin. He knew it wasn't smart to mix business with pleasure, and he wasn't about to take it any further. But he couldn't deny loving the fact Jamie was affected by him, just as much as he was affected by Jamie. At least that made him feel like he wasn't being an old creep feeling the way he did. And if he went home and jacked off to the images of his nurse blushing, stammering, and saying, "Yes, doctor," who could blame him? Chapter 4. Jamie. The nerves that had plagued his body Friday night at dinner with Ronan, that made his palms sweaty and his skin sensitive to touch, were back in full force. And Jamie blamed Ronan. The anticipation of seeing him again after the reaction he had to him, a reaction Jamie knew Ronan was fully aware of, had him on edge. Jamie was somewhat annoyed and fascinated at the same time. It had been a long time since a man had affected him that much, and he wasn't even sure that anyone from his past could compare to what he was feeling now. Yet, as he went through the motions of his morning, setting up for the full schedule of appointments, he couldn't help thinking over every move Ronan had made, every word they'd exchanged, the goddamn praise that had warmed him with pride and lust. Jamie didn't understand why he was feeling all of this, how this guy could bring out things in him that had only ever bubbled under the surface, and not just bring them out. It was like a seismic shift, something nearly unexplainable that he hadn't seen coming. The question of why Ronan, and why now, pushed at him every minute. "Jamie!" Hearing Natalie's voice suddenly behind him made Jamie startle and blush. Yet another new thing to come from working with Dr. Kink. Jamie rolled his eyes at himself and how ridiculous he was getting. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. You were kind of staring off in space and not hearing me," she explained. Natalie was the receptionist who did most of the annoying paperwork that both Ronan and Jamie hated. She was the friendly face that greeted the patients, and every one of them loved her. Who couldn't, with those big chocolate brown eyes and sincere smile that she always had at the ready. "It's okay. Not your fault I'm being a space cadet. Is there something you needed? Your first patient is here." Shocked, Jamie looked down at his Fitbit and noticed it was already 5 to 8. "Sam?" Natalie nodded. "He seems to be the quiet type, but it could be that he's new to us here." Jamie nodded. "I'll be right out. Let me just finish organizing the shelf," Jamie responded. Taking a deep breath, he let all of his thoughts about Ronan go and concentrated on his job. A few moments later, he walked out to the front desk, grabbing the patient folder from Natalie, and he continued to the waiting room. Jamie didn't bother to look the chart over, since he had basically memorized everything that was in the new patient paperwork that Sam had taken the time to fill out online days before the appointment. What Sam had written for the reason for his visit had piqued Jamie's curiosity. He'd been attacked. He never mentioned the hows and whys, which left that small voice inside Jamie wondering and asking lots of questions. Most people who took the time to fill out the paperwork usually went to the extreme. Although Sam had filled out all the questions, he did so in a way that still made it unclear what exactly was going on with him physically. When Jamie opened the door that separated the waiting room from the exam rooms, the lone figure sitting looking out the bay window jumped in his seat. His wide, fearful eyes immediately found Jamie's. After a moment of staring, he seemed to relax. Jamie felt bad for the guy. The trauma of whatever the attack had been was wreaking havoc on him. Sam was a guy of average height, according to his chart, and above average build. The strength in his body was clearly visible through the long-sleeved white Henley and gray sweats he wore. The solemn look that replaced the fear that had just been there, and the way he seemed to scare so easily, created a picture Jamie was struggling to figure out. He was clearly still recovering physically. The walking cast on his right leg and the way he had a protective hand on his side gave evidence of that. Sam seemed so broken and lost. Or maybe Jamie was reading too much into someone's expression who was probably just stressed over his attack. All sorts of scenarios were running through Jamie's head as to how the man had been injured. A man that size wouldn't be the first choice for any mugger or thief. Jamie certainly would think someone like that would be safe from the sort of attack he'd gone through. He was most likely a dom, too. His build alone would have scared anyone off from even daring to try to force him to do anything. Even with the broken look he had on his face, there was this standoffish aura about him that wasn't very inviting. "Sam?" Sam stood when he heard his name, a polite but fake smile plastered to his lips as he limped toward Jamie. Jamie could see the caution in Sam's eyes. No one could hide that amount of uncertainty when it poured off them. Jamie hated not knowing what he was walking into, but he clearly needed to tread carefully if just opening a door made Sam as jumpy and scared as it had. Jamie smiled, hoping to put Sam at ease. The caregiver in him wanted to comfort and make him feel safe and welcome. "Right this way." Sam followed Jamie down the hall to the nurse's station, where the scale was placed against the wall next to Jamie's workspace. As they walked, Jamie had chatted away, making polite conversation and getting short, perfunctory answers in return. Sam seemed to be preoccupied with keeping an eye on his surroundings, and he even flinched when he heard Dr. Kincaid laugh down the hall. By the time he had Sam weighed and in the exam room, Jamie had run out of things to talk about, other than the reason Sam was there to see Dr. Kincaid. "Can you tell me why you're here to see the doctor?" Jamie kept his voice slow and quiet. Sam, who had kept his head down while they had gone over family history, finally looked up at Jamie. The pain and embarrassment in his eyes nearly broke Jamie's professional demeanor.
I was released from the hospital 2 weeks ago and was told to follow up with my family doctor, but
Sam looked toward the door, then cast his eyes down, shame filling his deep voice.
But I moved here. I moved here I had to find a new apartment. I moved from another state, and a friend recommended Dr. Kincaid.
Dr. Kincaid is a very good doctor, so that was a good recommendation. And Powell's Point is a great place to live, so both smart choices. I recently moved here too. Can you tell me what hospital and why you had been admitted? Jamie never looked away from Sam. He wanted to show him he held no judgment against him for whatever he was going to tell him. But Sam never responded. Sam, can you look at me? When Sam finally looked up, Jamie never wavered. Trying not to frighten Sam any more, he slowly walked over to him, grabbing the stool and lowering himself onto it. There's no judgment here. Sam nodded, swallowing hard. Then, in the softest voice Jamie had ever heard come out of such a big guy, he said,
My Dom, he hurt me. But the last time was the worst. He nearly...
Sam shook his head, and Jamie's heart broke for him. A sense of guilt soon followed. He had prejudged him purely based on his size. Like that was a defense against abuse. Jamie should have known better than that. Jamie reached out carefully, placing his hand on Sam's knee and squeezing before reassuring him, You do not have to talk about it. If you just tell me the hospital name, I can request the records.
No, you can't. I mean, there's a restraining order and everything, but I can't take the chance. I have them in my car. I can go grab them for you. That way
Sam's voice broke as a tear fell. Yep, you can do that. No problem, Sam. You just take a minute, then go out and get them while I go let the doc know we're just waiting on that, okay? Sam finally looked him straight in the eyes. A silent thank you was written all over his face. Jamie left Sam after making sure he had calmed down and went to the front desk to catch his breath. He found Natalie still smiling as she tapped on the keys of her keyboard. When she looked up, Jamie knew she'd seen the sadness he couldn't hide when the smile left her face. Natalie's serious expression caught him off guard. Jamie couldn't remember ever not seeing her bright, bubbly smile since he started.
I'm such an asshole.
Natalie tilted her head questioningly. Why are you an asshole?
Because when I saw him, I was sure from his size that he was a dom, and that when he wrote he was attacked, that it was just a mugging. Honestly, the thought of someone his size being an abuse victim never entered my mind. He's this big guy with a fierce scowl, and there was no way someone could hurt him.
Yeah, that was a dick move. Jamie startled out an awkward chuckle. What happened to the sweet, bubbly receptionist? Natalie smiled. The important thing, Jamie, is that you realized on your own that you were wrong in stereotyping him. You may have judged him, but you never voiced it. You waited to have more information. Remember, sweet, bubbly receptionists are like Sam in there. We aren't what we appear to be. She winked and shooed him away. Now go talk to Dr. Kink about your patient and leave me to my work. Jamie couldn't help but wonder who Natalie was when she went home at night, her or anyone else he'd ever met. He was starting to realize there was much more to that answer than he'd ever thought possible before working at Dr. Kink's office. Jamie found Dr. Kincaid in his office, concentrating on writing notes in a patient's chart. Even with the doctor's downcast eyes, Jamie could feel his nerves lighting up, making his belly feel all fluttery and his heart ticked up a beat. Jamie's lust and nerves battled over who got top spot. He didn't want to know how upset Dr. Kincaid would be when Jamie confessed he'd stereotyped Sam, and how wrong he'd been. Ronan would be disappointed in him. Jamie hated not being the best at his job, or really anything he'd set his mind to, but being a failure to Dr. Kincaid was somehow more upsetting than anything else. Jamie worried about not living up to the expectations the man held for his staff, for Jamie, when it came to his patients.
I can hear your wheels turning from over here, Jamie, Dr. Kincaid said, a smile in his voice, startling Jamie from his thoughts.
The man, dressed in a dark suit, sans coat, hadn't even looked up from his notes when he'd addressed him.
"Is our first patient here?"
"Yes, Dr. Kincaid, Sam Goodwin. We're just waiting for him to run out to his car for the hospital records." Ronan's head snapped up.
"Hospital?"
"Yes, sir. Sam was abused and beaten by his dom. He's a bit quiet and clearly struggling with what he went through, but he's here for a follow-up after his release from an out-of-state hospital 2 weeks ago." Ronan stood, grabbing his white lab coat off the coat hanger in the corner of the room and pulling it on.
"I'll go see him right now, then. No need to make him wait after all he's been through."
His accent grew thicker with emotion. Jamie paused, swallowing the lump that had formed in his throat and casting his eyes anywhere but at Dr. Kincaid.
"I should tell you that I made some assumptions about him. Sam, I was wrong, and I freely admit that, but I did. He's a big guy, and I thought he's clearly a dom with that build, and that it was just a mugging, and the idea that he could have been abused never even entered my head because he's big, and it was a crappy thing for me to do, and I'm—"
Jamie's breath hitched as Ronan's hand came down on his shoulder, squeezing. He'd been rambling and avoiding looking at him in hopes he would get the words out easier, so he hadn't noticed him approach.
"Breathe, Jamie."
Jamie nodded at Ronan and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down.
"We all make mistakes. Did you voice this to the patient?"
Taken aback by the question, Jamie looked up at Dr. Kincaid and was caught in his brown eyes.
I would never. I didn't think you would. You're a good nurse, Jamie."
Dr. Kincaid's voice was calm. He could feel the warmth of that praise spread through his belly as heat grew between them. It wasn't until that moment Jamie realized how close they were, close enough to feel Ronan's warm breath ghost over his face. He could feel the blush crawl over his neck and up to his cheeks. He could feel each pounding beat of his heart as Dr. Kincaid's eyes went from consoling to molten in seconds, and the hold he had on Jamie's shoulder tightened. Jamie tried to talk, his mouth opening and closing. He stammered out I, before Dr. Kincaid stepped back. It was slow, like he was tearing himself away from Jamie. His hand was still on Jamie's shoulder, the heat of it coursing down his arm, making his hand twitch with the need to do something. Anything. But then that was gone too. Jamie stood there, eyes still locked with Dr. Kincaid's, feeling the emptiness around him, feeling the need to step toward Ronan again. Ronan must have seen something in Jamie's eyes, because he subtly shook his head, and all thought of moving forward, of acting on that impulse, stopped.
"Thank you for being honest, Jamie. That, above all else, tells me you are still learning, and, more importantly, want to learn about the people who live this lifestyle. That makes you a great nurse."
Dr. Kincaid smiled at him.
"We have an early day today. Why don't you take off around 3 today, okay?"
"Oh, I can do that. Thank you." Dr. Kincaid brushed past him, speaking over his shoulder as he said,
"Now, I'm going to see Sam. You go get ready for our next patient."
And just like that, whatever it was between them was broken, and Jamie felt shaken from the experience. It wasn't even 9 in the morning, and he was already looking forward to going home, locking his bedroom door, and using a toy or two to relieve himself as he thought of Ronan. Chapter 5. Ronan. Ronan's office staff had left an hour prior. He'd had time to wrap up any business that needed tending to, and ready exam room 1 for his first after-hours visitors of the evening. Most Fridays he shut down the office at 3 in the afternoon, but several other times a month he'd schedule visitors after regular business hours were over. However, his regulars were nearly always scheduled for Fridays, leaving ad hoc days for those who were curious but not yet regulars. Donning his lab coat just in time to answer the front doorbell he'd had installed specifically for nights like this, he greeted Jeff and his sweet, submissive Misha.
"Jeff."
He shook the dom's hand and dragged him into a quick hug.
"How are you doing?"
"Doing well, Ronan, thanks. You?"
Good. Glad you're both here."
Turning to Misha, Ronan smiled and opened his arms.
"Hello, sweet boy. How are you?"
Misha blushed, but happily stepped into his hug.
"I'm good, Dr. Kincaid. Thank you for asking. He smiled down at him. I've been looking forward to tonight. How about you? Misha's blush grew deeper as he nodded. Me too. I always love our scenes with you. Jeff patted the young man's bottom and said, Are you ready to begin, boy? Yes, sir. What are your safe words? Red, yellow, and green, sir. Good boy. Check in, please. Green, sir. Jeff nodded, looking serious. Good. Once we enter the exam room, the scene has begun. You may use your safe words any time. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Ronan walked them toward the room he'd readied, ushered them in, and shut the door to start the scene. What brings you here today, Mr. O'Connor? As you know, I host several Russian foreign exchange students in my home while they attend the local university. This boy is my current exchange student, and I fear he's fallen in with a bad crowd. He comes home late, drunk and belligerent, calling me a fag, a homo, and a fairy. His grades are going downhill, and I believe he's been doing drugs. On top of all that, I've caught him watching me when I'm showering or in my bedroom. I'd like you to give him a drug test and a physical. Yes, of course. You've come to the right place. Let's start by having him provide us with a urine sample. He handed Misha the urine sample cup. Can I go to the bath? Both men said no at the same time, standing facing the boy, arms crossed over their chests. Misha huffed and unbuttoned and unzipped his jeans. He reached into the fly of his boxer briefs and pulled out his flaccid cock, peeing quickly into the cup, a blush on his face. He screwed the cap back on and handed it to Ronan, who put it down on the little metal tray he'd set up next to his rolling chair. Get undressed completely. But don't you have a gown or... Again, both Jeff and Ronan said, no. Misha undressed in a huff, growling softly in his throat. This is bullshit. At that, Jeff approached the now naked Misha, and in his deepest, most threatening voice said, Don't you dare disrespect me, and especially not Dr. Kincaid. I will ship you back home to your parents so fast your head will spin. Is that understood? Misha grated out, Yes. The angry look Misha gave Jeff impressed Ronan. The boy was fully committed to his role. Ronan approached Misha and cleared his throat as he pulled on a pair of latex gloves with a snap. Misha jumped and tried to back up, but found he couldn't when he bumped into Jeff's chest. Ronan approached and said, Spread your legs wide. I'm going to carry out both a testicular exam and a hernia exam. He told Misha to turn his head and cough, and under his examining fingers, the boy's cock began to plump a little. Glancing at Jeff, he asked, Do you mind if I try something a little out of the ordinary to test a theory? Jeff nodded. Be my guest. Ronan sat and rolled his chair over to the computer, opened a web browser, and typed in a web address he knew quite well. He turned the monitor toward Misha, and Jeff and Ronan watched as his eyes popped wide and he gasped. His cock started plumping up even more as he witnessed two men fucking hard and fast on camera. He covered his cock up with his hand and looked at the wall. I think the boy doth protest too much. It appears that visual stimuli suggests your student is just as gay as you are, Mr. O'Connor. Would you like me to continue with my physical exam? Jeff nodded and allowed a disappointed look to cross his face. Ronan continued, I agree that you need to know what type of students you have living in your home. You need to be able to trust what they tell you is the truth. Jeff nodded and made an affirmative noise in the back of his throat. Ronan gazed over at the blushing, embarrassed-looking boy. Please sit down on the exam table and lay back. Lift your feet into the stirrups. No. Misha crossed his arms over his chest, trying his best to look intimidating, but only managing to look naked and pitiful. Jeff took you into his home for a year, and you've done nothing but fuck it up from the beginning. This could be the difference between staying here and finishing out your time or flying back home to Russia. What will it be, boy? Misha nodded, and the forced tears welling up in his eyes impressed Ronan. He watched as Misha climbed onto the table, deeply entrenched in his role-playing persona. Yes, I understand. He gazed imploringly over at Jeff and whispered, Please, sir, I'll do better. No more drinking and no more disrespect. I haven't been doing drugs. I promise the test will prove that. Jeff shook his head. I'm sorry, Misha, but your words obviously cannot be trusted.
We'll have to continue with the testing." Misha let one lone tear fall down the side of his face as he lay back and lifted both legs into the stirrups. Damn, Ronan loved playing with these men. "I'm going to touch you now, Misha. I'll be performing a prostate exam, and then just a few other minor tests, and we'll be done here." Misha's voice was soft, subdued. "Okay." Ronan gazed over at Jeff, whispering, "He's beautiful, Jeff. A bit shyer than the boys you usually entertain, but the denial is charming. Let's see if he's a good fit for your needs, shall we?" Jeff chuckled darkly, and Ronan's face grew serious when he heard a gasp from Misha, as if he was shocked and outraged over their little tete-a-tete. Ronan tisked and shook his head. "Hush now, Misha. You've gotten yourself into this mess. Let's continue, shall we?" Another lone tear slid down Misha's cheek, and Ronan reveled in satisfaction from the scared look on his face as he reached down and pumped some lubricant on his finger. He rubbed it softly over the boy's puckered hole and went back for more. "Relax now, and open up for me." When Misha relaxed his sphincter, Ronan slid his finger in, curling it upward. He felt around for the sponginess of the prostate, and Misha gasped and moaned. Jeff said, "He's enjoying that, isn't he, Doctor?" Ronan nodded, giving Misha's prostate a few more gentle taps. "Oh yeah, but let's not end this too soon. Let's finish up the exam." He pulled his finger out of the boy's tight hole and moved on up to his heavy, fit-to-bursting ball sack. The skin was already starting to wrinkle up tighter as his cock filled and hardened even more. Jeff's boy had a hair-trigger cock, and he was able to come multiple times in a scene. The premature ejaculation was something they were both working hard to prevent. Every scene they had, Ronan was happy to see they'd been working hard. Misha was able to hold his orgasms much longer than he'd been able to when they'd first started visiting him after hours. His recovery period was still something quite impressive. He was still able to come more than once, but he now lasted much longer before shooting off. Ronan looked up at Jeff as he tugged down on the boy's sack, and both their brows rose at the quiet whimper Misha let escape. His face was beet red, and his eyes squeezed tightly shut. "His responses are healthy. See the pre-ejaculate on his lower abdomen?" Jeff nodded, and as Ronan spoke, he trailed a gloved finger slowly up Misha's sack and continued on, lightly drawing it up the now weeping cock. Clasping the boy's cock just below its head in a firm grip, he pointed it straight up to the ceiling and slowly pulled the foreskin back. Misha's soft gasp was music to his ears. He tightened his grip and slid his hand back down Misha's shaft and then back up again, enjoying that sweet whimper. Pre-ejaculate slipped over the side of his slit, and Ronan touched it with the finger of his other hand and slowly raised it up. Both men stared, mesmerized, as the clear, shimmery liquid clung to Ronan's finger and Misha's cockhead, a long, thin line connecting the two. "The elasticity of his pre-ejaculate is healthy, as is his physiological response." Ronan squeezed Misha's shaft harder, and another thick drop appeared on the slit. He lowered his hand back down, pushing his finger into the slit. Misha groaned and tried to grab onto the table, but only managed to squeeze the exam table paper in his fists, the crinkle and crackle of it loud in the otherwise quiet room. Ronan trailed his finger around the head of his cock, spreading the slick liquid around and around and around the cockhead until Misha was shaking under him, the table creaking with it. While Ronan sustained his fingers' ministrations on Misha's cockhead, his other hand continued to grip the shaft tightly down at its base and began to tug up on it repeatedly. The overstimulation was more than he could handle as a near shout escaped, and his hips lifted off the table. Ronan looked over and met Jeff's lust-filled gaze. "I need you to move directly to the opposite side of the exam table, quickly." Jeff nodded his head and got moving. "We need to capture a sample of his body's response to stimuli, and I think it's best for you to participate. I'm going to grab and squeeze his testicles, tilt his aroused penis down, and continue my ministrations. It's important that you help me continue to massage the pre-ejaculate around his glands. Watch him closely now. You should be able to see when it's going to happen and capture as much of his emission as you can in your other hand." They both gazed at the boy, his head thrown back in ecstasy, his hips pumping in time to Ronan's tugs. When he gasped and let out a moan, Jeff was there, capturing every last drop of Misha's cum in the palm of his hand. "That's good, Jeff. Let me grab a cotton swab so that I may administer some testing of his semen." Ronan got his sample, and they both glanced at Misha as he raised himself up on an elbow, looked at the semen splattered all over Jeff's palm, and licked his lips. "Look at the hunger in his eyes. Feed the boy his own seed. He seems to be thirsting for it." Misha bit his lip and looked at Jeff, who clasped the boy's head and drew him up, holding his palm to Misha's lips. Both men watched, rapt, as he greedily licked and sucked every last drop he could get. When it wasn't enough, Misha reached up to grip Jeff's hand and sucked each finger clean. Ronan heard Jeff mutter, "Fuck, boy," and he couldn't agree more. Misha collapsed back against the table, out of breath and looking sated. "I believe after today you'll see a whole other side of your young student here," Ronan said to Jeff. "My guess is he'll be very accommodating going forward and follow your rules to the letter. Is that good enough for you, or is he going to have to find other accommodations?" Misha gasped. "No, please. Please, sir. No more drinking, no more disobedience, and no more disrespect. I won't, I swear it. And I haven't ever had sexual intercourse. I don't know why I was watching you. I was confused." Jeff crossed his arms over his chest. "You've got a lot to make up for, Misha. I expect more from a sophomore in college. I'm disappointed, and I'll expect you to adhere to some strict rules in my home and make up for your behavior. I want to trust you again, but it will take some work." Misha sniffed, his expression wrecked. "I'm so sorry. I'll do anything, sir. Please don't put me out on the street or send me home." Jeff paused and studied his charge, finally nodding. "You're permitted to stay, but you'll answer to me for all things for the remainder of your stay, understood?" Misha's quick nod shook the exam table. "Yes, sir. I promise. Thank you." Ronan noticed the hunger on Misha's face as he stared at Jeff's hard cock tucked behind the zipper of his jeans. "I believe he's still hungry. I think he's earned a punishment or two. If I were you, I'd make him choke on that fat cock of yours before you give him what he really wants." Jeff moved toward Misha, who turned on his side on the table. "Take my cock out, boy." Ronan watched as Misha slowly pulled Jeff's hard cock out of his pants. "Take the whole thing in your mouth." "But," Jeff growled. "No buts. Choke on it, or you're out." Misha did his best to open his mouth wide enough, and Jeff wasted no time pulling on the back of Misha's head so his nose brushed against the curls above his shaft. As Misha coughed and gagged on his cock, Ronan yanked his own out and began to jack it. He was on the edge himself, watching Jeff's boy play to their dominance so perfectly while maintaining his role. "That's it, boy. Take it." The tears, saliva, and snot running down Misha's red face did nothing short of spur Ronan on. "Fuck Jeff, he's a slut for your cum. That's it, fuck his mouth. Choke him. Oh, fuck, yes." He knew Jeff was about to blow when his hips stopped their movement, and he let Misha pull back enough to taste what he so desperately needed. Jeff grunted with each volley, and Misha didn't miss a drop. Ronan groaned, knowing he couldn't hold back much longer, having watched the scene before him ravenously. When Jeff was done, he got down in Misha's face and growled, "Choke on the doctor's cock, you lying, disobedient little cum slut." Ronan groaned as Misha nearly fell off the table trying to reach his cock. "Oh, fuck." Ronan barely had enough time to grip Misha by the back of the head and pull him into his own nest of curls before he was unloading deep into his throat. God damn. They'd had amazing scenes before, but something about this one was extra special. He pulled his oversensitized cock out of Misha's throat and tucked it back inside his slacks. All three of them were breathing like they'd run a marathon. When Ronan gazed down at the boy's hand inching toward his now hardened cock, he watched, a smirk on his face, when Jeff slapped that hand away from Misha's dick. "Don't even think of touching your cock until I give you permission. Do you understand me? You'll be able to touch it and feed yourself your own cum only when I say you can." Misha whimpered, but nodded, biting his lip before he whispered, "Yes, sir." Ronan glanced over at Jeff as a smile crept over the man's previously stern face. Jeff gave his boy a soft touch on the cheek with his thumb and handed over his handkerchief. They both watched as Misha was finally able to wipe up the remnants of his choking episode. Ronan didn't take his eyes off Misha as he sat up on the edge of the table, awaiting instruction. The three of them were quiet as they gazed at each other. Ronan finally broke the silence when he said, "Jeff, I'm going to update his file and print out your instructions. You need to make sure you follow them to the letter." Jeff gave Ronan a serious nod, so he continued, "I'll need to see you in exactly 2 weeks. I'll expect to hear how much his behavior has improved, and now that you know you've got an insatiable cum slut on your hands, one who still has a long way to go to gain back your trust, you know what you're going to have to do to ensure he gets what he needs, don't you?" Jeff nodded, and Ronan continued as he moved to type up his notes in Misha's file. "I'm going to recommend milking him twice a day and feeding him his own cum. And if he's been good, feeding from your cock should keep him well sated. If it looks like he's ready for the next steps, you may want to test out feeding him your load anally in the evenings instead. But, as we've determined, he's a virgin. I suggest you take your time with that. If you'd like to wait to prep him for anal until I'm there to guide you both, you'll need to wait until your appointment in 2 weeks." He looked at them both, a grave expression on his face. "Do you feel like you can both adhere to these instructions? I've also added some resources in his file, some instructional videos, as well as some reading material that should help." Ronan turned to face the boy more fully. "Misha, your sponsor understands his role in your continued health while you're living with him for the rest of the school year, but you need to commit to your own health and well-being as well, boy, and do what he says. You've still got a lot to make up for. Do I have your promise?" Misha nodded, wide-eyed and serious. "Yes, Doctor. I promise." "Great. You both have my number. If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to call. I'll see you both out." Jeff tipped his head in acknowledgement, a gleam in his eye. His serious expression remained, however, as he was fully committed to the role until the scene was over. "Thank you for seeing us on such short notice, Dr. Kincaid. We'll see you 2 Fridays from now. See that you do." With that, they left the exam room and walked toward the waiting room. Once there, Ronan turned to face them both. He smiled when he saw Misha's blushing face and beatific smile, along with the pride on Jeff's face. Jeff gripped Misha's neck with his left hand as he reached to shake Ronan's hand with his right. "Ronan, that was great. Thank you for helping my boy play out one of his fantasies. We'd like to continue on with the storyline for next session if you don't mind." Ronan chuckled. "Of course I don't mind. I look forward to it. Both you and your boy are very creative." He turned and gazed down at Misha and ran his fingers through his hair. "See that your dom follows my instructions to the letter. That diagnosis in there wasn't far from the truth." Misha let out a little giggle before he covered his mouth with his hand. "Yes, Dr. Kincaid." He stepped forward, hugged Ronan, and whispered, "Thank you for playing with us, sir." Ronan hugged the sweet boy back and gave him a kiss on the top of his head. "Always my pleasure, Misha. Never doubt it." Misha nodded, smiled again, and looked back at Jeff, who led him out through the front door before turning and giving Ronan a quick wave and a wink. Ronan chuckled and checked the time. He was wrung dry, literally and figuratively, after such a long week. But he always looked forward to his after-hours scenes, and his next one was no different. It gave him a chance to stay in practice with a skill he didn't often have to utilize, but needed to keep up on in case he did. Heading back to exam room 2, he had just enough time to get ready for his second and last visitors of the evening. He'd leave the cleaning of both rooms until after his visitors were gone, so he didn't rush it. As he pulled out several single-use scalpels, he found himself grateful that he wasn't going to be required to do anything other than use the surgical tools and some safety shears in his next scene. He didn't think he had the energy for another round. Chapter 6. Jamie. Jamie flopped into the chair next to Natalie at the front desk, heaving the biggest sigh of relief as the tension slowly dissipated from his back. He ached all the way to his bones and was tired, but he couldn't keep the smile of satisfaction off his face. Keeping his eyes closed and head tipped back, he hummed. Happy. He was happy. "You look like you just had sex." Without opening his eyes, Jamie chuckled at Natalie's sassy remark. "Sadly, no, but something almost as good." "Oh, and what's that?" Jamie opened his eyes and turned to look right at Natalie. "A job well done." "Oh, you're such a good boy." She laughed as she shook her head at him, turning back to her computer screen. "No, I'm not." Natalie rolled her eyes at him as she typed away on her computer. "But I am looking forward to getting out early today." "Tell me about it." "I'm going to go home, crash on my couch, and eat my mint chocolate chip to my heart's content." Natalie got a far-off, dreamy look on her face, making Jamie laugh at her once again. "You are one lucky lady. My best friend roped me into going out to a club with a few teacher friends of his." This time Natalie laughed at him. "I am a lucky girl, then. Why did you agree to go if you didn't want to?" "Andy doesn't really socialize well. He's such a space cadet sometimes, so he always makes puppy eyes at me until I agree to go. I'm a sucker for his sad eyes." "Ah, yes, the curse of the best friend. I have one of those, but he's 6'5" and knows how to take a whip. His idea of a fun night out is convincing a dom to use it on him." Jamie laughed, but by the look on Natalie's face, she was dead serious. The smirk told him she'd done that on purpose to shock him. The twitch in his cock was dutifully ignored. "Well, you keep your best friend and I'll keep mine." Dr. Kincaid walked out with the final patients of the day. Jamie stood, shaking off the sleepiness that had come over him, to help check out the patients. Rand Higgins was a regular, who brought in his wife and slave, Shelley, for her follow-up after she'd broken her leg when they had gone skiing. They were a lovely, older, retired couple who smiled every time he'd seen them. Dr. Kincaid handed off the chart to Natalie as he asked, "Natalie, can you please schedule Rand an appointment 2 weeks from now for another follow-up for Shelley?" Ronan turned back to the couple, addressing Rand as he said, "I'm happy with the progress she's making, Rand. Keep up the good work." Rand smiled as he drew Shelley closer with an arm around her shoulders. The smile on her face, even as she had her head tipped down, was noticeable. As Dr. Kincaid turned away, his eyes met Jamie's. Jamie's breath caught with the look in his smoldering gaze. There was this slow, simmering heat directed right at Jamie, and he didn't know what to do with it. But before he could react, Dr. Kincaid's eyes moved past him, and he walked away. Jamie was momentarily shaken, confused by the interaction. It had happened so fast, for such a brief flash of time, he was certain he was mistaken. Why would Ronan be looking at him like that? The next hour of cleaning up the exam rooms and supply room, while Natalie finished her paperwork, went quickly. Before Jamie knew it, it was 3, and they were standing at the employee door while Dr. Kincaid held it open for them. "Have a nice night, you two. Get into some trouble." His wink and smile were playful. "I have no such plans. It's a night in for this lady. Billy is coming over to eat ice cream and watch The Bachelor with me." She pointed a thumb at Jamie. "Trouble is for the young, and for doctors who have sexy fun after hours." The look Ronan and Natalie exchanged confused him. There was some kind of inside joke he wasn't a part of, so he let it go. "Hey, I'm not the getting into trouble type. Remember, Natalie, you called me a good boy." Jamie grinned at Natalie at the same time he heard a sharp intake of breath to his right. He turned to look at Ronan, who was standing there with his eyes once again fixed on Jamie. This time there was no confusion on Jamie's part. There was no mistaking the look of heat and possession coming from Dr. Kincaid. Possession? A throat clearing shook Jamie from being engulfed by all that heat. He turned to find Natalie with an amused look on her face. Jamie decided to ignore that he got caught staring at his boss by another employee. "I'll see you both Monday." He waved as he walked away quickly, leaving them both staring after him, then tucked his shaking hands into his pockets. No need to thoroughly embarrass himself. He was like a schoolboy with a crush on the popular kid in class. He arrived home 20 minutes later, dumping his keys in the bowl on the front table and setting his bag next to it. "Andy?" Jamie called out in the apartment. He hadn't seen his car out front, but that didn't always mean he wasn't home. Andy was denied the right to AAA because he'd locked his keys in his car too many times for them to allow him the coverage any longer. His friend was lucky his head was attached. Jamie was certain he would have lost that by now. He walked into the kitchen, grabbing a bottle of water from the fridge and guzzling it down. Making his way back to the front door in his bag, he looked around and sighed. He was in no mood to go with Andy and his friends tonight, to watch over his spacey friend as he tried his best to add people to his social circle. All Jamie wanted to do was curl up on the couch in front of the TV and zone out for the next few hours, before crashing and starting over again the next day. Grabbing his bag, he walked into his room and dumped it out on the bed. He needed to call Andy to make sure he'd remembered they were riding together that night. Rummaging through all the things now in his bed, he realized his cell phone wasn't among them. Shit. Jamie wiped his hand down his face, trying to remember where it could be. Maybe he left it in the car? Sighing, knowing there wasn't anything he could do but go back down to check his car, he slipped his shoes back on. Just in case, he made sure he had his keys and wallet in hand, since he would have to go back to the office to get it if it wasn't there. Another 20 minutes and a bit of traffic later, he pulled into the parking lot. Surprise filled him when he saw Dr. Kincaid's car still there. Maybe he was still working on paperwork. But next to the doc's car was another unfamiliar car. Since the cars were parked along the back of the building where the employee entrance was, it was clear the owner of that car was there to see Dr. Kincaid. Jamie needed his cell. There was no way he could go all night without it. Climbing out of his car, he decided to just be super quiet and not disturb whoever was there. Even though Jamie was intensely curious as to who it could be and why they were there, he wasn't going to snoop. He slipped quietly into the building, holding the door until it closed, then slowly released the handle so it wouldn't click. From where he stood in the back hall, he could hear a low murmur of voices. One, he was certain, was Dr. Kincaid's, but the other one wasn't familiar. As he tiptoed to the nurse's station where he kept his things, the voices grew louder. He was a few feet down the hall from the exam rooms, which was clearly where Dr. Kincaid and his guest were. The two voices sounded again, but this time followed by another deep voice. There were 3 of them in the room. Jamie was certain it was probably just a patient who needed urgent care, and Dr. Kincaid was kind enough to stay late to see to them. He was always accommodating to his patients that way. But as Jamie turned to walk away, a noise, he was sure was a moan, sounded behind him. He stopped, standing completely still, listening as it filtered through the closed door again. Jamie's heart rate picked up. He knew his curiosity was going to push him to do something stupid. He was like a fucking cat, unable to ignore the part of him that said looking wouldn't hurt. Curiosity killed the cat, idiot. Before the thought finished in his head, his feet were turning toward the exam room at the end of the hall. Jamie walked silently, thanking every god in the known universe for the carpeting that covered the hall. He could feel his breathing pick up, fear of getting caught being a creeper skittering through his brain. But he was stupid and, of course, kept walking. First thing he realized as he approached the door to the exam room they were in was that the door was actually not closed, which was probably why he could hear them at the other end of the building. The other realization was that what he was hearing was definitely a moan, and not one of pain. The openings of the doorways to the exam rooms were wide, like you'd find at a hospital. Dr. Kincaid had explained that, at one point, before he'd purchased the building, it had been an emergency room. They had been required to have doorways to fit a gurney. That wide doorway was now giving him an unobstructed view of the room, and of Dr. Kincaid with his fingers buried in the ass of the young man now bent over the exam room table. "Such a good pet. Check in, please." The unknown man's voice carried to where Jamie was hiding. There was a pause before a breathy voice said in reply, "Green, sir." "That's good to hear. Remember, you can use your safe word at any time." "Yes, sir." The shock of what Jamie was seeing was quickly followed by a realization. All the pieces finally fell into place. This was what Gina and Natalie had meant about after-hours visitors. Dr. Kink. Dr. Kincaid was, at this very moment, Dr. Kink. Both ladies had told Jamie, but he hadn't known what they meant at the time. Ronan wasn't just a doctor to the BDSM community, he was, apparently, a very active participant. The surprise of it all, the knowledge of what Ronan did in the office after it closed, was quickly followed by lust. All-encompassing, make his dick hard as a rock, tingles running down his spine, lust. The two physical reactions warred inside him, making him dizzy with the immense feelings coursing through him. He grabbed onto the frame of the doorway as he swayed on his feet. Quickly, turning and putting his back to the door, he tried to calm himself. Everything he saw could be part of an examination. It was probably something completely normal, and Jamie was the one turning it into some porno in his head. Tipping his head back and closing his eyes, he gathered himself. Well, as much as the young man's moans allowed him to anyway. He turned back, sure when he looked again it would be with completely clinical eyes. But this time he was absolutely sure he wasn't wrong. The young man was bent over the side of the exam table, hands gripping the paper that ran the length of it. His hair was now gripped tightly in the hand of the third man in the room. Pulling the young man's head back enough to look at him, the tall man bent over slightly to get his face closer to the young man's.
Misha, were you lying last time we were here? Because those moans don't sound like a virgin's moans. You sound like the slut you are.
Jamie's ears started to ring. Virgin?
No.
His words were broken by another moan as Ronan did something to him.
No, sir, I wouldn't lie to you.
The other man's face never moved from in front of the younger guy's, but his words were directed at Ronan as he asked,
"Is he telling the truth, Dr. Kincaid? Is he a virgin, or does he need another punishment for lying?"
Jamie was transfixed. He couldn't tear his eyes away, taking everything in. The sight of the man bent over, his eyes shining with unshed tears, not quite disguising his glazed-over look of desire and need. The quickness of Jamie's own heavy breath, and the sounds of what was clearly Ronan's fingers covered in lube, pushing in and out of the man's ass. When Jamie's eyes shifted to Ronan, he shivered. He'd never seen that intense, controlled look in the doctor's eyes. He'd never witnessed that look directed at him. And suddenly, he wished he had.
"I think he's telling the truth, Jeff,"
Ronan replied, his voice strong and sure. Jamie could see his arm moving and was sure he was doing something. The guy's name is Misha. Resounding hiss was answer enough.
"His ass is tight, even after the amount of time my two fingers have been in his hole. Trying to scissor them is an effort as well. It seems your virgin enjoys the bite of pain,"
Ronan said, an almost evil smirk playing over his lips. The other man looked up then, right at Ronan.
"Do you think he's ready?"
Ready? Ready for what?
No, please,
Misha cried out, then moaned when the man gripping his hair pulled harshly.
"No, pet? Since when do you get to say no?"
he growled out. The timbre of his voice made Jamie shiver.
I'm not ready. It still hurts."
The tears that had threatened to fall slipped down his face, but he never lost the look of a man turned on beyond belief.
"Oh, pet, you can't lie and tell me you don't like the pain."
The pet looked up at Jeff, seemingly hesitant as to what he should say, but still shook his head back and forth as much as the hand grasping his hair would allow.
"Should we show the good doctor the proof of that lie?"
The young man shook, his eyes wide as he whimpered.
No, please.
"Oh, yes. I believe that kind of deceit deserves your humiliation, since you're embarrassing me in front of the doc."
Jamie could see Jeff start pulling on Misha's hair again before wrapping his other hand around his neck.
"Stand up and let me see that pretty cock of yours. Let's show Dr. Kincaid what a slut you are."
The young guy did as he was told, but he kept his eyes closed as his cheeks and neck turned ruddy in color. Jamie could see his breathing pick up, his chest now in clear view as it heaved up and down, over and over. Jeff released his grip on Misha's hair, but not his neck, as his pet now stood up away from the table. Jamie looked toward Ronan, whose arm was still hidden behind the young man. fingers probably still in his ass, but he had scooted around so he could see the hard cock bobbing in front of this pet. Jamie could feel his balls draw up, a tingle racing up his spine. He couldn't fathom why he'd be so turned on by this. Sure, it was like live porn, but it wasn't anything Jamie was into. He knew he should leave, but his feet remained glued to the floor. His hormones were in control as his brain had shut down from the overload. "Oh, look at that cum just dripping off that pretty cock," Jeff said, before he reached out and slapped the guy's cock. Jamie flinched with the yelp of pain the young man cried out. "Doc, rub his prostate for me. Let's show him how much he likes the pain." Jeff never took his eyes off his pet as he spoke. His pet's mouth dropped open, clear understanding of what was about to happen filtering across his face. Ronan's arm moved again, causing another yelp and moan to spill out of Misha. Jeff grinned, all evil and satisfied. Another minute passed of Ronan's fingers fucking into Misha before Jeff slapped the man's cock again. The next thing Jamie knew, the young guy was coming, hands free, with only the doc's fingers and a slap. Jeff lay the drained guy back face down on the exam table, right over the cum Misha had just spewed, and reached over to pat his ass. "Good pet. Now you're going to take the doc's cock like a good boy." Jamie heard a whimper, and for a moment was afraid he'd made it himself. The idea of watching Ronan fuck him was too much. He could feel his cock twitch and tingle, nearly ready to shoot in his damn scrub pants. He reached down, tightly gripping his own solid cock, trying to stave off coming. Jamie knew he should go, stop watching, and walk away. But there was a part of him, that devil sitting on his shoulder, whispering for him to stay and watch. In the end, the sight of Ronan standing up, unzipping his dress pants, and pulling out the most gorgeous cock Jamie had ever seen, had him listening to the devil on his shoulder. "Now, my pet, as you take the doc's cock, you're going to suck mine just as you've been practicing. Do you understand?" The boy nodded slowly, slurring out, "Yes, sir. Please, sir." "My pet, always so eager for some cum." Jeff looked up and nodded at Ronan. Then the doctor was pulling on a condom and lubing himself up. Jamie was done for. Watching Ronan jack his cock as he applied the lube was hot as fuck. The question of why Jamie found all this such a fucking turn-on wouldn't stop running through his head. But once again, he was distracted by what was going on in the room. Ronan was now standing behind Misha, tapping his cock between the guy's cheeks. Jamie couldn't help but reach down into his own scrub pants and squeeze his cock. He nearly moaned out loud from the pure bliss it caused. Ronan slowly pushed his thick cock into the young guy bent over the table, pleasure washing over the doc's face. Jamie couldn't tear his eyes away as the doctor sank in, inch after slow inch, until he bottomed out. The guy moaned with his mouth full of Jeff's cock, his wrists being held by Ronan. Jamie's breath hitched as Ronan pulled nearly out before he pushed slowly back in again and again. And all Jamie wanted was to trade places with the young guy, to be fucked slow and deep by Ronan. But man, seeing Misha's face lost in the pleasure of the act was almost as good. The rhythm of the fucking soon picked up. Both Jeff and Ronan were now slamming into the guy, the moans from them all sounding out a chorus in the room. Jamie stood and jacked his cock as he watched the scene in front of him. In that moment, he wanted Ronan to know he was there, to share in the lust that was spilling from them all, and to connect with Ronan in this as the spectator. Jeff's gruff voice startled Jamie from the trance the scene lulled him into. "I'm going to come down your throat, slut. Swallow every damn drop." Jeff's hips stuttered as he got closer, and Ronan's followed suit. Jamie knew that was when he should leave, because once they came, who knew how soon they'd be leaving the room? He might not have time to make it out of the building before he was seen or heard. He waited another beat, needing to see Ronan lost in the pleasure he was getting from Misha's tight ass. For Jamie, releasing his own cock and pulling his hand out of his pants was harder than it should have been. When a chorus of groans let out, Jamie took one last glance into the room, and then quickly and quietly made his way down the hall.
He grabbed his cell off the front desk as he passed and went out the door as silently as he had come in. He ran to his car and jumped in. His nervous laughter rang out in the interior of his car as he swiftly started it and pulled out of the parking lot. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw no one following him or opening the back door to see his escape. By the time Jamie made it home and flopped onto his bed, his dick was still hard. He just wanted to wash away all the thoughts that were running through his mind. Sending off a quick text to cancel with Andy, he walked across the hall to the bathroom and turned the hot water on as he undressed. There was no way the sight of what he'd just witnessed would ever leave his memory. It was seared there on constant replay. Jeff handling Misha so roughly, fucking his throat. Then Ronan. God, the amount of sex appeal that man had was unfair. Watching him fuck Misha had stoked the flame of Jamie's arousal to scorching levels. He could hardly breathe with all the want that coursed through him. Before Jamie realized what he'd done, his hand had wrapped around his still hard dick, and the bathroom had filled with steam. Jamie quickly released his cock and stepped into the shower stall, putting his head under the spray and dropping his chin to his chest. He refused to jerk off to his boss fucking some guy. That wasn't him. Jamie didn't get off on watching guys he wanted fuck other guys. But damn was he turned on. He was more turned on than he'd been in a long time. Grabbing his cock, now desperate to get rid of the ache that pulsed in his balls, he tried to bring up his last one-night stand, one hot night in L.A. when he went looking to get fucked into oblivion and found it. He envisioned the guy, his dark hair and gorgeous blue eyes, rough hands that had pinned Jamie's wrists to the bed above his head as the guy fucked into him from behind. As soon as he was lost in that night, the dark hair was replaced by strawberry blonde, and the blue eyes were now molten brown. The rough hands of the stranger were no longer on him. Now, it was Ronan, with his smooth hands holding down the guy in the exam room, his thick cock disappearing over and over into his ass. But in jerk-off version, Ronan was looking at Jamie, his eyes melting him from the inside out. He felt those eyes on him like a caress. They burned their way down Jamie's chest and abs before landing on Jamie's hand wrapped around his cock. "Fuck your hand." And Jamie did. Staring into those eyes, he fucked into his hand fast and hard. He knew he wasn't going to last, not with how turned on he was. Fantasy Ronan wrapped his hands around the guy's hips, grabbing tight enough that Jamie could see the indentation of his fingers. Jamie imagined the bruises that would bloom on Misha's skin, and he wanted those marks. He wanted Ronan's marks on him, wanted to see the proof of Ronan on him the next day. "Oh God," Jamie whispered, before he sprayed all over the wall of the shower, collapsing against the tile along with the fantasy. "For fuck's sake, what am I doing?" Jamie asked himself. Ignoring what he'd just done, he grabbed the washcloth and body wash and got busy doing what he'd meant to do when he climbed in the shower to start with. Get fucking clean and not think of Dr. fucking Kink. As he lay in his bed that night, he was still confused, still turned on, and now, more than ever, he needed some questions answered. He had no one he could ask. How could he explain why he needed to know? The good thing? He had Google. The bad thing? He still had to go into work on Monday and face Dr. Kincaid. Chapter 7. Ronan. It was nearing 11 on Monday morning, and the tension between Ronan and Jamie was palpable. Something had shifted, but Ronan didn't know what. He could feel Jamie's eyes watching him every time Ronan walked away. Their interactions were feeling stranger by the minute. "It's driving me crazy." There was just something in Jamie's eyes, the tone of his voice, and the way he wouldn't meet Ronan's gaze any longer. He'd grown so used to the easy camaraderie they'd built between them. He respected Jamie so much for his dedication and passion for his job and their patience. Not only that, he was smart as a whip, with a sense of humor that usually had Ronan in stitches several times a day. And God, every time the boy tossed back his head and laughed, something in Ronan's stomach fluttered, and his heart constricted.
He was ridiculously enamored with him. He couldn't even deny it to himself any longer. It felt like their roles were reversed, like he was the young guy and Jamie the older, more mature of the two. He knew Jamie was attracted to him. He'd seen it in his searing gaze. Still, Ronan found himself wondering if Jamie had feelings that were more than just physical attraction. If Ronan asked him out on a real date, would he say yes? They'd had several lunch non-dates, both in and out of the office, and had enjoyed each other's company while getting to know each other better. As time passed, Ronan realized he couldn't get Jamie off his mind. He found himself thinking about Jamie's mahogany curls and how soft they would feel when he ran his fingers through them. His beautiful boy-next-door looks made him appear much younger than 28, yet he acted so much older. That day notwithstanding, he knew Jamie felt some of what he was feeling. His nurse still had the habit of blushing when Ronan caught him glancing his way. Occasionally, he'd babble or stammer if Ronan caught him off guard. The ease of the friendship they'd built between them had come to mean a lot to Ronan. He had a lot of friends and was a respected member of the BDSM community, but he hadn't wanted or needed someone, for himself in ages. He'd had several long-term relationships in his life. Hell, he was 40 years old. Of course he had. But the last one had fallen through 6 years prior, and he hadn't felt the need or desire for more than he got out of his scenes, house calls, and parties. That is, until Jamie walked through his office door and into his life. Ronan was pulled from his musings when someone knocked on his doorframe. He glanced up from the monitor he'd been staring blankly at, and directly into Jamie's eyes for the first time that day. Jamie's hand was gripping the doorframe he'd just knocked on, and Ronan sat back in his chair and kept his gaze on those gorgeous gray eyes. After several long, drawn-out moments, Jamie's eyes shifted somewhere in the vicinity of his hairline, and Ronan sighed resignedly and asked, "What can I help you with, Jamie?" Jamie cleared his throat and stood straighter. Yeah, those test results that you've been waiting for came back." He crossed his arms over his chest. "I submitted them, so the results came back to me. I forwarded them to you, but I know you don't always check your emails during the day, so I wanted to let you know." Ronan nodded and stood, stretching his limbs after sitting through his lunch hour. Jamie's eyes flared, and he glanced down at the floor. Ronan was about to ask him what was up when he mumbled, "Anyway, I forgot to mention that earlier and wanted to tell you before I forgot again. I'm gonna go finish my lunch." With that, Jamie was gone, and Ronan sat down with a sigh. Not knowing what to do, he ruminated on it for a while and finally decided he was done tiptoeing around the situation. He gave Jamie several more minutes before he followed him into the break room. When Ronan got there, he was met with the most delicious sight. Jamie's delectable ass, softly encased in a pair of royal blue scrubs, was on display. Ronan sighed when the show was over. Jamie turned around, his lunch tote he'd been about to put in the refrigerator still in his hands. Their eyes met, and Jamie froze like a deer caught in the headlights, his eyes widening comically. He cleared his throat and held up his bag as proof. Of what, Ronan couldn't figure out. "I was just putting my lunch tote away." Ronan smiled, and instead of giving the boy a thorough once-over from his mop of curls to his ergonomic and sensible shoes like he wanted to, he kept it professional. "I see that." He leaned against the door jamb, crossing his arms over his chest and tilting his head in inquiry. "I think we need to talk about what's going on with you." "What do you mean?" Jamie's voice broke at the end of his question, and it was all Ronan could do not to smile. "I mean, you've been giving me strange looks, avoiding my eyes, and generally trying to avoid me since this morning. I think we should talk about what's got you worked up." Jamie shook his head. "I'm not worked up. I just have a lot on my mind." "Anything to do with work?" "I'm here to help, Jamie. I don't want tension building between us. Eventually the patients will feel it as well, and I think that's the last thing either of us wants." Nodding, Jamie turned and shoved his tote in the fridge and shut the door, facing him again. "It is the last thing I want. It's not work-related, I promise. I just have some things to sort out. I'm sorry I upset you." Ronan sighed, not quite believing him, but not wanting to push him too hard.
You didn't upset me. I just want you to know, if anything is bothering you, even if it's not work-related, I'm always here to listen if you need help, all right?"
Ronan saw the tension leaving Jamie's small frame, like he'd just dodged a bullet. Now he knew for sure something regarding Ronan was bothering Jamie, but he wasn't ready to admit it yet. If it continued, Ronan would have to address it, but he'd let it go until then. They had a busy week to get through, as usual, so he hoped Jamie sorted it out quickly, because they'd be working closely together, and it was going to be a long week if things continued as they were. It was late Friday afternoon, and the week had improved quite a bit since Monday morning. He knew something was still bothering Jamie. It seemed it wasn't bothering him enough to keep Jamie from looking him up and down a time or two, if his heated gaze that nearly burned a hole through Ronan's clothes was any indication. It was as if Jamie was on a precipice, caution and uneasiness behind him, keeping him nice and safe, while hunger and burning desire were before him, pulling him inexorably toward Ronan. The boy was a paradox. Jamie still had a hard time meeting Ronan's eyes, but when he thought Ronan wasn't looking, he let his guard down, and the longing Ronan knew he'd seen in previous weeks was back, and seemed to be burning brighter than ever. Hell, if Jamie was that responsive from them just passing by each other in the hall, what would he be like when Ronan got his hands all over that lithe body? He'd be willing to bet Jamie was going to be a firecracker under his touch, just waiting to detonate. Damned if Ronan couldn't wait to light the match. Ronan had sent Jamie home as he always did on the nights he was having a scene at the office. Jamie had gotten a strange look when Ronan had told him he could head home early, but after the long week they'd had, he figured he'd leave well enough alone. If things were strange come Monday, he'd have to sit down with Jamie and try to have another conversation about it. He hoped he wouldn't have to do that. He didn't want to be at odds with Jamie. He'd really grown to love working with him and wanted that to continue. He'd just have to make sure that, whatever it was, he would address it so they could move forward. Ronan still felt the tension brewing between them, but there'd been a heated edge to it again, which made him think Jamie was worked up about his own growing feelings for Ronan. He'd just have to see how it went. Not wanting to think about it, he settled in to finish his work before his visitors arrived. Ronan had gotten so caught up in work he hadn't noticed time passing, so when the front doorbell rang, he nearly jumped out of his seat. Laughing to himself, he headed up to the waiting room and opened the door for his first visitor of the evening. "Quinn, how are you doing tonight?" Though the submissive was tense, he made direct eye contact and didn't waver when he said, "I'm good, Dr. Kincaid. How about you?" I'm good. Come on back." As Ronan headed to exam room 1, he smiled to himself, thinking the dom who would eventually capture this particular submissive's heart would have his hands full. Quinn knew what he wanted, and he wasn't afraid to seek it out himself rather than waiting and hoping. Ronan respected that, and knew the dom who chose Quinn would also have to meet Quinn's expectations and be chosen by him as well. His bull-headed determination to seek what he desired would be a challenge to any dom's need for control, but Ronan looked forward to watching it from a distance when it happened. Ronan knew, whomever Quinn ended up with, they'd be an explosive combination. He had a few doms in mind for the sub, and he'd invited them to join him tonight with Quinn's permission, of course. He couldn't wait to see if the single dom or the established couple chose to give Quinn their contact info when the scene was over. Ronan sat down on the rolling stool to help relax the sub. "So, you asked me to bring in some men who are STD-free and trustworthy." Quinn sat down on one of the chairs facing him. "Yes. As you know, I've been STD-free both times you've tested me in the last 6 months. And after my first visit, I was told of, your extracurricular activities." Ronan laughed at that. Okay. He hadn't heard his dalliances being called extracurricular before, but he supposed it fit. He often did them in his office because it held a certain appeal for the people he scened with. They often wanted a medical environment if they specifically wanted medical play, and options for a complete medical room setup were slim within their community. However, he did entertain in his own home and had parties there often enough that he supposed he'd be known in the community for it.
being relatively new in town, I was looking for a safe place away from the local BDSM clubs. Then I was told how safe you are in everything you do, and trusted. I asked around a lot."
Quinn paused, his face still holding no shyness or uncertainty.
"I've had this fantasy for years, and I just needed it to happen in a place where I could treat it as if it was mine. Like I had the advantage, without being alone. Like, the home team. Like when a football team plays their games at home, it's the home team advantage."
Ronan lifted his brow. A sports analogy? This kid really was more nervous than he was letting on.
"Quinn, I'm glad you did your due diligence and found me. I do take the safety of the people I scene with very seriously, which is why I need to check in with you and make sure this is what you want."
Ronan made sure to keep his eyes locked with Quinn's.
"In just a few minutes, the 3 men you trusted me to find will be walking through that door. I can assure you they are all STD-free, as I've done the testing myself and printed out all 4 of our results here."
Handing the papers over, Quinn gave them a cursory glance and set them aside. Ronan continued.
"The names have been redacted for multiple reasons, HIPAA being one of them, obviously, but also because you asked for strangers. However, all 3 of them are happy for you to know their names and see their files once they've arrived. That goes double for me. But you asked for a gangbang. You wanted strangers to dominate, fuck, and breed you, so I assumed you wouldn't want that."
Quinn shook his head.
"I don't."
He noticed how the boy's breathing had picked up, not in fear or nerves, but in arousal.
"If this is no longer what you want or I've made a mistake, tell me now." "No, you haven't. This is what I want, I promise. I've been fantasizing about it for years, but that doesn't mean I won't be nervous. Plus, I'll have my safe words and stuff, right?"
Ronan wheeled his chair closer and put his hand on Quinn's knee.
"I never have a scene without safe words. You will always be able to say yours and stop everything immediately. But if you're overwhelmed before the others are even here, I want to be sure this is still what you want."
Ronan felt Quinn's whole body move when he nodded his head hard and fast.
"Yes, Dr. Kincaid, it's what I want."
Ronan nodded to the bag Quinn had brought.
"Good. I'm glad you brought what I asked."
The back doorbell rang, and Quinn jolted up out of his seat. Ronan stood, placing his hands on the young man's shoulders.
"You need to take some deep breaths and calm yourself. You won't enjoy your fantasy if you're so tense you can't loosen up, both mentally and physically."
Quinn smirked at him, and Ronan snorted and said,
"Well, that too. Stay where you are. Let me answer the door and let the men in." "Yes, sir."
Ronan left the exam room and headed to the back entrance. He opened the door to see Drew, one of the men from the couple, and Harrison, the single dom. They were chatting amicably, having known each other for years, though not closely acquainted. They turned to smile at him, both looking eager.
"Drew and Harrison, come on in."
Drew stepped forward first.
"Morgan will be here in a few minutes. He was running a little late from work." "Great. I'll leave this unlocked for him if you want to text him and let him know."
As they walked further into the office, Drew texted his partner as Ronan continued to talk quietly to them both.
"The boy's name is Quinn. He's headstrong but nervous about tonight. He stated he wants to be bred. We're all STD-free here. If you'd like his test results, I can show them to you now."
They both shook their heads, so he continued.
"And forgoing condoms is okay with you?"
Harrison nodded.
"Yeah, no problem. I can't wait to help him live out his fantasy. He's ballsy, asking for this flat out."
Ronan nodded.
"He is. He'd be a handful for any dom, that's for sure. Morgan and I trust you completely, Ronan. And you know how we feel about boys who are strong-willed," Drew said.
Ronan chuckled.
"Oh, he's got that in abundance. But still, go easy until we get a feel for him. He said he won't flat-out refuse us, meaning this isn't a mock rape, but he'll push back and doesn't mind being insulted or handled roughly. If things go well tonight, however, he said he wouldn't be against having a mock rape scene, and that's a fantasy of his as well."
Both men's eyes popped wide, and they nodded, letting that sink in. Ronan turned and led them toward exam room 1. He knocked a couple times and was met with silence. Knowing that was part of the boy's play, he walked in. Quinn was standing at the far side of the room, arms crossed over his chest. Ronan approached quietly.
"Safe words, Quinn."
Quinn's eyes moved from the men behind him back to his.
Red, yellow, and green, Dr. Kincaid. And I'm green, sir. Then let's begin.
Before he could say anything further, Drew growled out,
What are you doing clothed? Get your ass naked, pet.
Quinn narrowed his eyes in challenge, letting his arms fall to his sides.
You want my ass? You have to earn it.
Harrison stepped forward. Fingers interlocked, he turned them palms out, cracking all his knuckles and shaking out his arms in a show of dominance.
Oh, I can't wait to break you in, boy.
Both men made their way toward Quinn. Drew pushed Quinn back against the wall, a huge hand on the sub's small chest. He leaned down and bit Quinn just below the ear and growled,
I'm gonna hold you under me so you can't move. I like it when little boys like you struggle.
Harrison leaned in and breathed in deep as he trailed his nose up Quinn's jaw and into his hairline.
You smell like fear and sin. It's my favorite combination. We're gonna make you beg, Quinn.
Quinn shook his head and pushed back against the men who were keeping him firmly planted against the wall. Ronan reached across the counter and grabbed a pair of medical shears.
Keep him right there.
He approached the men and reached between the doms. Sliding the shears under the neck of the long-sleeved t-shirt Quinn was wearing, he made one quick cut. That was all that was needed as the other men grabbed onto either side and ripped it down the front. By that time, Quinn's chest was heaving, and lust glazed his eyes even as he struggled with the men dragging his arms through the sleeves of his now tattered shirt. Drew leaned down to lave the sub's nipple, and then bit down until he grunted. Harrison gripped Quinn's chin, pushing his head back into the wall, and kissed him hard on the lips. Their tongues dueled for dominance as Ronan unbuttoned and yanked Quinn's pants down over his hips, which were already thrusting.
Well, look what we have here. Commando. We've got a dirty little slut on our hands. Bend him over the table, guys. Let's spread him open and see how pretty he really is.
Ronan gripped his now hard cock as he watched Quinn struggle in the hands of both men. They bent him over the exam table, Drew's hand on the boy's neck, shoving his face into the table. Quinn's jeans were still on, but his whole ass was exposed, and fuck was it beautiful. Ronan gave it a hard slap from behind just to watch it jiggle. Quinn gasped and struggled against the arms that held him down. Ronan turned and reached for the lube he'd left on the counter, getting his fingers slicked up. When he turned back around, Harrison had gathered both of Quinn's hands at the boy's lower back and gripped them there, even as Quinn continued to struggle against their grasp. As if it had been planned ahead of time, Drew and Harrison held onto an ass cheek and spread him wide open. Quinn's pucker was clenched tight, his skin flawless and pink, with a darker pink around his hole. Ronan couldn't wait to get his dick in there. He rubbed his lubed fingers against the boy's rim, circling it and putting pressure on the wrinkled ring of muscle, almost soothing him and teasing him simultaneously. Quinn bucked back against Ronan's hand and groaned. All three doms looked at each other and grinned. Drew leaned down close to Quinn's face.
God damn, but you want that ass filled, don't you, boy?
Ronan's finger slid in with little resistance. He withdrew his hand and, with the next push, buried 2 fingers deep. With Quinn bearing down at the same time, his hole bloomed open. So hungry, so fucking eager. When Ronan tapped on the boy's prostate, it sent a jolt through Quinn so strong, he jerked on the table. Quinn nearly shouted before he closed his mouth on a groan, his hips undulating against the table, trying to get some friction going. Ronan pulled his fingers out and slapped the boy hard on the ass again, which had Quinn gasping out,
Fuck! Oh, fuck, please. Please don't stop. You don't need to worry about that, Quinn. You're going to be fucked raw tonight and filled to bursting with our cum.
A shudder ran through the sub at those words, and Ronan was back with more lube, 3 fingers deep a minute later. He stretched Quinn, readying him for their cocks, in and out, as Quinn humped back against him. Drew let go of Quinn's ass, unbuckled his own belt, and opened his fly. He yanked out his hard length and pumped some lube onto his hand, slicking himself up. Ronan pulled his fingers out, and Quinn started thrashing around, nearly dislodging Drew's hold on his neck.
Come on, fuck me already.
Harrison reached between his legs and, from what Ronan could tell, pinched his scrotum hard enough to make Quinn yelp and curse a blue streak at them. Ronan smacked his ass one more time for good measure. Behave like a good horse should. You want it to be fucked? We'll fuck you when we're good and ready, or not at all. What's it gonna be, boy?
Please, please, I need it, sir.
Drew approached Quinn from behind and lined his cock up with his hole as Ronan gripped the boy's hair at his scalp and tilted his head back. He licked up Quinn's neck, and as Drew slid deep inside his tight heat, Ronan bit Quinn's earlobe hard. Quinn cried out and then moaned,
Yes. Oh, God, thank you. Please, please fuck me hard.
Drew stopped pumping his hips and tore his shirt off as Quinn whimpered. Drew growled out, Please fuck you hard, what? Understanding immediately, Quinn moaned out,
Sir, please fuck me hard, sir.
That's a good slut. Ronan watched the boy's face. Quinn's eyes rolled back in his head in rapture due to the name-calling and the pounding he was getting. He was beautiful, so responsive, so fucking responsive. Quinn panted, screwed his eyes shut, and bit his lip, taking everything he was being given and then begging for more.
Harder, please. I need more. Please, sir.
Drew gave him what he was asking for, his hips like pistons, sweat trickling down his temples. Ronan's gaze shifted as Morgan walked through the exam room door, a smirk on his face as he watched his partner's hips hammer into the mewling Quinn. He approached Drew from behind and growled, Harder, Drew. You've fucked me harder than that. Give the boy what he wants. Drew growled and did as his partner asked. Ronan was turned on beyond belief as Morgan aligned his body to his partner's back, wrapping his arms around Drew and placing a flat hand on his taut stomach. Morgan ran the other up Drew's chest to his nipples, pinching them so hard Drew shouted, coming deep inside of Quinn's body. The boy was pushing back for more, his noises indecipherable. Morgan turned his now sated partner around, grabbing Drew by the neck to pull him into a passionate kiss. Drew groaned and yanked Morgan closer, kissing him for all he was worth. Harrison lubed himself up and slid into Quinn's dripping hole just as he whimpered, Please, oh God, yes. As Morgan pulled away from Drew, he smiled at Ronan and flicked his eyes toward the door he'd come through only moments before. He leaned in to whisper in Ronan's ear, There's a young guy out there in dark purple scrubs. When I came in the back door, he hightailed it into another exam room, and I pretended I didn't see him trying to hide. I have a feeling he's been watching you from the beginning. Ronan's breath caught, knowing dark purple scrubs could only mean Jamie. Jesus fucking Christ. He'd been hard before, but the thought of Jamie being just outside the door, watching them fuck Quinn, nearly made him cum in his own scrubs. His little nurse was going to get an eyeful. He turned back to the scene before him, catching movement out of the corner of his eye as he did so, but forcing himself to ignore their little peeping Tom. He had to wonder if his little nurse had been there at any other time in the last month when he'd been entertaining other visitors. And then it clicked. Fucking hell, that's it. That's why he's been worked up all week. Ronan thought back to Monday and how Jamie had worked hard to cover his uneasiness for the remainder of the week. After their talk, Ronan had paid really close attention to Jamie's looks and sideways glances throughout the week. More than once, when Ronan had been walking away from him, he turned back around to see if Jamie was watching, and every single time he had been. A few times, Ronan had seen heated glances. Other times, he'd caught him biting his lower lip, and once, he'd even caught him licking his lips as Ronan walked away. He'd stopped worrying so much about it after that. The tension was still there, but when it all came down to it, the mutual attraction was still there too. With the added strain between them, it had become more intense than ever. He turned back into the scene before him and realized the men were already cleaning themselves up and giving Quinn the aftercare he deserved. Ronan turned and grabbed the bottle of water he'd set aside for the boy and handed it to Morgan, who uncapped it and handed it to Quinn. He turned back to Ronan and winked at him, a knowing look in his face. Ronan shook his head and grinned. He looked at the submissive, still lying on the exam table, and asked, "How do you feel about how it went, Quinn?" Quinn's blissed-out expression said it all. He was practically glowing with all the attention he was getting from the other men. Petting, massaging, holding the water bottle to his lips, whispering kind words about how well he'd done, how well he'd taken all of them, and how much they'd loved every second of it. As the guys helped him sit up, Quinn finally glanced at Ronan, pupils still blown. "It was amazing, Dr. Kincaid. Thank you so much for helping me set it up." "You're so welcome. I'm glad the men met your needs." He took a deep breath and decided in for a penny, in for a pound, and asked, "And how about you, Jameson? How do you feel about how it went?" He heard a startled gasp followed by an, "Oh, fuck," and couldn't help but smirk as he turned to the group in the exam room. All but Morgan had looks of surprise on their faces. "Looks as though my nurse has learned all about my evening visits and wanted to see what's what." Morgan saw him when he arrived. The audible groan from the hallway had everyone in the room chuckling. They turned as Jamie appeared in the doorway, his more than likely hard, weeping cock hidden behind his hands, his face cherry red. "I'm so sorry, Dr. Kincaid. There's no excuse. Ronan's gruff whisper broke into Jamie's apology. "Come here, boy." Jamie approached slowly, shamefaced and shaking. Ronan would have to fix that, but not until he got his visitors sorted out. When Jamie was standing directly in front of him, Ronan slowly lifted his hand, cupping Jamie's cheek. "You're going to wait for me in exam room 2. Do you understand me? I'm going to get these guys sorted and on their way home. Don't pull a disappearing act on me. Is that understood?" Jamie nodded, eyes wide as saucers. "Yes, sir." He turned to the group at large, his expression mournful. "I'm so sorry for intruding on your, scene. It was inexcusable." Thankfully, everyone smiled at Jamie. Morgan even went so far as to say, "No worries. It was hot knowing you were there watching the whole time." As if the thought just occurred to Jamie that at least 2 of them had known he was there the whole time, both hands came up to cover his muffled, "Oh my God." Ronan couldn't help but glance down to the small wet patch on Jamie's scrub pants and the still hard cock tenting them. Realizing what Ronan was looking at, both hands quickly moved down to cover himself again, and he practically ran from them toward the other room. Drew chuckled, eyes twinkling, when he said, "Poor kid. Don't be too rough on him." Ronan smirked. "No, being rough on him isn't on the agenda, at least not tonight." Quinn snickered. "Oh boy. Okay, that's my cue to leave." Ronan chuckled and pulled Quinn in for a quick hug. He grabbed the rest of the clothes the boy had put on the table and handed them over. Quinn quickly got dressed with the help of Drew and Morgan, blushing all the while at the extra attention he was getting. Walking them toward the front waiting room, Ronan asked the Doms, "Guys, can you help make sure Quinn makes it to his car all right, and that he's safe to drive after the scene?" Quinn shook his head. "I'm fine. I don't need—" Drew's voice was full of authority when he said, "It's non-negotiable, boy," as he ushered him to the front door. Harrison glanced between Drew, Morgan, and Quinn, smiling when he noticed, as Ronan had, there was quite the heated connection forming between the Dom, the Switch, and the boy. Harrison looked at his watch. "Drew, Morgan, you got this? I've got a dinner date I don't want to be late for." Drew reached out to shake Harrison's hand. "Yeah, we've got him. It was great to see you again, man. Don't be a stranger." Harrison gave a 2-fingered wave and headed out on his own. Ronan closed the back door and took off his lab coat, tossing it on the counter and stalking toward exam room 2. He didn't stop to question his actions. He didn't stop to calm himself down. He didn't stop his forward momentum until he was standing in the doorway, breathing hard, as he took in his scared little nurse. Jamie opened his mouth to apologize again, but Ronan guessed the heated look in his eyes and his heaving chest clued Jamie in to the fact that he didn't want an apology. Reaching behind his back, Ronan grabbed the back of his scrub shirt and pulled it off. Jamie's gasp and moan combo kicked Ronan's heart into overdrive. He stalked across the room toward Jamie, grabbing him in his arms in a feverish kiss as he walked him back toward the wall. Jamie's fingers sank into Ronan's hair and tugged. When the boy's back hit the wall, Ronan groaned as Jamie climbed him like a tree and held on for dear life. Ronan grabbed his ass and squeezed those gorgeous cheeks, pinning Jamie to the wall and rutting into him like a wild animal. Ronan pulled away to look into his eyes and heard his desperate groan at being separated. He kept Jamie pinned and watched as his glazed eyes focused as much as they could, his blown pupils a testament to the boy's need. Before Ronan could clash their lips back together, Jamie did it for him, and he was lost in the maelstrom of their burning desire. It wasn't until that moment that Ronan realized how right he'd been earlier. Jamie was a firecracker, and he'd just lit a match. Chapter 8. Jamie. When Jamie had decided to, once again, sneak into the office on one of Ronan's early release days, he'd thought that maybe what he'd witnessed the last time had been a fluke, a one-time hookup that he'd just happened to stumble upon. Now he knew Dr. Kink really meant Dr. Kink. Jamie was so lost in the lips and hands on him, he couldn't think beyond how fucking good it felt. It was like he'd been edged while watching all those men. As he stood there, watching Ronan's hands push and pull, tease and grab for all he was worth, Jamie had felt every touch as though he'd switched places with the guy on the table. He wanted that too. Every minute he stood there, watching Ronan tease the ever-loving hell out of the guy, a part of Jamie wanted to be in that guy's place. Yet somehow, also not. The thought of being the voyeur, of getting to see all Ronan was doing, the lust and desire that crossed Ronan's face, the desperation to be inside that guy, and at the same time, imagining being the one who caused the look of urgent need in Ronan's eyes, had every sensation doubling up on him, making him desperate. And being caught was hot? Hot and wrong, and made him feel goddamn guilty, but never once took away even an ounce of his desire for the doctor. Never once lessened the desire for what Ronan could do to someone, to Jamie. But being pushed up against a wall, Ronan's lips on his hands finally grabbing and squeezing him, was more. It was almost too much. He wanted to stop, to breathe, but at the same time, never wanted it to end. He knew he should probably break it off. Ronan was his boss. Jamie just didn't go around making out with the guy who employed him, paid him. Ronan moved his lips away from Jamie's and began to trail them down his neck. Licking and biting every sensitive spot like a goddamn beacon was guiding him. Moans and groans filled the room. Jamie wasn't sure if they were his or Ronan's, but he loved every one of them. Each sound cranked his lust up another notch. He felt like he might explode. Who the fuck cares if the guy's my boss? He has some talented lips. Jamie pushed his hips forward, trying to get some friction on his cock. Fuck, I need to be inside you. Ronan squeezed harder, pulling Jamie closer. The friction he'd been craving was creating a maelstrom of sensations, tightening his balls and making him need more. Yes, fuck me, please. Reaching down, Jamie grabbed hold of Ronan's hard length, gripping the head as much as he could, with feverish want coursing through him. Ronan sucked on Jamie's neck and then moaned. I like to hear you beg me. Unwrap your legs and stand up, Jamie. Ronan leaned back, pulling his mouth off Jamie's skin, the heat his body created from being so close slowly seeping away. Jamie ignored the demand and kept trying to rut against Ronan, squeezing his cock. Pulling away wasn't an option. Pulling away got him the opposite of what he wanted. He needed to have this man inside him, fucking him like he'd seen him do before. Opening his eyes, Jamie wrapped both hands around Ronan's neck, staring into those gorgeous brown eyes as he said, No, don't move away. My naughty little nurse. You need to start listening, or you won't get what you want. Now stand. The low, commanding tone of Ronan's voice set off a ricochet of tingles straight to Jamie's balls. Jamie knew it was meant to be a command, for him to not ask questions, not protest, just do. The problem wasn't that he didn't want to listen to that command, it was that he wanted to. This man was showing Jamie things about himself that shocked and confused him, maybe even scared him a little, but excited him in equal measure. Ronan released his hands from Jamie's ass, but did nothing else. He was leaving it up to Jamie to obey. Jamie obeyed. He released his legs from the grip they had on Ronan and stood. Thinking things were going to slow down or stop altogether, Jamie was shocked when Ronan pulled at the string that held up his scrubs, loosening them until they fell from Jamie's hips, pooling around his feet. Then Ronan immediately dropped to his knees, pulling Jamie's boxers down as he went, and sucked Jamie into the wet heat of his mouth. Jamie's head hit the wall. His hands reached out and grabbed Ronan's hair, needing the anchor, or he might float away from the pure bliss the suction caused.
Oh God, oh God, oh God!
Holy fuck, that's my boss on his knees sucking my cock. You'd think Jamie would be turned off by this idea, being the ever-responsible guy he was. But no. No, it turned him on even fucking more.
Please, 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 please.
Jamie wasn't sure what he was asking for. He just knew he needed more, wanted more. Then, just as quickly as it started, it stopped. Ronan stood shirtless, sexy, and goddamn imposing before he replied to Jamie's rambling words with action. Ronan pulled Jamie away from the wall, moving him toward the table, an exam room table, just like the one he'd seen the men fuck Quinn on. The memories of watching guy after sexy guy fuck and use Quinn, remembering how hard it had made him to see Ronan so hot and commanding, like he was right now, flashed through Jamie's head. Jamie had just enough brain power left to use his hands to break his fall against the table as his belly slammed the paper that ran its length, legs flush against the cold metal of the sides. Each texture and sensation added to everything he was feeling. He was lying there, the most intimate part of him exposed, when he felt Ronan's hands on his ass cheeks once again, pulling them apart. Jamie groaned in embarrassment, burying his face in his arms to hide from it all. Ronan's voice, always deep and smooth, was rough and cracked with lust when he spoke.
Beg me, Jamie.
In that instant, he felt Ronan's breath caress his hole, and he knew what he was to beg for.
Oh God,
Jamie moaned.
No, that's not begging, my naughty little nurse.
Jamie felt the air Ronan purposefully blew between his cheeks again. The man was a fucking tease. Jamie squirmed. The action rubbed his dick against the cool metal of the table. It was like an assault on his senses, heat on his ass and cold on his dick.
Please, Ronan.
Ronan licked up from his balls to the top of his ass. Jamie moaned loudly, the sound echoing off the walls of the room.
Keep begging, boy.
All Jamie could do was repeat over and over,
please.
No other words coming to his mind. Ronan's wet tongue licking around Jamie's hole and his rough hands pulling apart Jamie's cheeks made Jamie restless and turned on while still needing more. He tried to push back against that tongue, wanting it to fuck him, but powerless to say the words. Ronan held tighter to Jamie, trying to stop him from moving, but Jamie's body had a mind of its own and gave not one fuck what the doctor on his knees behind him wanted. He pushed back again, begging with his body, when Ronan's tongue left him moments before a sharp, painful slap landed on his right ass cheek.
Gah!
Jamie shouted. Then Ronan was standing over him, pushing Jamie firmly onto the exam table with his body. The heat of Ronan's naked chest seared Jamie through his scrub top, making him want nothing more than to lose the shirt he was wearing and feel Ronan's skin against his own. He felt Ronan's hard cock pressing between his cheeks, his hot breath against his ear, and then the whispered words,
You have trouble listening, don't you? I should teach you a lesson and not fuck you, but I need to be inside you too much right now for that.
Jamie nodded frantically as Ronan's body disappeared from his again. Jamie tried to push up, wanting to grab the doctor before he moved away, wanting him to do what he'd just said. But he never got the chance. before large hands were pushing him back down. "Stay right there, naughty boy. I'm not done." Moments later, Jamie heard the sounds of the condom wrapper being opened and felt lubed fingers glide and tease around his hole. Ronan no longer seemed as calm as he'd been before. He was frantic and rough as his finger pushed into Jamie's tight hole. The invasion wasn't painful, but unexpected. "Fuck. Your hole is begging me to fuck it. Tell me you want my cock in there," Ronan said, as another finger quickly but easily made its way inside Jamie.
Oh God, I want you inside me."
"Not listening again, Jamie." Ronan continued the assault on Jamie's hole, 2 fingers fucking into him, scissoring the tight muscle in preparation for the fucking he was hoping would come. Jamie couldn't think of what he'd said wrong.
Please, I don't know what to say. Just fuck me."
Leaning over Jamie once again, Ronan's fingers still pushing and pulling, he said, "Tell me you want my cock in your tight hole."
"Yes, I want your cock in my tight hole."
Jamie felt the blush spread across his body. Jamie both heard and felt the moan that escaped Ronan at his words. Then his fingers were gone, and the blunt head of his cock was there, pushing just slightly against Jamie's hole until the head popped inside the first ring of muscle. "I can't wait to fuck you and make you beg me for more, my naughty little nurse." Between the doctor's words, his touches, and all the watching he'd already done, Jamie was about ready to explode all over the table. Jamie took one hand off the table, reached back to grab Ronan's leg, and pulled him into him. "Oh, fuck." He'd caught Ronan by such surprise that he'd managed to get that hard length halfway into his hole before Ronan stopped all forward movement. "You needy little cock slut," he groaned, before pushing even further inside Jamie. All Jamie could do was lay there and take it and beg for more. He pushed back against Ronan, wanting it harder, faster. He needed this man more than he'd needed any other in a long time. The slap of skin filled the room, and the harsh, heavy breathing from Ronan in his ear brought Jamie closer and closer to coming. Ronan leaned away, using one hand to push against Jamie's back, holding him down as he angled his cock until Jamie shouted when it finally passed over his prostate. Over and over, Ronan hammered the spot until Jamie was shaking and sweating. "Beg me, boy," Ronan grunted out between thrusts into Jamie. "Beg me to let you come. Oh, please, please." Before Jamie could get out another word, Ronan slammed into his prostate one more time, making Jamie come, spurting all over the side of the table. Jamie felt like he was floating, and he was still trembling. It was like Jamie was both tethered to the moment, feeling Ronan slam his cock into his hole over and over, and floating free of his body, with every touch of Ronan's hand on his tingling, oversensitive skin. Then Ronan was gone, gently but quickly pulling out of Jamie before he was ready. "I need to see your face." Ronan grabbed Jamie, pulling him up and spinning him around. This time it was to face Ronan. "Push your shoes off and step out of your pants." Once Jamie finished that task, Ronan was pushing him back against the wall, his big hands grabbing at Jamie's thighs as he lifted him up. "Wrap your legs around me." Jamie obeyed, but his whole body felt light and weak from how hard he'd just come. That goddamn sexy accent had his dick twitching in a valiant effort to get hard again. As soon as he was wrapped tight around Ronan's body, Ronan slammed his hard length inside Jamie's hole. Jamie moaned from the sudden invasion, too sensitive at the moment to handle the sensation, but never wanting to be further away from the man than he was right then. Ronan fucked into him so goddamn deep, with short, quick thrusts. Jamie knew he'd be feeling it for a few days. That thought alone made him moan. It was like being marked by Ronan, and damn, Jamie wanted that. "Oh, please, yes." As Ronan fucked him, he bit and kissed Jamie's lips, forcing his tongue into his mouth like he'd forced his cock into Jamie's hole. Jamie whimpered. His lips felt raw and swollen. Everything about this man was too much and not enough. Jamie could feel his cock twitching, trying to come to life even after being so drained. Ronan pushed and ground his cock into him, stretching his hole the way Jamie loved. The sounds he was making fueled Jamie even more, knowing that he was the one doing that to Ronan, not Quinn or any other guy. Jamie wrapped his arms even tighter around him, raking his nails down Ronan's back, needing to be closer.
Fuck me. Use me.
No sooner had the words slipped out of Jamie's lips than Ronan pushed into him one last time, his body stuttering as he came hard. Jamie was disappointed he couldn't feel the heat of Ronan's cum searing his insides. His doctor stayed wrapped around him, trying to catch his breath, just as Jamie was doing the same. As sweaty as he was, and even with his discomfort growing as he stayed impaled on Ronan's still hard cock against the wall, he never wanted to move. Once they moved, questions would start, and who knew where the answers would come from. Jamie didn't want reality to intrude on what could be one of the hottest nights he'd ever had. Ronan turned, kissing the side of Jamie's head, then his cheek, before slowly pulling out of Jamie. As exposed as he was, Jamie didn't immediately move, other than to plant his feet on the floor. The floaty feeling from moments ago was receding. He knew he had to move and put his pants on, and maybe run to the bathroom to gather himself and clean up. Before he could do any of that, Ronan was back, gently cleaning him up. Jamie was just about to step away when the doctor was done, when Ronan's hand landed on his shoulder, propelling him forward toward the exam table again. Ronan pushed Jamie over it, once again making his breath hitch.
Stay right there. I need to check you over.
At first, Jamie didn't understand what Ronan was talking about, but then he felt his ass cheeks being pulled apart again, exposing that part of himself to his boss. Ronan prodded and poked for a moment before asking,
Was I too rough?
Jamie was supremely confused by the question at first. How could he be hurt when he'd begged this man to fuck him, and even pulled him in so he'd do it faster? But then, this was Dr. Kincaid, the kind-hearted man who liked to play rough but always cared for his partners afterward. Jamie knew that because he'd seen it twice now.
No, I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
One last caress to his ass, and an unexpected kiss over his hole, and Ronan stepped back. Jamie stood, but before he turned to face the doctor, he bent and pulled on his pants, tying them firmly. Taking a deep breath, he turned. Ronan was gorgeous. Jamie thought he'd be riddled with doubt and regret, but seeing that look on the man's face, the flushed cheeks and dilated pupils, a look Jamie had put there, he had no regrets. Okay, maybe a little bit of regret. He still had to work with the man. Jamie forced a small smile, trying for nonchalance, and probably epically failing, since it was followed by Ronan losing his real smile. Ronan stepped close, cupping Jamie's cheek with his hand.
I know you must be confused about, everything you've been watching, and definitely about tonight. Take the night. Think about it. Maybe jot down some questions, and we can talk tomorrow when I pick you up for dinner.
Jamie looked into those eyes that did things to him and wondered how he'd get through this. Every time he was close to this man, he forgot all good sense. Maybe taking the time to think about what was next would help, but Jamie wasn't sure. He nodded, not sure what to say. Ronan stepped back, gesturing for Jamie to walk out in front of him.
What about the table?
Jamie asked as his face flushed. Ronan smiled again, and Jamie felt relief course through him that his doctor wasn't mad at him.
Don't worry, I'll clean up before I lock up.
Ronan walked Jamie to the back exit, the same one he'd snuck in through earlier in the night. Jamie grabbed the door handle at the same time Ronan had reached around him to grab it. He froze, not sure what to do. He didn't want to move away, but also knew the smart thing would be to put some space between them.
Text me when you get home. I need to know you're safe, my naughty little nurse.
Ronan spoke into Jamie's ear, making a shiver run down his spine and his cock twitch. Jamie nodded, unable to get the words out of his lips, afraid a moan would replace it.
Remember, tomorrow night I'll pick you up at your apartment for dinner at 6. Be good for me until then.
He kissed Jamie's cheek, lingering as he inhaled deeply. Ronan stepped back, allowing room for Jamie to pull open the door. He only hesitated for a moment before quickly opening and walking out the door without looking back. Jamie didn't remember the drive from work to home, but Andy was locked up in his room by the time Jamie got there. Glad of not having to explain his appearance to his roommate, he walked to the shower, placing his wallet, keys, and cell on the counter before stripping out of his scrubs. He stared at the cell, wondering if he should text Ronan like he was told to. Would that just encourage him? Did he want to encourage him? Fuck. He needed to take a step back and fucking breathe. There was a small part of him that wanted to please Ronan, so Jamie grabbed his phone, quickly shut off the text, and then turned it off. After his shower, he crashed, not able to stay awake after the night he'd had. The next morning, Jamie sat as Andy puttered around the apartment, sunshine and a warm breeze coming in through the window. It was a beautiful Saturday morning, one that he'd normally be out walking or running in. But all he did was stare at his damn phone and think. Deciding he couldn't handle it, couldn't do again what he'd done the night before, couldn't have, an affair with his boss? He texted Ronan. "I'm sorry. I can't do this. I'll see you Monday." He thought he'd feel relieved or something, but dread sat like dead weight in his stomach. He was just too fucking confused. It was like he didn't know himself anymore. This was just a phase or a fluke. He'd get over it and go back to his normal life. He could handle working with Dr. Kincaid every day and not thinking about his mouth wrapped around his cock or his tongue fucking his ass. Yup, he could do it. He was so fucked. Chapter 9. Ronan. "I'm sorry. I can't do this. I'll see you Monday." Ronan stared at his cell phone in disbelief. Well, okay, maybe he wasn't that surprised. He'd seen the panic Jamie had tried to hide when some of the best sex of Ronan's life had come to an end. And that was saying something, as he'd had an inordinate amount of sex in his life. Christ, he'd practically lost control when he'd fucked Jamie into the wall, and he had the scores on his back from Jamie's nails to prove how much he'd liked it. The desperate whimpers and the repeated urging of, "Yes, yes, yes, yes," and "Harder, Doc, please," were like music to his ears. They'd spurred him on, sending zings of pleasure straight to his dick. Their frantic coupling spoke of the desperation they'd both been feeling for weeks. He knew afterward it wasn't going to be enough. It wasn't like scratching an itch, like so many of his encounters had been in his life. He was drawn to Jamie, and admittedly had been since the moment they'd met, regardless of their best efforts to ignore it. What he wanted to do was get his jacket and drive to Jamie's place and demand to know exactly why he'd canceled. He wanted to reassure him and coax him into accepting the dinner invitation he'd made. He wanted to kiss Jamie and soothe his worries. He wanted to lay with him on his bed and talk to him for hours. He wanted to learn everything there was to learn about him and share himself with Jamie as well. He was an extremely private person. There weren't many people he let in, but something about Jamie made him want to open up. Just the fact that he felt that way helped him understand his own needs were much stronger than a one-night stand or even a quick fling could assuage. Something in Jamie called to him on a deeper level than he could remember feeling from anyone in too many years to count. The only thing that kept Ronan firmly planted in his home was knowing that Jamie didn't go back on his word. Ronan knew Jamie was kicking himself about canceling, but his panic had won out. He figured the biggest obstacle Jamie was thinking about was his job. If there was one thing Jamie had in common with him, it was his strict dedication for being the best doctor or nurse they could be for their patients every single day. Ronan would never disrespect Jamie's commitment to that by letting their personal relationship hinder, in any way, their working relationship. He'd give Jamie this weekend to sort things out in his head, but if his decision was to just ignore the elephant in the room that was their growing attraction to one another, they'd be having a come-to-Jesus discussion. He wasn't about to let him slip through his fingers without a fight. He didn't know what would come of them, but he knew they had to try and see if what they had
was something worth building a relationship on. He already thought it was. He just had to convince Jamie. Monday had Ronan up early, out the door, and to the office by 7. He always had quite a bit of paperwork to do on Mondays before his first patients, but in addition to that, he knew Jamie showed up early most Mondays as well. He needed to receive the grocery order he'd set up for every Monday, something Ronan appreciated so much and had assured Jamie the office would assume the added cost of the delivery. Jamie also wanted to ensure everything was ready for their patients and place any medical supply orders that were needed. When 7:30 rolled around, he heard the back door close and Jamie talking to the grocery delivery guy. The fact he had waited to enter the building until the delivery was made was quite telling. Ronan gave Jamie a few minutes to get himself and the delivery man sorted before he approached him. When he finally rounded the corner into the break room, Jamie's back was to him, and he was reaching into one of the grocery bags. As Jamie turned around, 6 cans of soup in his hands, he gasped and startled upon seeing Ronan there, fumbling several of the cans. Frantically trying to catch them before they fell, Jamie managed to drop every one of them, one squarely on his own foot. Ow, fuck! They both squatted to pick up the cans, their hands meeting as they tried to grab the same one. Instead of grabbing the can, though, Ronan detoured and clasped Jamie's hand. Tugging on it enough to take the boy from a squatting position to his knees, Ronan had him looking up, straight into his eyes, Jamie's own eyes wide with anxiety. Still hanging onto his hand, Ronan slowly lifted his other one to grip Jamie's chin between his thumb and index finger. He held him there, gazes locked, for several long, drawn-out moments, before asking, "How's your foot?" Confusion clouded Jamie's eyes. "My... what?" Ronan let a smile slide over his face and used his thumb to caress Jamie's lower lip, eliciting a gasp from Jamie and causing him to close his eyes. "You dropped a can on your foot. Is it okay?" Keeping his eyes closed, Jamie nodded. Ronan took advantage of the moment and leaned in to kiss those plump lips. The ragged moan that came from his throat had Ronan's dick growing hard. He deepened the kiss, pulling the boy forward until he sat up enough to get closer. Ronan let his knees come down to the floor as well, and suddenly they were flush, chest to chest. Ronan kept Jamie's chin in his hand and tilted his head to the side, trailing kisses down to Jamie's neck where he laved the soft skin. He nipped his way to Jamie's ear, where he bit the lobe. Jamie let out an answering whimper before he whispered, "Dr. Kincaid, please." "Please what, boy?" The only answer was Jamie clasping the lapel of Ronan's lab coat in one hand and gripping the hair at the back of Ronan's neck in the other. When Ronan bit down and sucked on the juncture between Jamie's neck and shoulder, Jamie cried out and gripped him tighter. Knowing he couldn't let them lose themselves in the moment when they needed to talk and get to work, Ronan slowly kissed his way back up to Jamie's mouth and gave him a series of soft pecks on his lips. When he gently pulled away, Jamie collapsed back onto his calves, chest heaving, and a clear bulge in his olive-green scrubs. Jamie opened his eyes, and again, the anxiety was back. Ronan couldn't stop himself from rubbing his thumb over the wrinkles of Jamie's furrowed brow to smooth the worry away. He leaned in to kiss his forehead and heard a soft, needy sigh that melted his heart. Jamie was so conflicted, but Ronan could see, hear, and feel how much he wanted more. "Jamie, you've got nothing to worry about when it comes to your job. Let me be very clear about that right now. Our work relationship and our personal relationship are 100% separate entities, and will remain so." Jamie shook his head. "But, no buts. You aren't at risk of losing your job if things don't work out. Listen, I thought Gina was irreplaceable, and from a personal standpoint she is. But from a nursing standpoint, you are her equal in every way. I couldn't be more pleased with your work. The last thing I'd want to do is lose you in that capacity." Jamie looked forlornly down at his lap. "I don't know, He shook his head and sighed, starting again. "I don't understand what I'm feeling, what's going on with me. It's confusing." "I know, sweetheart. That's why we need to talk things out." This, he gestured back and forth between them, isn't going to change or go away. The more we ignore it, the harder it becomes. Jamie wouldn't meet his eyes, but when he nodded, at least he looked up somewhere in the vicinity of Ronan's chin. I know. You're right. I'm just scared. It's also new and different than anything I've done. I know it is. We'll sort it out. Right now we need to get to work, all right? But this evening, you're coming to my house. I'm going to cook dinner for you, and we're going to talk. The furrowed brow was back. I don't know if that's a good idea. Wouldn't a public place be better? If we're trying to talk, I don't think it's a good idea to be someplace where it's so easy to get distracted. Look at me, Jamie. When he did, Ronan continued, You have my word that we will do nothing more than a little making out tonight, and that's only if you want to. The indelicate snort that came out of Jamie surprised a laugh out of Ronan, but he sobered before he said, I like control in all things. When I tell you there won't be more than that, it's a promise. Ronan hadn't missed the shiver that ran through the boy's body when he mentioned control. He began gathering the dented soup cans, and Jamie joined in, both of them putting the cans in the pantry. Ronan pulled Jamie flush against him once again, rubbing up and down on his back until the tension left Jamie's body. After work, I want you to head home and change into something comfortable. I'll finish closing up the office and then come pick you up around 6-ish. Jamie's forehead lay on Ronan's chest, his voice a bit muffled. I can just drive to your house. Ronan tilted Jamie's head up so their eyes met. I'll pick you up around 6 and bring you to my place. We'll have dinner and talk, and then I'll bring you home. Understood? He shivered and nodded. Ronan exhaled at that, then tilted Jamie's head up to meet his gaze. No more avoidance. No more cancellations. He nodded. I promise, Ronan. That's my good boy. Let's get to work. The day had been long. Everything seemed to be moving like molasses, when all either of them wanted was for time to pass quickly. He'd finally sent Jamie home and was working at closing down for the night, wanting to rush, but knowing he needed to take his time on some patient files. When he was finally wrapping up for the day, he found his heart beating a little harder, his body getting a little warmer, and his breathing coming a little faster. Ronan's visceral reaction to the thought of just seeing Jamie again was telling. He couldn't ever remember a similar feeling for any of his past relationships. He didn't know how it was going to go with him that evening. He'd admired everything he learned about Jamie throughout the last couple months of working with him. He'd realized pretty early on that Jamie was intrinsically good. It was a deep-down sort of goodness you didn't very often find in people his age. He cared deeply about his work and his patients. He cared about Ronan and Natalie, and if Ronan wasn't mistaken, Jamie still chatted at least once a week with Gina. He cultivated friends easily, and people gravitated toward his openness and kindness. Their patients felt immediately at ease with Jamie, and he'd settled into his position as if it was made just for him. Ronan had watched, and while he'd kept his eyes on Jamie's progress at the practice, he'd noticed so many little things. Getting to know Jamie slowly and incrementally was a strange, new pleasure for him, and he'd grown quite fond and very protective of one of the best nurses he'd ever worked with. He wanted to give them a chance. He knew Jamie was someone he didn't want to let slip through his fingers. He needed to grab him and hold on tight, or he'd miss his chance, and someone else would figure out how wonderful, beautiful, and intelligent Jamie was. Ronan had forced himself to keep his distance, believing he was doing what was best for their working relationship. He'd never have dreamed of propositioning him, at least not until Morgan had told him he'd seen Jamie hiding. All bets were off after that. There was no way he could have stayed away after seeing what watching their scene did to Jamie. They had a lot to talk about. As Ronan got out of his car and headed up to the 8th floor of the large apartment building, any lingering worries melted away. A warm feeling washed over him as he got off the elevator, and it reassured him he was doing the right thing. He knocked on Jamie's door and grinned widely as it opened nearly immediately. Jamie's face was flushed, and he was breathing a little heavier than normal. Hi. The word, spoken softly and with a bit of nervousness, went straight to Ronan's dick. He growled,
a low sound vibrating at the back of his throat, and drew Jamie into his arms, kissing him deeply. When Jamie made a soft hum of hunger, Ronan grabbed him by the ass and drew him even closer. Several long, drawn-out moments later, he pulled back.
Come on, let's get going.
They made it to Ronan's house in the woods in 20 minutes, and were out of the car, heading inside, when Jamie said,
Ronan, this is beautiful.
Ronan stopped to look around his little piece of paradise, remembering how he'd felt about it the first time he'd seen it.
Thanks. It is beautiful. I'm thankful every day that I made the decision to live on the outskirts of town, surrounded by the trees. Your house is gorgeous, too. I never pegged you for a man who'd live in a log cabin. Is it one floor? It looks pretty big for a single guy. No, actually it's two, but the second one is a daylight basement because the house is built on a hill. You can't really see that now because it's dark, and the landscaping kind of camouflages it. It is much bigger than I technically need, but I like my space. I don't want to ever have to move if I can help it, so I made my dream home. Come on, it looks like it could rain any minute.
He led Jamie into the kitchen and set him up with a glass of Sauvignon Blanc from his favorite local vineyard, some marinated cheese and olives with crostini, and his favorite sun-dried tomato pastries while he got started on dinner.
Any foods you don't like or any shellfish allergies? Jamie shook his head. I love seafood. Whatever you fix will be fine.
He pointed to the pastries Ronan had made the day before.
What's this? Sun-dried tomato pastries.
Ronan watched bemused as Jamie pulled his hand away and went for the marinated cheese and olives with crostini.
So there are things you don't like.
Jamie blushed and shrugged.
I have a weird thing about tomatoes. I love tomato sauce, tomato soups, and some salsas, but that's about it.
Ronan looked up again from what he was doing and smiled.
I'll keep that in mind for the future.
It felt like a bold statement, an assumption being made, but the small smile and nod he got from Jamie went a long way in giving him some added confidence that they were headed in the right direction. Before taking another bite of an olive and cheese-laden crostini, Jamie asked,
Are the appetizers store-bought, or did you make them? I made them yesterday, so we'd have them to munch on while I make dinner.
Jamie tilted his head.
But you haven't had any.
That's all right.
No, it's not. Here.
Jamie leaned over the bar toward Ronan, holding out a sun-dried tomato pastry. Jamie knew damn well Ronan's hands were dirty with scallops and shrimp for their pasta dish. Ronan grinned and leaned forward to take the mini pastry in his mouth. Seeing Jamie's heated gaze made his dick plump up in his pants. He continued to work, ignoring his dick until it settled the fuck down. It had just started to behave when Jamie leaned over again with a crostini, which was bigger, and Ronan could only bite off half of it. Jamie waited patiently, still leaning over the bar, for him to swallow the first bite. Once he did, Jamie held up the second. Ronan met and held Jamie's gaze as he took the second bite in his mouth, catching his thumb and forefinger as well, and licking them off. Jamie blushed, and his mouth opened slightly as he drew in a slow inhalation, licking his lips. After swallowing the best appetizer he'd ever had, merely because it was hand-fed to him by Jamie, Ronan shook his head.
Jesus, you're killing me. You're giving a whole new meaning to food porn.
Jamie chuckled shyly as Ronan washed his hands. Wiping them on the towel he had tossed over his shoulder, his eyes were glued to Jamie as he walked around the bar toward him. He leaned against the counter, close enough for Ronan to touch. Taking full advantage, he grasped Jamie's arm, pulling him into his side. They just looked at each other for several long moments before Jamie handed his wine glass over. Ronan took it and tipped it back to take a sip, loving the intimate gesture Jamie had initiated. Jamie reached over one of the cutting boards and grabbed a couple raw veggies in his hand, biting into a sliced red pepper as Ronan took another drink of the wine, still holding Jamie against his hip. He finally let go and leaned down to whisper in Jamie's ear,
Take your sexy as fuck body back around the bar so I don't make a liar out of me about us not going further than making out.
Jamie blushed but smiled, nodding. When he turned, Ronan gave him a light smack on the ass and loved the soft little yelp he let out. When he finally sat back down, a safe distance from him, Ronan continued to make their meal. It wasn't long before he had the pasta dish and a salad on the table, ready to eat. Jamie took his first bite and moaned, eyes closed, his lips still around the fork, slowly pulling it out of his mouth. Ronan just stopped and watched him. Food porn indeed. Clearing his throat, Ronan asked, "So, you went to University of Brighton. That's a great nursing school. What made you go into nursing?" Jamie set his fork down and put his hands in his lap. He took such a big, deep breath in, his whole torso moved, as if preparing for something. Ronan reached across the table, palm up, and waited, letting Jamie know without a doubt that he was there for him. Jamie glanced up from his lap to Ronan's hand, and immediately lifted his to grip Ronan's hard. He took another deep, fortifying breath and let it out slowly, glancing across the table at Ronan. "My dad was never in the picture, so my mother was a single mom, working hard to make ends meet. She was going through her last year of nursing school at University of Brighton when my dad split after learning she was pregnant. She got an extra job and kept going with her schooling, knowing she'd need a good job to be able to support me on her own." Jamie paused there and reached for the wine with his free hand. Tipping the rest of it back, he set the glass down again, and his whole body shuddered as he continued. "She had me at the end of her last semester, so she had to delay her final testing while she brought me home and got into a schedule taking care of me. Our next-door neighbor in our apartment complex was an older lady. Her name was Mrs. Copeland, and my mom helped her out sometimes, going grocery shopping while she was doing our shopping because she didn't have a car." Jamie glanced back up at him, a small smile on his face. "So when my mom had me, Mrs. Copeland was over a lot to help, because she'd had 5 kids of her own. It became kind of a symbiotic relationship. My mom would help her with things she couldn't do for herself, and Mrs. Copeland would take care of me when my mom finished her exams and then when she got a job at the local hospital, Brighton General. I always looked up to my mom. She was pretty much my hero. I knew pretty early on I wanted to follow in her footsteps." He took a shaky breath. "One night while I was at class, she had a shift in the emergency room." Ronan noticed Jamie was breathing harder, and his hand was shaking. Getting up from his chair, Ronan rounded the table and crouched down beside Jamie, who turned toward him in his chair. "I don't know why I'm still affected by it so much. It happened years ago. So stupid." "Sweetheart, none of your emotions are stupid. It sounds like this is a really hard one to talk about, so take your time." Jamie nodded and gripped both of Ronan's hands, gazing at them instead of meeting Ronan's eyes. It was a habit Ronan would have to break him of, but for now, he'd be damned if he was going to interrupt him. "There was a gunshot victim who came into the emergency room. He was agitated, so they sedated him to be able to assess his wounds. They'd brought in a portable X-ray machine to see where the bullet was and how much internal damage there was, but apparently he'd had so much adrenaline pumping in his body and was heavier than he looked, so the sedation only worked for a short time." Jamie took another gulp of air and tried to go on, but his voice cracked. Ronan reached up and gripped Jamie's neck, rubbing his thumb softly along Jamie's jawline. "It's all right. Take your time, Jamie." Jamie nodded and continued. "While my mom was working on getting the images done with the X-ray tech, the guy woke and struck out at anyone within arm's length. He hit my mom in the face, shattering her cheekbone, and she flew back into the X-ray machine, hitting her temple. The doctor was on his way to treat the patient, and he saw what happened. She fell to the floor and was bleeding from the wound where she hit the machine. They rushed her into an operating room immediately. She had a brain hemorrhage, and they couldn't save her." "Oh, Jamie, I'm so sorry." Jamie just looked at his lap and shook his head. Ronan couldn't take it anymore. He stood and pulled Jamie up with him, taking him in his arms and holding him tight. Jamie kept talking as they hugged. "They couldn't save her. Dr. Groves was the attending and the one who operated on her. I knew him well. His wife and my mom had become best friends. He drove to campus, to my dorm, knocked on my door, and gave me the news. He brought me home to his house that night so I wouldn't have to be alone." Jamie squeezed Ronan tightly. "She was so young and was just gone so quickly and so unexpectedly. I don't think of it that often anymore, which probably makes me an asshole, but I miss her every day. Time passing has helped.
It's just every once in a while it hits me, you know? Ronan pulled back just enough to kiss Jamie's forehead and then skim his lips over the corner of his mouth. Of course it hits you sometimes, and you can't think of it every day for the rest of your life. You have to move on, and you've done so admirably. That doesn't make you an asshole. Look where you are now. You're doing exactly what you wanted to do, and I know your mom would be so very proud of you. He clasped Jamie's face in both of his hands and kissed his cheeks. Pulling him in for another hug, he felt Jamie's deep breaths in and out, and then felt his shoulders relax, followed incrementally by the rest of his body. With Jamie's head resting on his shoulder, Ronan barely heard him when he said, "Thank you, Ronan. I'm sorry Jamie's stomach rumbled loudly in hunger, and that was exactly what he needed to burst the sad memory bubble they'd found themselves in. Suddenly, Jamie was laughing, and Ronan chuckled right along with him, his arms still tight around him. Jamie pulled away a bit, looking up at him. I think my body is telling me to stop being so depressing and eat up. Ronan grinned, his heart so full of the boy in his arms, he didn't know what to do with all the emotions he was feeling. He pulled back and nodded. Want me to heat up the pasta? Jamie shook his head as he settled back in his chair, wiping his eyes one last time. He glanced up at Ronan and smiled a gorgeous smile that made butterflies take off in Ronan's stomach. No, I think it will be perfect as is. Ronan took his seat again, and they both dug into their meals with gusto. Nothing like an emotional upheaval to make a person hungry. They continued to make light-hearted small talk, getting to know each other even more. But Ronan couldn't help but feel deep in his gut that they'd taken a step forward with that conversation. They'd grown inexorably closer as a result, and regardless of the subject, Ronan found himself feeling grateful that he was the one Jamie felt comfortable enough with to let himself go. They talked long after their meals were gone, and Ronan's dessert of raspberry tarts had been devoured. He watched Jamie as he used his hands, talking animatedly. Ronan grinned, realizing how much he enjoyed Jamie's company, and so far, there wasn't a single thing he disliked. Their working relationship was perfect. They both cared equally about their patients and provided them the best care possible. But Ronan realized on a personal level, even during working hours, there were altogether too many things he'd noticed in the 2 months they'd been working together that he found endearing. Like how Jamie's brow furrowed when he was worried, and he ran his fingers through his hair when he was frustrated. He laughed at patients' bad jokes, or held their hands if they needed his support. Ronan loved the way Jamie's cheeks tinged pink when he was embarrassed, and flushed darker when he was aroused. His eyes sparkled when he was amused. He was social and outgoing, but never an attention seeker. He thrived on routine, responsibility, and order. Jamie hated coffee, loved hot chocolate, and occasionally drank tea. He realized he'd been taking notice of him from the first day. By the time they'd cleaned up after their meal, Ronan realized he was in danger of getting really attached to one very sexy, very sweet, and, with him, a somewhat shy Jameson Gray. And while the thought made him a bit nervous, he also felt excited at what they might become. He hadn't felt this connection with anyone in years. Not that he'd been unhappy. His life was fulfilling, and his job meant the world to him. Ronan had great friends and a tight foothold in the local BDSM community. He'd never felt like there was something missing, but he was giving it a bit of thought now. He knew it was time, so he closed in on Jamie. Let's go talk about this relationship we've gotten ourselves into, and what it means to us from both a work and personal standpoint. He clasped Jamie's hand and drew him to the large, soft leather sectional. He dimmed the lights a bit and lit the fire along with a few candles on the surrounding surfaces. Jamie grinned up at him as he went to take his seat. Are you romancing me, Dr. Kincaid? Well, as much as that won't hurt, I'm trying to help you relax. You became stressed immediately after I suggested we have the talk. We're not going to the knackers, kid. This isn't going to be scary, and we're going to take it slow. But first, I want to reiterate that our working relationship is completely separate from our personal one. Jamie bit his lip and nodded. Okay, I'm worried that if something happens and it ends roughly, are we going to want to work together going forward? Jamie,
Ronan reached out and touched his knee. I'm not one to get angry. In fact, it very rarely happens. If this doesn't work out, we move on and keep our working relationship as is. You're one of the best nurses I've worked with, and I'm not going to jeopardize my practice over something personal. Jamie took a deep breath and asked, You sure? Positive, boy. Jamie's eyes widened slightly, and he licked his lips. Ronan couldn't stop himself from rubbing his thumb over the boy's soft, full lips, and his dick hardened even more when Jamie took a tentative lick. Jesus, you're going to be the death of me. Let's talk about how you learned you're into voyeurism kink. It's a specific kink? I mean, I looked it up because I didn't know why I was reacting the way I was. It doesn't feel the same when I watch porn, but I didn't know it was a kink per se. Ronan nodded. It is. The first time you noticed it was in the office? Never earlier or anywhere else? Jamie shook his head and looked down at his jeans, rubbing his hands up and down the legs of his pants. I've never seen anyone have sex before or do anything kinky. Then, last Friday, I realized I'd left my phone at work and drove back to the clinic. I didn't know what was going on. At first, I thought you were seeing another patient after hours, but then... Then what? Then I heard moaning and sex noises, and I got curious. Too curious not to go check it out. I had to see for myself what was going on in the room. Once I saw you with those men, I couldn't tear my eyes away. All I knew was I'd never felt like that before, and I didn't care if I got caught. You weren't shocked or disgusted by anything you saw. God, no. Everything was so sensual. And yeah, it was obviously kinky, but I could tell how much you cared about pleasing the bottom. Submissive. Sorry, yeah, I read that somewhere. I guess I'm confused about it. I'm not a submissive person, so I don't know why watching you fuck those submissive guys made me so hot. He appeared so bewildered, Ronan clasped Jamie's hand in his. It's what your body desires. Seeing others have sex is something that gets you off, and there's no shame in that. A ton of people feel the same way. Seriously? Ronan nodded. Oh yeah, I'm very serious. One day I'll take you to a munch, and you can meet others like you and many others who like different things. What the fuck is a munch? Ronan couldn't help the snort that came out when he saw Jamie's utterly confused expression. You've got quite a mouth on you. Jamie laughed. Sorry. Ronan smirked and said, sure you are. A munch is a social gathering for people in the BDSM community. So we usually rent a large room at a restaurant or another location for about 4 hours, and people can come and go as they please. It's the perfect place for BDSM beginners or those who are curious to come and talk with people that live our lifestyle. Everyone's really welcoming. You'll realize there's no shame in what your body reacts to. Squeezing Jamie's hand, he wiggled it a bit to loosen him up. But let's get back to the part where you said you're not submissive, okay? Jamie shrugged but nodded, so Ronan continued. I agree. For nearly all other aspects of your life, you're not submissive at all. When I took you against the wall, you were demanding. I could see the need to take and the desire to obey war in your eyes, but ultimately you submitted. You wanted to please me. Think back on it. Is what I'm saying true? Jamie sat for at least a full minute, really thinking about it, and finally nodded, a frustrated look on his face. But I'm not submissive, so I don't know why I act like that around you. I think the small part of yourself that is submissive recognizes that I'm dominant, and that same small part of you naturally defers in small ways to that. It's beautiful, Jamie. You're stunning when you react like that to me. It turns me on, and I love that you discovered what your kink is. I'm glad I helped you with that. Jamie leaned back a bit, and Ronan let his hand go. But I don't want it to be like that all the time. Frowning, Ronan tilted his head. All the time, like when we're going out on dates or at work? Jamie nodded quickly, and Ronan continued. I'd never expect that from you. I think you'd mainly be submissive in the bedroom. And if we moved forward, it would be with the understanding that it wouldn't be a typical contracted dom and sub relationship. I think you would enjoy letting everything go and submitting to me when we're alone in my home. I think you'd thrive on it.
Being able to be free of any stress and taking someone's orders so you don't have to make any decisions is probably going to feel wonderful to you. But we'll test that theory to make sure."
Jamie looked down to his lap again, then glanced up just enough to meet Ronan's gaze before shifting his eyes back down.
"Does that mean we're dating?" "Mm-hmm. It means we're going to try different things out and see what works for us. We won't have a contract between us. We'll take it day by day. I want it to feel organic. Maybe sometimes you'll feel like submitting to me when we're out to dinner or some other kind of date. You can tell me if and when that happens. But otherwise, you'll only be submissive to me in bed. What do you think about that?"
Jamie shrugged.
"Okay, I guess. It makes me nervous, though."
Ronan understood that and nodded.
"That's only natural. We'll get through it together. How about that? We can learn what you need from your submission as we go. I want this to feel organic, not shoved upon you. If something isn't right or there are things I suggest you don't want to do, we won't do it. You're new to this, so we'll go at your pace."
Jamie took a big, deep breath and let it out in a whoosh.
"Okay, as long as I have a say in things."
Ronan lifted Jamie's chin up.
"You'll learn that submissives are the ones with all of the power in this type of relationship. But we'll go into that later. All I care about is knowing you want to pursue a relationship with me and agree to explore your desires no matter how strange or foreign they feel to you. Do you trust me enough to share those things with me?"
Jamie snorted.
"You caught me with a hard-on watching you edge that guy to within an inch of his life. I think we've maxed out at the top level of embarrassment for me. The rest will be a cakewalk."
Ronan loved that response and laughed with Jamie.
"Good. It's late. I've kept you longer than I intended this evening. Now you have an option. Do you want me to drive you home, or do you want to come to my bed and sleep with me? And when I say sleep, I mean sleep. You're knackered. Talking about this and being tense all day because of it has exhausted you. I want you to sleep in my bed, and I want to wrap myself around you all night and hold you. But if you want or feel the need to go home, I'll take you there right now."
Jamie bit his lip and met Ronan's gaze.
"I'd like to stay with you, but I don't have clothes for work tomorrow. I'll drop you off at your place in the morning and head to work. You can get ready and come in when you're done. How does that sound?" "Kind of perfect. Jesus, boy, don't give me those sexy bedroom eyes and then expect me to hold back from taking you again."
Jamie chuckled, as if the fact he had the power to turn Ronan on that much delighted him. He stood and looked submissively down at the ground, trying not to smile, but unable to contain it. Ronan grabbed Jamie's hand and yanked him down to straddle his lap. Grabbing onto his hair, he tugged until his lips were touching Jamie's ear.
"You keep doing that, boy, and I'll turn you over my knee and spank that sweet ass of yours."
Jamie shuddered in his arms and whispered,
"Oh, fuck."
Ronan gripped Jamie's ass cheeks tightly and stood with him in his arms. Jamie wrapped his legs around him and hugged him tight. Ronan walked them toward his bedroom, kissing, nibbling, and sucking on Jamie's neck, enjoying the little mewling sounds escaping from the boy's lips. They went about the business of getting ready for bed, both of them sporting hard cocks beneath their boxer briefs. When they got in bed, Jamie gave him a sexy kiss and a seductive pout when Ronan said,
Not gonna happen. I made you a promise, and I'm going to keep it. Now turn over so I can spoon you."
Jamie finally followed directions after another quick kiss.
"Good night, Jamie."
Jamie whispered,
"Good night,"
as he snuggled back into Ronan's arms. Ronan's dick nearly hardening again, but he kept his word and ignored it. He was fast asleep in Ronan's arms in less than 5 minutes. The feeling of rightness in having Jamie in his arms was something he'd never felt before. It should have scared him to death, but all he could feel was anticipation for what their new relationship would bring. Chapter 10. Jamie. Walking up the path to Ronan's less than a week after they'd agreed to date had Jamie's nerves staging a riot. The whole thing made Jamie nervous, but his nerves weren't the only thing on high alert either.
Damn hormones.
The past week at work had been slightly awkward. The change between them was huge, and it had a ripple effect. Now, when passing in the hall, Ronan would send him blatant, heated looks when no one was looking, making Jamie lose focus. There were a few near incidents where his body became one with a wall because he'd been so distracted by Ronan and the promise those looks always told. Ronan even found time to call Jamie in his office during breaks to kiss him silly and whisper things to Jamie that he'd only ever heard in porn. But it was getting easier. Dating the boss wasn't easy for Jamie since he'd always had a hard and fast rule, but with the small practice and only Natalie, who must have the observation skills of a hunter because she knew almost immediately when she'd first seen them interact the next day, as staff, there was no one else for them to worry about. No one else for Jamie to be concerned about how his relationship with Ronan could affect the practice. And that was important to Jamie. And it helped. It helped Jamie realize that maybe it could work. Working with and dating Ronan wasn't a terrible idea. Being able to look at it from 30,000 feet let him see the big picture, see how much he'd grown to care for Ronan over the 2 months they had worked together, and see how much he trusted Ronan through the getting to know him better phase. All Jamie had to do was watch Ronan with his patience to see he was a good man. And now he was Jamie's. Jamie rang the doorbell. Moments later, Ronan, dressed in his typical work clothes of dress pants and a light blue button-up shirt, answered the door with a warm smile.
"Come in, Jamie."
Jamie smiled and stepped inside. Ronan closed the door behind him. Jamie's eyes were still locked on Ronan's smiling lips when he felt Ronan's hand tilting his chin up. Looking up, Jamie saw the smile on Ronan's lips reflected in his eyes, and Jamie was once again caught. He always felt like this, like he'd been caught in Ronan's web, wrapped up tight, safe and sound. Too many times it made him mentally stumble, causing him to stutter his words and blush. There was just something about him. This aura he exuded made Jamie want to get closer, to touch him, to be touched by him. But Jamie couldn't quite trust that. Who felt that about someone they just met? He felt the touch of Ronan's lips on his cheek, soft and sweet. Jamie heard Ronan breathe in, and his eyes slipped closed as Ronan pressed his cheek to Jamie's temple. He leaned further into Ronan's embrace as his arms slid around Jamie's waist. The moment was short, but it settled Jamie. When Ronan leaned back, still smiling, Jamie felt his heartbeat pound against his ribcage. He loved that look on his face.
"Let's go sit down."
Ronan turned as he grabbed Jamie's hand.
"Did you want something to eat?"
Jamie sat on the couch when Ronan let go of his hand.
"I'm good, thank you. I ate at home since I had to cook for Andy." "Andy? He's the roommate, correct?"
Ronan sat next to him, his knee bent up on the cushion, his body facing Jamie.
"Yep, roommate and best friend,"
Jamie replied.
"I know you traveled for your job. How did you meet Andy?"
As Jamie talked, Ronan grabbed his hand again and ran his thumb across his knuckles.
"Oh, we met in college. I'd gone for nursing and he went for art. He'd been sitting in this outdoor seating area drawing. When I sat down, I said hi, and he replied. We talked, or rather, I talked for about an hour before I realized he was doing that thing where he was giving perfunctory answers but really wasn't hearing me. Basically, I was talking to myself the whole time. Then I stopped talking, and he looked over at me and said, 'Hi, who are you?' And that was that. We were friends."
Jamie laughed. Ronan chuckled.
"Is he always like that?"
"Yes and no. If there's art in front of him, yes. He loses focus on conversation and basically anything around him. But with his students, his focus is always completely on them. He doesn't love his job, but he loves the kids and teaching them. Don't get me wrong, he can still lose blocks of time at home or when his focus isn't on the kids in his class, but I love him the way he is."
"He sounds endearing. He teaches art, I assume?"
"He does. It's not a dream job, but one his parents encouraged him would be better than trying to become an artist full-time." Jamie shook his head. "They mean well, but they aren't the hands-on type of parents."
"But he has you, and I know you would encourage him to fulfill his dream."
Jamie smiled.
"I do. He deserves to be doing something he loves. Everyone does." "I agree."
Ronan stroked Jamie's cheek with his free hand.
"Now you're here, so we can go over some basics you need to know. Think of it as a training class of sorts."
Jamie could do that. When he put his mind to learning something new, he went at it with the goal to excel at it. Jamie nodded.
Let me take you to my dungeon.
Ronan winked. Like Dungeons and Dragons dungeons with cages and things? Jamie swallowed hard. His nerves that had dissipated with conversation were suddenly back. Ronan laughed loudly.
Not quite like that. Come on, it's downstairs.
They walked back toward the front door and went through an entryway that had a set of wooden steps leading down. If it wasn't for the large pieces of equipment that were placed around couches and chairs, Jamie would have thought it was a plain old man cave. Ronan pulled him to a stop when they walked past the long bar on the right of the entryway and turned to face him, holding both of Jamie's hands in his.
We're going to go over a few things you need to know. Safe words are the most important of those things. Then we'll move on to some of the equipment you see around the room and maybe test out each one, and also toys.
Okay, Jamie said, nodding his head probably a little bit too hard.
Calm down. We're only talking. Breathe.
Jamie took a deep breath, closing his eyes and trying to center his thoughts. Opening his eyes, he looked up at Ronan, smiled, and replied,
Sorry, I'm better.
Ronan nodded.
I know. It's okay to be nervous. This is a good time to talk about your safe words. It's a word or set of words used like a code word. It's a way to communicate to your dom or partner your physical or mental state. You would call out that word if things became too much and you need to stop or slow down. Understand?
Yeah, that makes sense.
We need to come up with one for you. Some people use a word they'd in no way ever shout out during sex. Or we can use the traffic light system. Red for full stop, yellow for pause or slow down, and green for full steam ahead.
Ronan winked. Chuckling with him, Jamie replied,
I think the traffic light system is the easiest. Then where are you now?
Jamie paused, giving it real thought.
Green. Now, why don't you kneel for me, and I'll show you the proper positions I may have you in during a scene. This is a public or private way to show your submission to me.
Taking another deep breath, Jamie kneeled and sat back on his feet. Looking up at Ronan, he waited.
We will practice this over time, so it may become easier for you to get into and stay in position. But I don't see this being more than an occasional thing we do. Mostly special occasions and playtime.
Ronan ran his fingers through Jamie's hair as he spoke, walking around him. The sensation helped to calm Jamie's racing heart a small amount.
Straighten your back.
Ronan stopped walking.
Do you mind taking off your shirt, Jamie?
Without speaking, Jamie reached around and pulled the shirt over his head. Ronan took it from his hands and placed it over the back of a nearby chair. Jamie straightened his spine, looking to Ronan for more guidance. Ronan walked behind him, running his finger down Jamie's spine, causing goosebumps to spread across his body.
That's good, Jamie. Very good. Keep your knees slightly apart and place your hands palm up on your legs. Yes, just like that.
As Ronan talked, he walked around Jamie, distracting him with small touches to his skin. Ronan ran his fingers lightly across Jamie's shoulders, up the side of his neck, and then down to caress his collarbone. Each touch turned Jamie on, making him completely focused on Ronan.
When you're in this position, there are times when you'll need to keep your eyes down at all times. I like your eyes on me, so it'll be rare. I'll let you know ahead of time, okay?
Ronan asked, his voice calm and even.
I understand, Jamie replied. I understand, sir.
Ronan's voice grew gruff as he grabbed Jamie's chin, holding his face up gently as his fiery eyes locked onto Jamie's.
When you are on your knees for me like this, when I have you tied up or held down, when you're watching someone else submit to me as you submit to me, you will address me as sir. Do you understand?
Jamie swallowed. He felt himself panting each breath as he spoke.
Yes, sir. Good boy, Jamie,
Ronan growled out. His fingers threaded through Jamie's hair, holding him still as he bent down and devoured Jamie's mouth.
Jesus, hearing you say that with that look in your eyes makes me want to do all sorts of things to you right now.
Ronan was now the one panting as he kept his forehead pressed to Jamie's.
Please, sir.
Jamie strained toward Ronan. Ronan's reaction to him, the want in his voice, had Jamie feeling a little out of control. He just wanted so much he couldn't think straight. Ronan groaned, squeezing his fingers tighter in Jamie's hair.
You tempt me.
Taking a deep breath, Ronan slowly let go of Jamie's hair and stepped back.
Stand up.
Jamie stood on legs that felt like jelly. Standing there as his legs solidified under him, he watched Ronan take a deep breath and adjust his hard cock. Jamie stared, wanting to taste him like he'd tasted Jamie the first time they'd been together. The saliva pooled in his mouth. "Jamie!" Jamie's head snapped up at the command in Ronan's voice. "Focus. You'll get that when I say you can." Jamie felt his cheeks burning, embarrassment spreading through him at being caught, but he couldn't help but smile a little. He loved that he could affect Ronan that way. "Come on, let me show you some of the equipment." Ronan pushed Jamie toward a towering, leather-bound, X-shaped thing that sat near the wall-to-wall windows. It was tall and imposing, like everything else in the room. "This is the St. Andrew's cross. You can see the padded buckles on each corner. It's used to restrain a sub for their dom's pleasure. Come on." Once again, Jamie found himself being nudged forward. Ronan instructed him to turn his back to the cross and fit his hands and ankles to each corner where the buckles were attached. "Do you want me to buckle them to give you a feel of what it's like?" Ronan asked, his eyes searching Jamie's. Jamie thought about it. As much as the thought of being tied down for Ronan's pleasure turned him on, he didn't think he was quite ready to test it out yet, even for educational purposes. Jamie shook his head, feeling guilty for saying no, but when Ronan smiled and reached out to caress his cheek, Jamie knew he'd done the right thing, and Ronan thought so too. They moved again and again, from the cushioned bondage table with the cage underneath to the weird chair that had eyelets and an open seat that, according to Ronan, allowed complete access to a sub's hole when they were secured to it. Ronan smirked at the next thing and called it a torture tower that looked to Jamie like a twisted version of a stockade. When Jamie tested that out, he felt hot all over. Even partly dressed, with his feet and hands in the spots where they'd normally be secured above his head and his ass on full display, he felt completely exposed. Jamie knew if he'd been naked, he would have felt even more vulnerable, but goddamn turned on, too. Because being exposed in that way to Ronan did that to him. Ronan showed him another piece of furniture called a torture bar. "You have a lot of things used for torture, Ronan, sir." Ronan laughed, clearly amused. "That's the whole point." They moved to the corner farthest away from the main entryway. There were 3 pieces of equipment spread a few feet apart from each other. Each one was padded with leather and had various straps and buckles attached, much like everything else in the room. Ronan stood behind him this time, his arms wrapped tightly around Jamie's waist, his mouth right next to Jamie's ear as he spoke, and his hard cock pressed against Jamie's ass. "These are spanking benches. That one is a kneeling spanking bench. The sub kneels on the padded part that's on the floor, then their belly goes over the higher part," Ronan said as he pointed at each section. "The bench where their upper body lays can be angled so that their dom has better access to their ass." Ronan used his left hand to squeeze Jamie's ass. He couldn't stop the noise of pleasure that escaped. Ronan moved again, this time to the taller of the benches, still with Jamie in his arms. The bench was bound in a dark cherry leather and had 4 legs and padded places for what Jamie assumed would be a person's legs and arms, each with a fur-lined leather strap. "This is just a regular spanking bench, and besides the St. Andrew's cross, probably the most used for scenes when I have house parties." "House parties?" Jamie asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, more like BDSM house parties. It's a safe place for doms and subs to come and just socialize if that's what they want. They also have free access to all of the equipment you see, and a few private rooms for those who don't like to be on full display." Jamie nodded. "Yeah, okay. That's hot." Ronan laughed. "I thought you'd like that part. I throw a few a year and invite friends. My next one won't be until summertime, though, so you'll have to wait." Ronan kissed and licked his earlobe, then started to nibble on it. Jamie couldn't help but push back into the hard body behind him. Wanting to be closer to Ronan was a near constant thing for him, but after looking, testing, and talking about each of the things in the room, Jamie was desperate. "The last bench is a spreader spanking bench. Do you know why a dom would need his sub's legs spread, Jamie?" Ronan's husky voice and heated breath ghosted over Jamie's ear, making him shiver. Jamie could guess the answer to that question, but decided to play along like he couldn't figure it out. He wanted to see what Ronan would do. Jamie was more than willing to test this one out.
No, sir.
Ronan hummed, moving his hands to caress Jamie's flat belly and the edge along his pants.
No idea. No, sir. Okay.
Ronan walked them forward until Jamie was looking down at the black leather bench, his cock strained against the confines of his jeans.
Let's test this one out.
Ronan guided him onto the bench. Once Jamie was draped over the bench, but not strapped down, he felt his belly quiver. Ronan stood silently behind him, running his hand down Jamie's spine. When he tapped Jamie's ass and said, "Stand up," Jamie was confused. When Jamie stood, Ronan turned him toward him.
"Can you take your pants and underwear off for me?"
Jamie felt his answer to his core. He wanted this, had hoped, but to have it there in front of him took his breath away. Jamie nodded and reached for his pants without taking his eyes off Ronan.
"No, Jamie," Ronan said as he stopped Jamie's hands. "I need your words." "Yes, sir. I can take them off for you. Thank you."
Letting go of Jamie's hands, Ronan stepped back enough to give him space to undress. Jamie piled his pants, socks, and underwear on the floor next to the bench, then stood naked as Ronan looked him up and down. He didn't speak for a few moments, and Jamie wanted to squirm.
"You are beautiful, Jamie. Just breathtaking."
Jamie smiled and felt the compliment down to his toes.
"Thank you, sir. I'm not going to strap you down. We both agree you're not ready for that yet. But once you are back on the bench, I want your hands holding tight to the pegs. They're there for that purpose, okay?" "Yes, sir," Jamie nodded. "I'm going to grab a few things out of the cabinet you see right there on the wall."
Ronan pointed to a dark wood cabinet that hung on the wall, nearly blending in, about 5 feet away.
"I want you to kneel like I showed you before. This time, Jamie."
Ronan cupped his chin, softening his voice.
"I want you to put your chin to your chest and close your eyes. Relax, okay?"
"Yes, thank you, sir." Jamie knew Ronan was giving this to him to help him not get overwhelmed.
"Of course."
Ronan walked away, and Jamie knelt like he'd been shown. Putting his chin to his chest, he let his eyes slip closed and took a deep breath, in and out, over and over. He thought he'd be more nervous, but with Ronan, what they were doing felt right. Odd and weird in an, oh boy, that's a new feeling kind of way, but right. He trusted him, and Ronan returned that trust to Jamie. Each item he learned about that day, the way Ronan took the time to show him how each one worked and go at Jamie's pace, was proof positive that the sub, in this case Jamie, had the power. He may not be ready to be strapped down and spanked, but he trusted Ronan with what they'd agreed to do so far. Ronan walked back over and placed a few things on the table beside the spanking bench. Jamie recognized the bottle of lube and condom, but not the other items.
"I'm going to go over each toy, and you can tell me if it's a hard no or if you're willing to try it out. But first, I want to talk to you about safety. You must know I'm tested regularly, and it's something that I insist with all the men I play with. I was tested a few months ago, and I haven't been with anyone since, but you can test me at work on Monday."
Jamie added quickly,
"I'm also on prep. I have been for a few years."
Ronan's smile was full of praise and affection.
"Me too. I shouldn't be surprised you're so responsible in this area as well. I know you go bareback with your scene partners a lot, and since you're a stickler for safety, it doesn't surprise me you're smart about your health, sir." "Okay, now that that's cleared up, condoms until we get tested. Let's talk about the rest. These are sensory toys. The focus is on your senses, like hot and cold or soft and scratchy."
Ronan picked up a metal thing that looked like a smaller version of a pizza cutter, but with teeth.
"This is a Wartenberg wheel. It's rolled over the skin and creates the feeling of sharp pricks. It can be painful to some. This one is a single row of spines. I have others that have anywhere from 2 to 10, but we're starting small for you. Do you want to try this one?"
"Yes, sir." Ronan nodded and set it aside, picking up the next toy. This one was also metal, but shorter than the last one.
"This is a rolling drum. Unlike the wheel, this has raised studs. On its own, it just causes a sensation similar to a massage, but more intense."
Jamie nodded, and it went into the use pile. There was just one more toy. It was small and rubber, and Jamie had a feeling it was meant to be used on his cock. He shivered. This is a sleeve for your cock. The little side pocket has a vibrator in it that I'll have control over through this remote, okay? Yes, sir. Ronan set the last toy down and stepped close to Jamie. Stand up. He placed his hands on Jamie's hips, spreading his fingers and squeezing. What color are you, boy? Green, sir. Then Ronan reached down, grabbing Jamie's cock. Jamie gasped. He'd been half-hard throughout the show-and-tell portion of the instruction because it was Ronan talking about using those things on him. But now, with Ronan's warm hand wrapped around his shaft, it surged to life. Ronan stroked, not once looking away from Jamie. Jamie kept his hands to his sides, somehow knowing he shouldn't touch Ronan. He was supposed to stand there and take the pleasure rolling through him for Ronan. When Jamie's dick was dripping with pre-cum and he felt like a quivering mess, Ronan let go. He grabbed the lube, pouring some onto his hand and a little inside the rubber sleeve. Once he had tortured Jamie some more by coating his cock with lube, Ronan pushed the lubed sleeve down his cock. Jamie's head tipped back as he moaned. With a kiss to the top of Jamie's head, Ronan ordered him to climb onto the spanking bench. When he was fully on the bench, knees spread wide, ass high, and hands grasping the pegs, Jamie moaned. He could feel his hole exposed to Ronan. His dick was hard and throbbing in the sleeve. His balls were already drawing up tight. Then Jamie felt it. The vibration from the sleeve. It was low, like a hum, doing nothing more than making him even more aware of how hard he was. Ronan's hand skimmed down his back, then trailed a finger down his crack to push against his hole. Jamie's cock twitched as he moaned. Ronan did it again and again, starting from the top of Jamie's back and ending with a tap or push against his rim. Then Jamie felt a whole different sensation. It was pressure, but good pressure, just like Ronan had said. A massage, but more intense. The rolling drum. Ronan started in the same spot, at the top of Jamie's back, rolling it down until he reached his tailbone. Again and again. It was pleasant and slow. It was like he was setting a rhythm as he alternated between the smoothness of his hand and the rough studs of the rolling drum. Jamie felt himself sinking onto the bench, his muscles relaxing bit by bit until he felt like a puddle of nothing. That's it. Just relax. Jamie had no idea how long it went on when, suddenly, he felt a sharp, prickling sensation roll over his ass cheek. It wasn't painful, or it shouldn't have been. But compared to the smooth pressure of the rolling drum, it was. Deep breath, Jamie. That's it. In and out. You can do this. The vibration on his cock intensified, causing a moan to slip out of Jamie. Ronan's hand was back on him, sliding up and down Jamie's back while the pleasure of the vibration shot through him. When Ronan's hand moved away, the vibration on his cock decreased again. Then the wheel was rolled over his ass cheek again. Jamie arched his back and moaned, not sure if it was pleasure or pain that was causing it. Ronan went back and forth. Smooth, relaxing sensations with a low hum of vibration alternated with the prick of pain from the wheel and the intense pulse of the vibrator on his cock. Soon, the sensations shooting through Jamie's body were all he could think about. Thought beyond Ronan and what he was causing Jamie's body to feel was impossible. Jamie was panting, his cock and balls throbbing and aching with the need to shoot. Ronan? Shh, Jamie, I'm here. What color are you? Color? Please. I know, boy, but you need to tell me what color you are. Ronan was petting him even as the vibration stayed high and intense. Jamie opened his mouth to tell him, but all that came out was a moan. Panting, his forehead leaning on the leather in front of him, he took a deep breath and whispered, Green, sir. Good, Jamie, good. Ronan stopped touching him. As Jamie lay there, he was left with just the feeling of the sleeve wrapped tight around him, the vibration back on low, causing his balls to tingle. Then there was something wet and cold touching his rim. A new sensation, but this one he knew. Ronan had his fingers pushing against him, and then inside of him, scissoring them to loosen his hole.
Oh God, yes.
Jamie needed Ronan inside him, wanted to feel him stretching him and fucking him. Ronan's body covered his. His warmth blanketing Jamie made him whimper with need.
I'm going to taste you and devour you and fuck you.
Jamie felt the sheathed head of Ronan's cock push, and he opened himself up as much as he could, wanting Ronan inside him faster. He wanted to push back against Ronan, to have him sinking into his hole until their balls touched, but he knew Ronan was in control. Holding himself back wasn't easy. Letting go for someone else to take him, to move him, wasn't something Jamie was used to doing. But he wanted to try for himself and for Ronan. Jamie relaxed as much as his taut body would allow, accepting the slow push of Ronan's hard dick as he entered him. Jamie moaned. It was better than the last time. It was perfect.
God, your hole feels good, boy, wrapped so tight around me,
Ronan moaned, mouthing the side of Jamie's neck as he pumped slowly in and out of him. Then Jamie felt the vibrator turn up. The squeeze around his cock and the feel of Ronan inside of him was becoming too much.
Please. Please what? You know I like it when you beg me. Please, harder. Sir.
Jamie stuttered the words. Ronan moved his body up and away, no longer covering Jamie's. He felt him pull out until his cockhead was stretching Jamie's hole. It was a sensation bordering on pain and pleasure. Then Ronan slammed into him, over and over, hitting his prostate nearly every time. Jamie sobbed with pleasure when his orgasm hit. He felt it everywhere. He felt Ronan everywhere. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when he finally came back to himself. Ronan was panting and draped over him, murmuring words of comfort and praise. Jamie didn't know what to think in that moment, but he knew he was more than happy to try whatever they just did again and again. Chapter 11. Ronan. Ronan sat back in his chair, leaning his elbows on the armrests, and clasped his hands over his stomach. It was a couple of weeks after Ronan had showed Jamie the dungeon, and he and Jamie had made some decisions about how his play with others would go moving forward, which was how he found himself with no Friday after-hours scenes, but, instead, sitting across the table from a close friend. Ronan crossed his legs and watched as Tate mirrored his position with a smirk on his face.
All right, Ronan, spit it out. Why are we here? Not that I'm unhappy meeting you for lunch. It's about time we got together, but you're being very secretive, and your expression is far too serious for my liking.
He'd invited his friend and fellow Dom to lunch to discuss their arrangement, but they'd spent the lunch hour chatting and catching up. They rarely had the time during their scenes, and Tate and his submissive Malachi didn't like munches or the parties Ronan occasionally held at his home. Ronan steepled his hands and smiled at his friend.
I've met someone.
Tate's eyes opened wide in surprise.
You? The self-proclaimed forever bachelor? Do tell.
Ronan smirked for a moment in response, but considering he was bearing what Tate might think of as bad news, it didn't last long. That didn't keep a self-deprecating laugh from escaping.
He's my new nurse. Well, not that new. We've been working together for several months, but it's gotten pretty serious.
Tate smiled.
It's about time, man. Good for you. What's he like?
Ronan brought a mental image of Jamie into his head and smiled. He was about to answer Tate when the man cut in.
Look at you. You're practically glowing.
Tate sat forward.
Damn, Ronan, you're besotted already. You should see the look on your face. Is it moving pretty fast?
I don't know. I guess people might see it that way, but it feels right. The only thing I'm the least bit uneasy about is his age. He's only 28. For the most part, everything's great, but occasionally there's just this niggling little voice in the back of my head saying he's just experimenting, and this isn't as serious for him as it is for me. Tate sat back again.
Ronan, you're a really good judge of character. If you set aside his age and just go by his actions, do you think he's right there with you? While 28 is fairly young, 12 years of an age gap isn't that big. Not to mention, if he works for you and you're happy with his work, that means he's a damn good nurse. Being that good at your job when you're that young shows a lot of maturity.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. His bedside manner is fantastic, and he's organized and meticulous about his work. If he didn't look so young and I didn't know his age, I'd think he was in his mid-30s. Tate spread his hands out in a lazy shrug.
Well, there you go. Stop being so paranoid and enjoy this time with him. If you're still worried, talk to him about it.
Yeah, you're right, Ronan nodded. Tate grinned.
Is he submissive to you, or have you wound up with a vanilla boy?
Ronan chuckled. I've wound up with a vanilla boy who didn't know anything about the lifestyle. When he discovered what kink cranked his engine, we started testing his boundaries. And to answer your question, yes, he's submissive to me in bed. They both chuckled, but Ronan's expression quickly grew serious. He's still a bit uneasy with it all. Sometimes he gets this cute little wrinkle between his brows. Ronan gestured to the spot, when he's thinking a bit too hard about how different his needs have become. But it usually goes away quickly when his desires flare, and he lets his body and mind work as one to make the choice he really wants.
So, mind if I ask what cranks his engine?
Ronan met his eyes, expression serious, knowing they were finally getting to the reason they were meeting. Voyeurism. Tate's eyebrows rose.
Really? And how did he realize this?
Ronan coughed back a laugh. He came back to the office one Friday night when he left his phone there. Ronan watched as Tate laughed so hard he clutched his stomach.
Oh, shit. I can just imagine how shocked he must have been.
Ronan smiled a bit as Tate continued to laugh, until Tate realized Ronan wasn't laughing with him. Ronan let a beat pass while he gazed seriously at Tate. He saw the moment it clicked, and nodded at Tate, and the man returned the gesture.
So this is the reason for our discussion today, is it?
He steepled his fingers again.
It is. So what is it exactly you're gearing up to ask?
I need to know if you and Kai are going to be all right if my boy watches our scenes going forward. Tate did his best to hide the fact he was tensing up and gritting his teeth. Ronan hated that he was putting stress on his longtime friend. He watched as Tate took several deep breaths, then shook his head. Ronan's hopes fell when Tate finally responded, shaking his head again.
I don't know, man. That's a lot to ask of us, you know that.
Ronan nodded his understanding. I do know, and I'm sorry to have to ask.
I'd have to talk to Kai, and you know him well enough to know this will scare him and make him really uneasy.
Tate narrowed his eyes at Ronan, who braced for what he knew was coming. Tate's voice took on a hard edge.
I don't like scaring my boy and making him uncomfortable, Ronan.
Taking a deep breath, he responded, I don't either. You know how I feel about Kai. Christ, I treated him, Tate. You know how much I care about my patients, especially subs who have been mistreated. I'm not asking this lightly. Tate looked into his eyes for several long drawn-out moments, and finally asked,
And if it's not okay with him?
Ronan sat up slowly, rubbing his face and hating what he was about to say. Then I'd have to end our sessions, Tate. He and I have talked about this at length. He's a voyeur. He wants, and even if he doesn't admit it, needs to watch me during my scenes. Tate was about to say something, but Ronan held up his hand. We discussed it, and when I pushed, he finally admitted he didn't like the idea of me doing it when he wasn't watching. I have to respect that. Hell, I may eventually end up stopping altogether, but for now, he wants to explore this new side of himself. Tate took a deep breath and let it out, nodding.
I understand. You're taking care of your boy just as I'm taking care of mine. You know I'm okay with it, but that's contingent on how Kai feels about it. I can just about guarantee his knee-jerk reaction will be to refuse outright.
If that's what you both end up deciding, I respect that. I'll be sorry to end our scenes together, but I won't push. If you do want to try another way, we could set something up so they can meet each other. I have a feeling they'd really get along outside of play. Tate leaned his forearms on the table.
I won't pressure him or stress him out, Ronan.
I understand that, and I wouldn't want you to. We'll see what he has to say, and go from there. Tate nodded.
I appreciate you meeting me face to face. Hopefully we can work it out, but if not, no hard feelings. Regardless of our discussion today, our friendship will always stay intact, Ronan. I hope you know that.
Ronan smiled and nodded. I do know that. I know this will be a tough discussion for Kai, but please tell him it's okay to say no, that I'll understand, and we'll always remain friends.
I will.
He's come so far. I know how proud of him you must be. Tate nodded.
I am. He still doesn't know his own worth or understand how important he is to me, but he will, eventually.
He hitched his thumb over his shoulder and said,
I need to get back to him. I'll be in touch.
They stood and shook hands, saying their goodbyes, and made their way to their cars. As Ronan drove back, he thought about how much his life was changing with the addition of Jamie. They'd grown incredibly close, and he knew he'd do anything to make him happy. Somehow, in the span of several months, they'd become a critical part of each other's lives, and he couldn't be more grateful. Finding himself thinking about a future with Jamie still shocked him, but what shocked him even more was thinking about how empty his future would be without him. When he got back to the office, Jamie was just walking a new patient to an exam room. He raised his brows, and Ronan mouthed, "Later." Jamie nodded, and they both got back to work, not having a moment to spare until the day was over. When it ended, they both wrapped up their work as quickly as possible and walked out to their cars. Ronan leaned in, bracketing his arms on either side of Jamie and moving into him until his back was pressed against his car door. He leaned down to the spot he loved best, where Jamie's shoulder met his neck, and breathed him in. He'd never been so drawn to the smell of another person. He couldn't think of a time he'd ever breathed a partner in like he did Jamie. His scent was a heady aphrodisiac, some kind of magical pheromones that bewitched Ronan's senses. He kissed, licked, and trailed his nose along his exposed throat until their lips met. He nearly devoured Jamie, leaning against his body, molding them together. When they came up for air, Jamie's pupils were blown wide, and he was breathing fast. After one last kiss, Ronan moved away from him and grinned at Jamie's dazed expression. "Hop in your car and follow me home." Jamie's answering nod was slow in coming, and Ronan chuckled as he got into his own car. It wasn't until he was pulling onto the main drag that he realized what he'd said. Home. He was jumping the gun a bit, obviously. They weren't living together, yet. The realization that he was thinking yet, coupled with the fact that it didn't make him nervous, gave him pause. The thought of Jamie being there with him every day felt right, even though he knew it was too soon. Ronan was feeling more and more comfortable, not only with where they were heading, but also in thinking of Jamie as a permanent part of his life. Jamie followed him home, but as soon as they walked in the door, he asked, "So how did it go?" Ronan shrugged. He won't make a decision until he talks to Malachi, but his answer will probably be no. Jamie stood, arms wrapped around his middle, biting his lip. "I'm sorry. I know how much you care about them, especially Malachi because he was your patient. I could—" Ronan approached and wrapped his arms around him. "No, Jamie, we're not going there. You told me how you feel about it, and that's how it's going to be. I want this to work between us. You need to see you're important to me, not just hear it being said. The last thing I want to do is cause damage to our relationship." Jamie nodded and leaned his forehead against Ronan's shoulder. "I understand. Thank you. You only met a handful of your friends face to face, so I know that means you care about this couple specifically. I don't want you to lose something special." Ronan pulled him in tighter, murmuring in his ear, "You're that something special, Jamie. It's you I'm concerned with losing. The others, I care about them, and I've known them for years, but the scenes, they're just a bonus, and surely something I can live without if need be. The thing that really matters is my friendships with them, and I'm positive I won't be losing any of them if they decide being watched isn't for them." Ronan pulled back a bit, and Jamie lifted his head and gazed up at him. "You're sure?" Leaning down to kiss those beautiful lips, Ronan's voice dropped as he said, I'm positive." As always, Jamie shivered in his arms when Ronan spoke in his deep growl, and Ronan's heart picked up speed as he melted into the kiss. He knew it would be impossible to keep himself from caring for Jamie more deeply each passing moment they were together. It had never been like this for him. He'd never run so hot, never been so enthralled, and never felt so close to someone in so short a time. Jamie made a difference in Ronan's life. He was a breath of fresh air in a room with no windows. He led them to the master suite. Heading into the walk-in closet, he began to change into his lounge pants and his fitted, long-sleeved black t-shirt. Only when he was done changing did he turn toward Jamie, who, instead of changing, was sitting on the bed watching him. He had a look on his face that was part turned on, still from their kiss, and part exhausted from the long week. Ronan smiled as he approached, stroking a finger down Jamie's cheek and tipping his chin up so their eyes met. "Why don't you go take a bath? I'll make us dinner.
That's okay. I can change and come help. Ronan's expression grew serious. I know you can, and thank you for the offer, but I need you to listen to me now and do as I say, all right? Jamie took a deep breath and let it out, his whole body losing its rigidity. He nodded. Yes, sir. Good boy. Go on. He could practically feel the tension leave Jamie's body when Ronan took charge in order to take care of him. When he finally learned how to shed the control he wore like a suit of armor and allowed himself to be controlled by Ronan, it had been a beautiful thing. So beautiful to Ronan, he paid close attention any time he thought that visceral release would happen. As he walked into the kitchen, he thought about what a heady feeling it was, being the one who was able to do that for Jamie. It made him feel powerful, but also there was this sense of pride in taking care of Jamie, cherishing him because Jamie was his. He loved the yin and yang of those feelings in equal measure. It was 30 minutes later when Jamie walked into the kitchen, hair damp and tousled from the towel, with plaid pajama bottoms on, a plain white tee, and bare feet. Perfect timing. Grab us some red wine, will you? I'll be right in with dinner. He plated their meal of spice-rubbed beef tenderloin with chimichurri, sesame lime rice, and roasted chili-spiced courgette with cotija cheese. He set them down on the table and chuckled as Jamie rubbed his hands together and put his napkin in his lap. Ronan, have I ever told you you're an okay doctor and all, but maybe you missed your calling as a chef? Ronan shook his head and gave Jamie a wide smile. Several times. You're going to give me a complex. An okay doctor? Jamie laughed and stroked Ronan's thigh as he sat down. You're brilliant, Dr. Kink. Ronan groaned and shook his head. Damn Gina and her big mouth. Chapter 12. Jamie. Jamie was a little nervous, actually a lot nervous, about going out that day with Ronan. They were going on a date. Not their first, but certainly the most significant so far. It was a munch. On the surface, he shouldn't be nervous. A munch was just a social gathering of like-minded people, no different than a book club. Except these guys would probably be talking about sex and kinks some of the time. Yeah, no biggie. It had been about 2 months since that night at Ronan's when they'd agreed to date. Jamie had never dated this way before. They'd made the agreement to explore Jamie's kink of voyeurism, discovering what turned him on or piqued his interest. In that time, they'd gone out to dinner, talked about anything and everything, and Jamie found comfort in the norm of it. It helped him know that not every aspect of their lives would revolve around kink. Not that he had an issue with that, it was just a lot to handle all at once. His favorite times were when they were at Ronan's house. They would sit and talk in front of Ronan's fireplace on his unbelievably comfortable couch. Other times, things turned heated. Those times Jamie loved too. Ronan's hands on him wasn't anything he would ever complain about. But Jamie found he did miss watching the doctor in his scenes with others. Jamie was finding new things with just the two of them that turned him on, but so far there wasn't anything that compared to seeing Ronan fuck someone else and then get fucked by Ronan afterward. He sat in the passenger seat of Ronan's Range Rover as they drove to the meeting spot. It was at a local restaurant in a reserved back room for the, apparently, 30 to 40 people who would be there. Ronan had explained it wasn't always so crowded, but this was the usual gathering for newbies to come see what was what. At least Jamie wouldn't be alone. Jamie knew what he was allowed to ask and what he wasn't. He had a brain, so that didn't take a lot of logical thought to figure out. Because duh. What he was truly nervous about was, well, asking anything. It was embarrassing. By asking, Jamie felt like he was advertising his own wants and desires to complete strangers. Jamie didn't want that. It made him feel exposed in a way that wasn't sexy. Not like when Ronan stared or played with his hole. That kind of embarrassment was hot and made him all squirmy. Anything Ronan did made him squirmy. Like right then, Ronan had his hand on Jamie's leg. He'd had guys do that, and it was nice and felt affectionate. But the way Ronan's hand gripped his leg or rubbed the inner seam of his thigh, it felt like possession and want. Ronan made it seem like he was doing it unconsciously, like he wasn't trying to tease the fuck out of Jamie before they got to the restaurant. But he was. Jamie could tell.
He may not know Ronan as well yet as he'd known some of his previous boyfriends, but what he'd observed of the man was that he did things with purpose. His actions were planned and calculated, checked and double-checked that they were getting their desired outcome. And if they weren't, he redirected them. Jamie squirmed in his seat again when Ronan's finger skimmed his balls. Unfortunately for Jamie, Ronan's touch seemed to always have an effect on him, an immediate, scorching effect. It wasn't fair. Jamie was sure he had the same effect on Ronan, to a degree. His doctor wasn't a closed-off man. He laughed, smiled, and opened his heart, but he was like a gambler, never letting anything he didn't want to show on his face. It was an infuriating turn-on. They pulled into the parking lot about 5 minutes before the event started. Jamie now rock hard in his jeans. At least some of his nerves dispersed when his lust cranked up. "Thank you, Ronan." "Jamie." He turned toward the man who took up all his thoughts and relaxed at the smile on Ronan's face. He was truly beautiful. Jamie was so screwed. "Yeah? Come here, boy." Ronan pointed to his lap. Jamie wasn't that small. "I won't fit on your lap." Ronan chuckled and moved his seat back. "Now come on, climb into my lap like my good little nurse." Jamie wanted to roll his eyes because the man was insufferable, but the idea of climbing on his lap was exactly what Jamie really wanted, so he wasn't going to cause a fuss about it. 2 minutes and maybe a bruise or two later, Jamie was somewhat sitting comfortably in Ronan's lap. He straddled his thighs, his hands gently grasping Ronan's neck. He wanted to sink into him, let everything fall away. "Now open your pants for me, my needy little cock slut." Jamie was frozen. Open his what? Here? Jamie turned his head to look around when Ronan reached up and grabbed his chin. "No, don't look around. Do you think that I'd do anything to embarrass or hurt you? Really think about it, boy." Jamie did, and he got what Ronan was saying. It was true. He did trust that Ronan wasn't there to hurt him, but instinct screamed that letting his hard cock out in broad daylight in a public parking lot wasn't something he should do. He desperately wanted to look around to make sure the coast was clear, but Ronan was asking for his trust. Jamie looked into his eyes. The calm certainty he saw helped him take the next step. A moment later, Jamie had his pants unzipped. "Thank you, my beautiful boy." Ronan leaned in and chastely kissed him on the lips. "Pull out your cock. I want to play a little." Jamie groaned. He wanted Ronan to play. He loved when he'd done that in the past, but his self-preservation was screaming once again. Jamie took a calming breath and did as he was instructed. Admittedly, he loved the thrill of pleasing Ronan, even if he only admitted it to himself. He had the sneaking suspicion Ronan knew the truth anyway. Reaching in his briefs, Jamie pulled out his hard cock. He had to push his jeans down a bit in the back in order to achieve that, not once going soft even in the midst of his uncertainty. "Hands at your sides, boy." When his hands were where Ronan wanted them, Ronan brought his hand up, licked his palm, and then wrapped his warm, wet hand around Jamie's length. Jamie shivered. Ronan stroked slowly and loose as he spoke. "I know you're nervous, Jamie, but there's no reason to be. You can sit and talk to me. You are not required to mingle or walk around. Just observe. Listen to those talk around you. You'll see there's nothing odd or weird about your own desires." Jamie moaned. He could see what the sexy, evil man was doing, but Ronan was right, and it shouldn't have surprised Jamie that Ronan knew how nervous he was. He was intuitive that way. It was the crux of what Jamie's problem was. He felt like all these things Ronan had brought out in him were odd and different, and maybe not wrong, but not right? So fucking confusing. Jamie nodded, unable to form words with the distraction on his cock. He thrust up just a small bit, trying not to listen to his body, but failing epically. "Boy, no trying to take your pleasure. I haven't given you permission." Ronan stopped his stroking, and Jamie moaned again. "I need you to use your words, Jamie. Tell me you understand." As soon as Ronan stopped speaking, his stroking resumed, his grip tighter, and his strokes faster. Jamie was losing his mind. "Yes." "Yes what, Jamie? I need to hear the words." Jamie wasn't close, but it was like riding the border between being so turned on it wouldn't take much to get him there, and floating in a bath of pure fucking pleasure. He wanted it. He wanted to come, and he wanted it to go on forever. Trying to think beyond the buzz of lust that Ronan was causing was hard. He never once looked away from Ronan. As much as Jamie's eyes wanted to close, to let the world around them fall away and just concentrate on the sensations, it was the look of pure satisfaction and triumph on Ronan's gorgeous face that made it impossible for Jamie. It was such a fucking turn-on. Ronan knew what he was doing to Jamie, but in that moment, Jamie couldn't think of why Ronan was doing it, in public. Jamie fought through the want, muddling his thoughts, and told Ronan what he wanted to hear. I understand. Then, everything stopped. Ronan stopped his strokes. He removed his sinfully wonderful hand from Jamie's cock and sat back, putting distance, as much as he could with Jamie on his lap, between them. "Ronan?" Jamie whispered, trying to ignore the plea in his voice. "Yes, boy." Jamie kind of wanted to smack the man for that cocky goddamn smile on his face. Ugh. He thunked his head down on Ronan's shoulder, trying to calm himself down. "You are one mean bastard." A second after the words left his mouth, Jamie yelped from the slap that landed on his right ass cheek. It hadn't hurt, not really enough room in the car for that, but it shocked him. "Stop talking back, my naughty little nurse. Just enjoy what I gave you. It was a gift." Without lifting his head, Jamie asked, "A gift? Are you nervous anymore?" For a second, Jamie tensed. He'd forgotten. He'd been so damn nervous before he was cuddled and groped, in public, by Ronan. Jamie wanted to grumble at him, but warmth spread through him. What at first seemed like selfish teasing was really something Ronan had done to take Jamie's mind off his nervousness. Not that Jamie believed for a second that Ronan hadn't gotten something out of it, but he knew that was secondary to Ronan's original goal. "Thank you, sir," Jamie replied softly. He still felt odd calling Ronan that outside of a scene, but there were moments, like this one, where it felt so damn right. He pushed his weirdness about it aside and used it because it was perfect, and Ronan deserved to hear it. That word meant something between them, and Jamie wanted that. He wanted Ronan. Ronan petted his hair with one hand and wrapped the other around Jamie's waist, squeezing before he replied just as quietly as Jamie had. "You are welcome, my beautiful boy." Within minutes, they were composed once again, walking hand in hand to the entrance of the restaurant. Jamie walked in calmer than he'd been in the car, and with each new person that approached them, he was able to relax a bit more. Ronan was right. Speaking wasn't necessary. In the private room that was off the back of the restaurant and hidden away behind large mahogany doors, they sat at one of the round tables. Jamie had been aware of eyes on them as they had walked in, but ignored them. It was most likely because he was new. Ronan reached over, placing his hand on Jamie's knee. "How are you doing, Jamie?" Jamie smiled at him. He was beyond grateful for the attention and care Ronan had showed him all day, even if his balls hurt because of some of that attention. "I'm good. It's not as bad as I thought it'd be." Jamie stopped, thinking back to some of the conversations he'd overheard already that day. Yeah, it was weird to hear people talk so openly about the intimate things they did together and with others, but it had been eye-opening. Everyone seemed to know and respect Ronan, and really, that hadn't surprised Jamie. As often as the man had his scenes at the office and the ones at others' homes, it made Jamie feel like one lucky guy. He found someone safe to explore a new side of himself with, someone who clearly wanted what was best for Jamie in the long run. Lost in thought and people-watching, he was startled out of his reverie by Ronan's calm voice. "Hey boy, you awake in there?" When Jamie looked over, the smile Ronan wore was of genuine happiness. That was when Jamie noticed that they had company, or rather new company, as the other people who'd been at the table left. This couple he knew, Jeff and Misha. The couple who had been with Ronan when Jamie had watched the first time he'd snuck in. And now he faced them, not knowing what to say. Jamie knew Ronan had informed them of his perving on them. He'd had no choice, because as Ronan had said,
They trust me, and part of that trust is that I create a safe place for them to play. I cannot violate that trust."
Jamie got that. It didn't make a bit of difference to his now full-fledged embarrassment that they knew he'd watched them.
And they both probably know I know they know.
God, this shit made his head hurt. Jamie reached out his hand toward Jeff first.
"Hi, it's nice to meet you." "You too, Jamie. Ronan speaks highly of you."
Jamie then reached out to Misha, but before Jamie could greet him as he did Jeff, Misha jumped in, grabbing his hand, and speaking animatedly and fast.
"It is so lovely to meet the boy who caught our Ronan's eye. You are gorgeous, and look at that hair, it's just perfect. Can I hug you?"
Jamie considered himself a hugger, and Misha seemed sweet. But before Jamie could say yes, Misha let go of his hand and wrapped him tightly in his thin but freakishly strong arms.
"Misha, boy, let go of him."
Jeff did something to make Misha yelp. Then Jamie was released from the happy guy's arms.
"What have I told you about needing permission before initiating physical contact with others?"
Misha looked contrite, but his smile was still firmly in place, if only a little dimmed from the reprimand.
"That I need to ask and then wait, and if I struggle with waiting, stop and count to 10 in my head to give them time to answer, sir."
He turned to Jamie without prompting from Jeff.
"I'm sorry, I get a little excited sometimes. I'm just so happy to know Ronan has someone. He deserves it."
Jamie nodded, ignoring the last part since he wasn't sure how to respond, but his heart warmed from the statement. He smiled, then replied,
"It's okay. I'm a hugger anyway."
That apparently made Misha happy, because once again, Misha was hugging him. Jamie laughed. He found himself relaxing. Misha made it hard to focus on anything other than the conversation he drew you into. They sat and talked, and Misha told Jamie about his schooling. Jeff and Ronan were having their own whispered conversation. Jamie was slightly curious as to what it was about, but refused to pry. Jeff and Misha stayed with them for another hour before having to leave for another appointment that day. Jamie hugged Misha, and they ended up exchanging phone numbers. Misha had whispered before they walked away,
"If you ever need someone not of the big bad dom persuasion, just give me a call, and we can chat."
They ate an Italian family-style meal that was served while the talk around the table turned to sports, and Jamie zoned out. The day hadn't been as bad as he'd thought it would be. It had actually been fun. The Italian food was delicious. Jamie felt a little more at ease to sit and listen, though slightly embarrassed, while everyone around him talked about scenes they'd done or watched. He was in awe, but most of what was talked about was way out of his league. He'd be lying if he said he didn't take some notes on his phone to research later. Jamie looked over at Ronan to his left, staring at his face as he talked animatedly to Jeremiah Wolf, the guy with the 2 pups who Jamie met at the office when he'd first started. Ronan was amazing. His smile brightened some small part of Jamie's heart. Jamie knew he was in deep, falling fast and hard for the most unlikely of men. Watching Jeremiah interact with Mikey and Robbie as they all sat around the same table, Jamie wanted that. The affection and care Jeremiah had for those two was tangible. There was some strife. From what Ronan explained, Robbie was a new pup to the family, as opposed to Mikey, who had had his master's sole attention for a long time. But even with that, Jamie could see the love there, the control and the desire that both pups had for their master. Jamie wanted that, and he knew he wanted that with Ronan. Now, he just had to hope he could hold on to it. Chapter 13. Ronan. Jamie, presumably having finished his closing routine, stood in the doorway to Ronan's office. One look at his face made him realize just how nervous Jamie was. Their guests would be arriving in roughly 10 minutes, which gave Ronan time to help Jamie calm down. Ronan beckoned him over, and he came without question, nervously biting his lip. Ronan pulled him to stand in front of his chair and stood so their bodies were brushing together, causing Jamie to shiver. Ronan motioned to Jamie to lift up and sit on the desk, moving to stand between his legs. He gripped Jamie's face in his palms and kissed him softly. When he pulled back, Jamie let out a pent-up breath and let his body relax. "I know this is a big step for you. You've watched several scenes I've done with friends from the outside looking in. I'm being silly. You aren't being silly at all.
This is the first time you'll participate in any capacity, even if you'll basically just be there to bring in fake test results and stand in the room observing. I'm really proud of you for taking this step." The boy brightened at that. "Yeah? Definitely. It'll feel good to me to have you in the room, and will definitely turn me on. Even more so knowing you're watching the scene but aren't allowed to come." Jamie moaned. "Are you sure I can't come? I mean, I can do it again when we get home after a bit of recovery time." Ronan smirked. "You know what my answer is. I want you desperate, dripping pre-cum, and hard as a rock when they leave. No one else gets to enjoy your orgasms. They're mine alone." Jamie blushed, but smiled, obviously liking his possessiveness. "Yes, sir. That's my good boy. How are you feeling about the scene itself?" "Good, I guess. It doesn't make sense to me why the submissive likes it, but people probably wouldn't understand why I like to watch you so much." "That's right. And he doesn't get off on the feminization. It's the humiliation he gets off on. With this couple, the dom chooses their scene and what the humiliation will be. The only clue the submissive is given is what he's forced to wear. I don't even know the script Knox is going with tonight. We'll find out soon enough." Jamie took a deep breath and let it out. "Okay, I can do this, sir. I promise. I won't let you down." "Oh, baby, I have absolutely no worries about that. I just want to make sure you're ready, and that this is what you want." Jamie nodded. "It is. Most of the time I want to be at more of a distance, but I like the idea of being your nurse in the scene." Ronan was about to respond when the front doorbell rang. He cupped Jamie's face again and asked, "You ready, boy?" With much more enthusiasm than he'd walked in the room with, Jamie nodded and hopped down off the desk. Ronan couldn't help but lean down and kiss him again. He clapped his hand and led him to the waiting room, opening the door to his friends, Zachary and Knox. The sub, Zach, wearing a trench coat to hide most of what he'd been ordered to wear, still looked beautiful in patent leather baby doll heels, white, lace-ruffled socks, perfect makeup with soft pink lips, and his auburn hair styled in a feminine pixie cut. Knowing his friend would make it clear how to address Zach, Ronan left out his greeting to the submissive. "Knox, great to see you. It's been a while." "It has. Zach's been looking forward to and dreading tonight in equal measure." They both chuckled and pulled each other into a man-hug, slapping each other on the back. Ronan turned to Zach and held his hand out. "Zach, it's good to see you. You ready for tonight?" Zach blushed to his roots, rubbing his pink lips together and nodding. "Yes, sir." "Great. Guys, this is my partner, Jamie. Jamie, this is Zach and his dom, Knox." Jamie shook hands with Knox and then Zach, both submissives blushing even more when they shook hands. Ronan looked at Knox, who smiled and winked at him, obviously having noticed the same thing himself. As they walked toward the exam room, Knox asked, "What are your safe words, boy?" "Green, yellow, and red, sir." "Good boy. If you need to safe word out, don't hesitate." "Yes, sir." As they'd talked about, Jamie led the couples into the room with a fake patient file in his hands. Ronan leaned against the wall in the hall, listening to their exchange. Jamie, fully playing the role of nurse, said to Knox, "Hello, I'm Jamie, Dr. Kincaid's nurse. What brings you in today?" "Yes, my stepdaughter, who's bright enough to get into law school at Stanford, decided it would be a smart idea to fuck two different guys at a party while she was drunk. Unbeknownst to me, she went to Planned Parenthood to get checked for STDs, and she's lucky she tested STD-free. But I just caught her in her bedroom looking at a positive pregnancy test, so we're here to get her tested." A nearly perfect high school girl's voice broke in with a gasp. "Daddy, do you have to tell him everything?" "Yeah, Callie, I do. They have to know why we're here." Ronan grinned at Callie's perfect, "Oh my God," teen girl response. From the sound of things, Jamie opened up a cabinet and closed it. Ronan broke into a grin when he heard his boy say, "Callie, I'd like you to step into the attached bathroom there and urinate in this cup so we can run a pregnancy test." Ronan heard the bathroom door open and close. Hot fucking damn. The boy was really getting into it. Furthering the humiliation by making Callie pee into a cup was genius. He laughed, suddenly thankful that Jamie didn't go as far as drawing blood,
which would be the normal procedure. The bathroom door opened and closed again.
Great. You two sit tight and I'll run the test and see if Dr. Kincaid is available.
Jamie walked out the door, closing it behind him. Carrying the sample cup, his face still tinged pink, he set the sample on the lab countertop. Ronan pulled him into a quick hug of reassurance.
You did an amazing job. You ready to go back in?
Jamie nodded and followed him back to the exam room. Ronan approached the couple in the room. Jamie followed, crossing behind him to move deeper into the room so he wouldn't interrupt what was to happen.
Knox, it's so good to see you again, Ronan said. What do we have here? It can't be your little girl Callie, can it?
He let a deep, flirtatious drawl come out when he said,
She's grown up into a pretty little thing, hasn't she?
Everyone's attention turned to Callie, her long, shapely, and Ronan couldn't help but notice shaved legs demurely crossed at the ankle. But when she made eye contact with Ronan, she slowly uncrossed and opened them in a naughty show of attitude. Her schoolgirl uniform was a beautiful contrast of sexy and demure. She sat with her arms crossed over her ample chest. Knox said,
Princess, kindly close your legs so we aren't advertising to the doctor how much of a slut you are.
Callie gasped and grew red, crossing her legs and muttering, I hate you, Daddy, under her breath. Knox placed his hand high on her thigh, brushing his fingers just beneath the hem of her pleated skirt and rubbing her skin.
We both know it's true. You're a beautiful little slut, and you've gotten yourself in trouble.
Ronan nodded his head.
It seems she has. She'll be a mother before her 19th birthday, I'm afraid.
Knox looked at Callie.
You know what this means, don't you?
Callie scowled.
Here?
She stomped her foot.
No, please, Daddy, not here.
Knox shook his head.
You don't deserve privacy for this. You've gone and gotten yourself knocked up, and now you need to be punished.
He pulled her gently over his lap and lifted her skirt.
Princess, you don't even have any panties on. That earns you an extra 5 swats. Hold on to me now.
He laid into her and didn't let up until he'd spanked her sweet bottom hard, 20 times. By that time, she was sobbing, and he picked her up and held her in his lap and hugged her.
You'll be spanked every day until you have that baby. We'll just have to get creative when your belly gets too big to lay over my lap, won't we, little girl?
She sniffed and nodded.
Yes, Daddy.
She leaned up to whisper in his ear, and Knox rumbled out a chuckle. Knox kissed the top of her head as his hand caressed higher and higher on her sexy thigh. She was already tenting her skirt.
You'll have to ask him yourself, Princess.
When she gazed up at Ronan, he saw the very real tears in her eyes as she whispered,
May I have a lollipop, Dr. Kincaid? Please?
Sure you can, sweet girl. Jamie, can you get her a sucker, please?
Ronan watched as Jamie's eyes flared wide for a moment before he nodded and walked to one of the cupboards, pulling out a jar.
What flavor would you like?
Grape, please.
He pulled one out and put the jar away, unwrapping the sucker and handing it over. All 3 men watched her lick it seductively, and when she finally sucked on it, her cheeks hollowed, and Ronan nearly groaned at her provocative behavior.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome,
Ronan said to Callie, and looked at Knox.
We'll need to do a thorough exam to ensure everything looks healthy, and we'll schedule her first ultrasound in several weeks.
Is it gonna hurt?
She whined. Knox shook his head.
No, Princess. It's a long, hard wand he'll have to insert deep inside of you. You might even enjoy it.
She squirmed on his lap, opened her legs, and cupped herself.
Now stop being so naughty, or I'm going to have to punish you again.
She whispered, her voice shaky.
How, Daddy? I don't want to stop. It feels so good. Kitty is needy.
I know she is, Princess, but naughty sluts aren't permitted to touch themselves, remember?
She whimpered.
Will you do it for me, Daddy?
It's not time for that. The doctor is going to have to examine you. Are you ready to get up on the table?
She sniffed and hid her face in his neck, her voice tiny when she said,
No.
Do you want to stay in my lap the first time until you gather your courage to get on the table like a good girl?"
She nodded and whispered,
"Okay."
"Good job, princess. Now turn so you're facing forward. Remember how naughty you were earlier, spreading your pretty thighs? Well, you're going to have to do that now, but a bit wider. Hook your legs around the outside of my thighs and pull up that skirt. The doctor needs to see your pretty kitty."
She whimpered, but complied, her face beet red. Ronan's cock strained his scrubs as he took her in. Knox chuckled and asked,
"Isn't she so pretty? It's no wonder she likes to play with it and let others play with it so much. She's very pretty."
Ronan moved much closer, less than a foot away, gazed down at her, and raised his eyes slowly to her face.
"Callie, your kitty is beautiful. You have no reason to be embarrassed. Are you aroused, honey? You're nearly dripping."
She turned her head and tried to close her legs, whispering ashamedly,
"Yes, doctor."
Knox caught her legs behind her knees and pulled them up and out. Callie gasped, and Ronan groaned at seeing her wide open and wanting. He rubbed his hard cock through his scrubs and could see out of the corner of his eye that Jamie was doing the same.
"Sweet girl, you're so wet you just dripped all over my floor. Let's get you up on the table so you won't make any more of a mess. We'll examine you thoroughly, but I promise it won't hurt, all right?"
She sucked on her sucker and nodded her head.
"Mm-hmm."
Knox sat her up and helped her to her feet, taking her sucker and putting it on the wrapper Jamie had left on the counter. Her legs were wobbly as she made her way over to the table, trying to climb on. Ronan put his hands under her skirt and held it up to her sides, clasping her waist and picking her up. He gently set her down on her very reddened ass.
"Now go ahead and scoot your pretty bottom to the edge of the table. There, that's it. I'm going to have you lay back on the bed, lift your legs, and spread them as I get the stirrups out."
Ronan made a show of pulling the stirrups out and caressing each leg as he placed her feet in each foothold. He stood back and put a finger to his lips.
I'm not sure that's going to be good enough."
Ronan brought her legs down off the stirrups, pushed them back onto the table, and asked her to sit up.
"Knox, I think I'm going to need your help here. Can you get up on the table behind her, let her lay back against you, and hold her legs apart like you did on the chair?" "Yes, of course, Dr. Kincaid."
Knox stood and smirked, obviously unable to hide his enjoyment of how Ronan was handling the scene. Ronan watched as Knox hopped up on the table and got situated behind Callie, his legs on either side of her thighs. He wrapped his arms around her, spread her legs, and as he was lying back with her, Ronan watched as he felt her up, making her moan.
Daddy."
"Shh, be a good girl for Daddy, and open wide."
Ronan watched as Knox grabbed the underside of her thighs as he lay back, spreading Callie impossibly wide. She whimpered again, her face red and flushed, more than likely from embarrassment coupled with arousal. Goddamn. Ronan was dripping pre-cum just like he'd be willing to bet the others were, and could see for himself Callie was. She was making little mewling noises and reached down to grip herself before Knox ordered her to stop. Ronan remembered Knox telling him once that Zach had nearly safe-worded the first time he'd told him to dress up as a woman. He got off on humiliation, he'd said, but wanted to draw a line in the sand there. They'd had to talk it out for a couple days before he came around, and from the looks of it, as much as he may have hated dressing up as a woman, he for damn sure was loving the humiliation. Ronan put on some latex gloves and pumped some lube on his fingers. He grabbed Callie's balls and hard cock in his hand, pushing them up, away from her beautiful hole.
"This might be a bit cool inside, but I have to check you internally to ensure everything is working properly."
He stroked his lubed-up fingers over her hole that was slightly open and begging for his touch.
"I'll be gentle, I promise, but I have to slide my fingers deep inside you, sweet girl."
She shook her head.
"No."
Knox whispered in her ear,
"Now, princess, you know you've had a crush on Dr. Kincaid for years. You can't deny you want him to slide his fingers deep inside your kitty. Isn't that right? He'll be very gentle, and maybe he'll even make you feel good. How about that, Doc? Will you make sure to treat her really nice and make her feel good?"
"I can do that." but only if she tells me herself. Princess, you have to tell him yourself. Do you want the doctor to pet your sweet kitty and make her all wet? You know you love when I do that if you're having trouble getting to sleep. I give you special touches and make your kitty all excited. Do you want that now?
She bit her lip and nodded.
Yes, please. I need it.
Ronan nodded, glancing at Jamie, who had the heel of his hand pressing down on his hard cock that was tenting his scrubs. Ronan glanced back at Callie and smiled.
Of course you do. And look at how aroused you've made my nurse.
He turned back to Jamie and ordered, "Pull it out and jack it slowly, boy." Jamie paused, a slight hesitation showing as he let out a shaky breath and nodded.
Yes, sir.
Good boy. He gave his attention once more to the sweet girl before him.
You should be proud of how gorgeous you are. I bet he's going to love watching me pet you and make you all wet.
She glanced over at Jamie and bit her lip again as she watched him slowly jack his cock. Ronan rubbed her sweet hole and touched his index finger to her opening, pressing in.
Oh, sweet girl, you're so hungry, aren't you? You need someone to pet your kitty every day, don't you?
She nodded, and Knox said,
She really does. It's gotten so she can't even sleep unless I pet her, and sometimes even that's not enough. Sometimes she needs me to fill her with my cock and my cum before she can settle down.
Callie gasped, whispering loudly,
Daddy, don't tell.
Callie, we have to tell the doctor everything about you, so he can take care of you properly.
Ronan looked at his friend, and back to Callie.
Is it possible your stepdaddy is the father of your baby?
She blushed again and looked back at Knox.
I guess so. I hope so.
If I am, she won't want for anything. I'll pamper her every day for the rest of my life,
Knox replied. Ronan slid his finger all the way in, and she gasped and moaned.
She's still very tight, Knox. You're obviously taking good care of her, but I'd be putting a chastity belt on this kitty of hers so she doesn't stray. You need to be sure you're giving her exactly what she needs, so she won't have to look elsewhere.
Knox nodded.
I know. She was acting out because I was out of town on business. She's been adequately punished, and knows never to do that again. Don't you, Princess?
She nodded.
Yes, Daddy. But the doctor...
Knox kissed her cheek.
The doctor is my friend, and I'm permitting it. Do you want him to pet you and make you feel good? Or do you want him to slide his big dick deep inside you and give you his cum?
She moaned.
Daddy, he'd do that?
Yes, if I ask him to. Right, Doc? If she asks me to, yes. But she has to be very specific.
She whimpered and nodded.
Doctor, will you fill my kitty up with your big cock and come deep inside me? She's so needy, and I can never get enough.
I'll take care of her. She won't be needy when she's dripping with my cum. Okay, sweet girl?
Yes, sir.
Jamie groaned, his hand moving faster, and Ronan smirked, knowing he might not be able to keep himself from coming.
How about I slide one more finger in? Are you ready for that?
She nodded, and he slid a second finger in, and then a third, getting her ready for his cock.
I'm going to touch your button, okay, Callie? It will feel so good. Are you ready?
Oh, yes. Please, please, please.
So good at begging, sweet girl.
Ronan tapped her button, and she nearly came without touching herself. He pulled his achingly hard dick out of his scrubs, slicked up his cock, and began to press against her tight hole. Ronan held her legs back as he eased his tip inside. She reached back and grabbed Knox's hands and panted,
He's so big, Daddy. I'm scared.
I'll be gentle, I promise. I'd never hurt you. Your daddy would kill me. He's very protective of his treasured possessions. Now bear down and let me in. That's it. So good, so fucking tight. What a sweet kitty you have, gripping me so tight. Is Kitty hungry?
She cried out.
Yes, she's so hungry. Please, please fill her up.
Ronan took her word for it and slammed back in, losing himself in a hard, fast rhythm. He couldn't remember a time he'd been that worked up with any of his visitors. Having Jamie watching them, seeing Jamie fuck his own hand and not caring that their visitors could see him, and the scene Knox had set up, had him nearly coming right then and there. Ronan held off, but only just. He pounded into her, nearly bending her in half as he leaned against her and Knox. Her moans were a beautiful thing to hear, but then Knox began whispering, just loud enough for everyone to hear.
"That's it. You're doing so good for Daddy. Look at you, taking such a big cock."
Knox reached down and started touching her just where she wanted to be touched.
"Kitty is so hungry for it, always needing a cock to fill her up and come deep inside. That's how I got you pregnant, isn't it? You gonna carry Daddy's baby?"
Oh God, yes, yes.
She came hard and fast as Ronan watched, screaming for her daddy one final time. Watching her, listening to them both, and glancing over at Jamie tipped Ronan over. His hips lost their rhythm as he watched Jamie break the rules as he came all over the floor, groaning. Ronan's eyes rolled back into his head, and he grunted with each spurt as he shot deep inside of her, filling her up, just like she'd begged for. He was breathing so hard and heavy, he barely heard Knox murmuring to her reassuringly, but tuned in to see her gaze meet his.
Don't pull out, Dr. Kincaid. Please.
Knox gazed at him, a smile on his face, happy the scene had gone so well, Ronan was sure.
"She likes it when she's locked up tight, cum held in with a plug."
Knox dug into his pocket and pulled out a plug, handing it to Ronan. Ronan gave 2 more deep thrusts as Callie's body squeezed every last drop he had out of his spent dick. Pulling out slowly, he caught a small drop of cum with the tip and pressed it back in. Easing out again, he replaced his cock with the plug and nearly stumbled back, leaning against the counter as his heaving breaths finally started to slow down. His ass was still covered by the scrubs, but his cock and balls hung out of them, drying in the air of the room. When he finally got a hold of himself, he glanced over at Jamie and smirked at his guilty look.
"You've been a bad, bad boy. You'll be punished later tonight for coming without permission. And I can't fucking wait."
Chapter 14. Jamie. Jamie heard the loud bang of his roommate coming home a moment before he heard a crash and something breaking, followed by, "Oops." He jumped off his bed, tossing his food into his trash bin, and rushed out to see what Andy had broken this time. When he walked into the room, Andy was standing by the coffee table with his hands full of bags, and a fancy plate thing his parents had bought him last Christmas was lying broken at his feet. "I knew you didn't like that thing," Jamie joked as he walked over to Andy.
"That's not true. I'd have to know what it was, to care one way or the other. Now I have to explain to my mother how it got broken."
"I'm pretty sure that's self-explanatory to her by now. Come on, back up so I can clean it up and you don't end up stepping on any sharp pieces and bleeding all over the place like you did last time." Andy sat down, putting his feet up on the couch, bags still in his hands, one being a rather large nylon tote that Jamie had never seen before. Jamie picked up the big pieces before getting the broom from the pantry and sweeping the rest up, allowing Andy to finally get up without injury. "What's in the bags?"
"Oh, I went to the art supply store after school,"
Andy replied distractedly as he walked toward the small dining room. "Why does it seem like you're always spending money on art supplies? Are these at least for you and not your students?" Andy set all the bags on the table and started to unload them.
"Because I am always spending money on art supplies. I love the smell of the art store."
Andy always sounded so wistful when he talked about anything to do with art, mostly painting. Jamie loved the look on Andy's face, though, a look nothing else in his life gave him. But Jamie fully admitted to not understanding how painting affected Andy that way. "Yes, you've told me that," Jamie chuckled. "I already ate dinner, so this is me reminding you to eat and not just grade your students' work all night."
"Oh, I got food,"
Andy said, as he emptied one of the plastic bags on the table and held up a few candy bars, a small bag of chips, and a few small boxes of cereal.
"That's food, all right.
I got it at the art supply store. They had it in the discount bin.
Seriously? How do you have any energy to stay up all night when you're eating shit like that? Let me make you some food, Andy.
No, it's fine. I'll get an apple or something later.
Jamie knew that would never happen. Much like everything in Andy's life, he always forgot that things like eating and sleeping were requirements. Sometimes Jamie thought he needed a mom to take care of him, but Andy's own mother wasn't a good choice. She, although lovely, thought throwing money at him was being a good mom. Make sure you don't... Jamie stopped. For a moment, he wasn't sure what he was seeing was right. Andy had opened the unfamiliar nylon bag and pulled out a cat. Andy placed the cat on the table next to the food he'd just pulled out, and then continued removing the other art supplies from the numerous bags that littered the table. Andy? The cat hadn't moved from the table. It sat staring up at Andy, watching his every move, much like Jamie was doing. Andy? Jamie watched as Andy pushed the plastic bags, now empty of their contents and strewn across the table, onto the floor. The cat followed them down, quickly attacking each one as though they were the intruders and not the cat.
Yeah?
Andy replied, but his focus was clearly on the various items he was sorting into piles. Are you where you brought home a cat in those bags? Jamie watched as the cat continued to run around their feet. Typical Andy, not listening during important moments. Andy, man, the cat?
He's fine.
Are you listening to me? More sorting and no reply, of course. Do you plan on keeping him? Jamie wasn't sure if he should laugh, because it really was a rather Andy-like thing for him to do, or growl in frustration because it really was a rather Andy-like thing for him to do. Going for the former, Jamie smiled and asked, "Did you get food or litter for it?" Andy never stopped what he was doing or even looked at Jamie. "Andy, they need food and a place to do their business," Jamie replied, making a mental note to go borrow some litter and cat food from their downstairs neighbor before he left for the weekend. Apparently, he was talking to himself. "Okay, well, I guess I can just go finish packing my bag to stay at Ronan's. I'm spending the next 2 nights at his place, and I'll be back after work Monday." Andy nodded as he picked up the cat, then asked, "How's that going anyway?" "It's really good. It's like I don't know. Ronan's a complex guy with layers, and he's so much better than most of the guys I've ever dated because he knows what he wants, and he goes after it. The kink is, I don't know. It's good and bad and confusing, but watching him fuck other people..." Jamie couldn't find the words to describe it. He was still coming to grips that this was his kink, the thing that turned him on. It had been several weeks since it had all started, but Jamie kept coming back to the fact that he'd never had an inkling before that voyeurism was a thing he'd love so damn much, or at all. But he didn't want to stop. He loved it. He'd become more and more comfortable with the idea of his kink, and even more in love with acting on it. Andy was sitting on the chair opposite Jamie at the table, petting the cat in his lap, and reading the back of some book he bought. "And? I think there are things that would make the situation different. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that I'm watching Ronan, my freaking boyfriend, fuck other people, and it's weird, but I'm sure it'll just take some getting used to." Jamie parked and walked the stone path that led to the front door of Ronan's house. Every time he'd come, the view of the land and huge log cabin took his breath away. It was warm and felt like a home, maybe a home that he could someday share with Ronan. He could dream. The house was set back on Ronan's property, with a long driveway that weaved through the tall pine and oak trees. No one could see the house from the road. It was like their own world away from everything and everyone. They often spent nights in at the cabin, and those were some of Jamie's favorite times spent in Ronan's company, outside of watching him work with patients he cared so much for. A week ago, Ronan had decided that their date would be at the cabin. Jamie had spent the previous night at his own apartment with Andy because Ronan went to dinner with his best friend Brad. When Jamie had arrived that night at the house, Ronan had answered the door before he could ring the bell. What Jamie walked into was something magical. The room glowed with a golden hue. Ronan had brightly lit candles on every surface that could safely hold them.
Ronan, Jamie whispered, blown away by the effort he'd put into a night at home. After looking his fill of the kitchen, through to the dining room, and beyond that, the family room, he turned back to see Ronan standing by the front door with a look Jamie couldn't put words to. Wow, you went all out for a sure thing. Jamie chuckled, feeling a little embarrassed that Ronan had done all this for him. Ronan walked toward him, cupping Jamie's cheeks in his hands. You are not a sure thing, Jamie. You deserve to get romanced, to be shown all the decadence the world has to offer. I'm just the lucky guy who gets the privilege of showing you every day how special you are. And if I'm fortunate enough, that luck will carry me for a long time to come. Oh. Jamie felt heat color his cheeks and flutters in his stomach. He didn't know what else to say in that moment, but Ronan didn't give him a chance. He was ushered to the dining table, where Ronan served them a meal worthy of any 5-star restaurant, cooked by Ronan himself. Afterward, they sat out on the open deck that overlooked a panorama of trees and hilltops, watched the sunset, talked, and kissed. Jamie had fallen just a little bit harder for Ronan that night. He found himself standing at the front door once again, ringing the doorbell of Ronan's house and waiting for him to answer. He hadn't seen Ronan's SUV in the driveway, but with the severe rainstorm that was expected that night, Jamie wouldn't be surprised if he'd parked in the garage. His phone sounded loudly, startling him. Pulling it out, he saw a text from Ronan. Just getting out of the shower. Doors unlocked. Come on in. Jamie went in, putting his bag down on the floor next to the dining room table as he walked toward the family room and took a seat on the couch in front of the fireplace, one of Jamie's favorite spots. The fireplace was on, which was rare being that it was early summer, but that night was rainy and cold and perfect for the low fire Ronan had burning. A couple of minutes later, Ronan walked out of his bedroom dressed in gray sweats, a white long-sleeved t-shirt, and bare feet. Even dressed down, he was like walking fucking porn. In a suit or sweats, it was the same. He carried a confidence that Jamie found so goddamn sexy. Hey, boy. Ronan smiled, walking over to Jamie and leaning over the back of the couch. He cupped his chin and tipped his face up until their lips pressed gently together. Hey to you too. Jamie smiled up at Ronan, his boyfriend. He felt the need to giggle like a teenager with a crush, but suppressed it so he wouldn't embarrass himself. Ronan had the same answering smile. We're going to veg on the couch in front of the fireplace, watch movies and eat pizza. I don't plan on moving much at all for the rest of the night. Jamie laughed. That sounds fun. Why don't you want to move? I went to the gym today with Brad, and now I'm dying. This is my final wish. Shaking his head, Jamie laughed again. Melodramatic much? Yes, Ronan said, as he stood to his full height and walked back toward the kitchen, opening the drawer by the fridge. But I deserve it after what he put me through. It couldn't have been all that bad. You're in good shape. You have a home gym you use regularly. If you think so, maybe next time you can go work out with him. No thank you. I'm sure I'm allergic to the gym. Ronan laughed. Of course you are. Sausage and pepperoni okay? Sounds good. Ronan called in their food, then came back to the couch, crawling onto it until his face was buried in Jamie's stomach, with his arms wrapped tightly around his middle and his belly flat on the cushions. Jamie looked down, smiling. He placed one arm around Ronan's back and used the other hand to run his fingers through Ronan's hair. A muffled, "You're warm," vibrated against Jamie's stomach as Ronan spoke. "I'm always warm." Ronan nodded, then took an audible breath. He was breathing in Jamie's scent. He'd done it so often, Jamie was no longer surprised, but it did warm a small part of him that Ronan loved and craved his smell that much. After 20 minutes of Ronan dozing on Jamie as he sat comfortably looking out the big picture window, the doorbell rang. Immediately, Ronan was pushing up, kissing Jamie, again, and walking to the front door to pay for the pizza. Ronan came back loaded with boxes of pizza, paper plates, and bottles of water he'd grabbed from the fridge. "You don't mind that I have the fireplace going, do you? I'm a little cold." Jamie laughed, thinking he needed to get the man some slippers since he was always freezing. "Ronan, you're always cold. And not at all. I might need to grab a bag of ice to cool off, but that's okay." "Funny boy." They found seats on the couch and ate. In between bites, they talked about Ronan, about his being born in Powell's Point, but how his parents, born and raised in the UK, had moved them all back to England for a head surgeon position for his father when Ronan was 10 years old. Jamie was fascinated with the life Ronan had led, and even more fascinated by the path he chose, which all led to him becoming the doctor he was now. I meant to ask you yesterday before we left work, how was Sam at his follow-up appointment? He was good, still cautious and a bit skittish, but that's to be expected. He's healing nicely. I have him doing physical therapy for the leg now that the cast is off, and it seems to be doing some good. Jamie was glad to hear that. They'd had a busy day Friday, so Ronan had been the one to call Sam back, not wanting him to sit out in the waiting room with others, making him uncomfortable. That's good. And his mental health? Did you get him to agree to go see a therapist for his abuse? Jamie asked. Yes, but that was actually a few weeks ago when I called him to check in, and we talked for a bit. He's somewhat isolated since he's in a whole new place with only the one friend. I'm guessing lots of time to think made him realize on his own that he needed it. I just gave the final push. That's because you're a good doctor. I'm happy to hear he's getting some help. I wish he had more support, though. Ronan reached over, grabbing Jamie's hand and lacing their fingers together. I do too. There's not much we can do at this point for that. It's too soon for him to even go to a munch. His fear of his old dom finding him through those channels is like this living thing inside him. Jamie watched as Ronan stared at their joined hands, caressing the skin and fiddling with Jamie's fingers. Then we'll give him time and make sure he at least has his doctor's support. Jamie smiled. Ronan looked up at him, returning the smile. He leaned in, thumbing Jamie's bottom lip, then across his jaw, before grasping the nape of his neck. You are beautiful, Ronan whispered. Jamie flushed, still not used to all the compliments Ronan heaped on him. You are too. Ronan moved forward, kissing and licking at Jamie's lips. Jamie savored these quiet moments, just them touching or kissing or holding each other. Their connection was growing stronger. Jamie found the small things he'd learned about Ronan in their time alone, like his favorite color was green, he'd never had a dog, and he was afraid of roller coasters, were the things that mattered most. They were things that most people didn't know about him, but Jamie knew them. Jamie was allowed in behind the curtain to see who the real Ronan was. Pulling back from their kiss, looking into those brown eyes like he'd done so many times over the last few months, Jamie found he liked being in this place with Ronan. He liked who he was with Ronan, because Ronan made it okay to be who he was. Jamie smiled and leaned back in, kissing the man who was coming to own his heart. Chapter 15. Ronan. The following week was brutal. When Friday night rolled around, they were both exhausted. Ronan, always one to prefer cooking dinner himself, even agreed to Chinese takeout. There was a terrible virus sweeping through their community that he'd nicknamed the sludge. He'd had to fit more patients in that week than he'd had to do any other week of his career that he could remember. He found himself treating the individual symptoms to at least help his patients feel better. If his friends hadn't called to cancel their Friday night scenes, he'd have called to cancel them himself. Jamie had dark circles under his eyes, and they'd been so busy during the week, Ronan had to force Jamie to sit down and take enough time to eat a quick lunch each day. All Ronan wanted to do was take care of him and make sure Jamie got a solid 10 hours sleep. The only thing they had planned that weekend was the wine tasting and the concert at Tate's Vineyard, which didn't start until late Saturday afternoon. They could relax all morning, then laze about on their blanket, drinking and eating while the concert was going on. Sunday, they'd do some more vegging. He'd do his best to ensure the bags under Jamie's eyes were gone, and he was back to his old self by Monday. One of the things Ronan loved about Jamie was his commitment to putting their patients first. Jamie was like him that way, but when it came down to it, Ronan wanted to take care of Jamie. His refusal to take adequate breaks and leave on time meant food and sleep had been low on the list of Jamie's priorities. Ronan would have to figure out how to fix that, so that next time, his boy wasn't so affected by it. As they were cleaning up their mess from dinner, Jamie asked, "Am I finally going to be able to meet the mysterious Brad you always talk about?" Ronan smiled, but shook his head. "No, he called today and cancelled. He's not feeling great. Apparently several people on his payroll have been sick, and he's caught it.
Didn't want to get us sick, and didn't have the energy for a social outing tomorrow.
Jamie nudged him with his elbow before he rinsed his dish and put it in the dishwasher.
You know, I might start to think this Brad guy is a figment of your imagination. I've been working for you for 5 months now, and have yet to meet the man. Yeah, brat, I get it. We've both just been so busy with work, and I haven't wanted to share you much.
What's he do?
Ronan snorted. Well, the condensed version is he's a house flipper.
Jamie crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back against the dishwasher door he'd just closed. Why do I get the feeling the condensed version is leaving all the fun out of the story? Ronan stepped into Jamie's space and pulled him close, loving how Jamie's arms automatically wrapped around him so tightly. It was like the kind of hug you gave someone you hadn't seen in forever. For some reason, every single time Jamie gave him that type of hug, Ronan reveled in it, knowing Jamie was communicating with him, telling him without words how much he cared. He leaned down and whispered in Jamie's ear,
I'll tell you the fun bits. Go on and sit at the bar while I finish up.
Jamie pulled back to look at him.
But you hate those paper boxes, so you've still got to transfer all the leftovers into your glass containers.
Ronan leaned down to kiss him softly on the lips.
And I will, but I want you to go sit. You're dead on your feet. I'll put the kettle on and make you some chamomile tea to help you sleep, and get you some of the biscuits you love so much.
Jamie squeezed him tight again and whispered,
I thought you were out of the cookies. I was. They were delivered yesterday.
He stocked Jaffa Cake biscuits and several other favorites from the UK he didn't want to live without. As the water heated up in the electric kettle and he went about putting the leftovers away, he continued.
So, the less condensed version of Brad's story is that he was born to old money on his father's side. Even though he and his father were always at odds, he'd gotten an enormous inheritance from his grandfather, which his father tried and failed to keep from him.
Ronan steeped their tea and put some biscuits on a plate, putting milk and sugar along with everything else on a tray.
Come, let's enjoy this in front of the fire before we go to bed.
They both sat after fixing their teas, Jamie snuggling in against Ronan's side, the plate of biscuits on his lap.
Brad, because who wants to be called Rupert, went to Oxford with me and graduated with a master's in economics. That's where we met. He didn't want to live in England, so when I told him I was moving back to what I considered my hometown, he decided to come along.
A master's degree from Oxford, and he's a house flipper? Ronan laughed and nodded.
Yes. The one and only thing his dad did right was marry his mom, but she was beneath his station, so when she died, Brad was shipped off to boarding school. He only came home during summer holiday. Because it drove his dad nuts, and because Brad loved it, every year he'd spend the whole summer with his uncle on his mom's side, who was a carpenter. So that's how he learned to fix up the old and make it like new. He loves what he does, and has become quite a success at it. He renovated Gina and Melissa's house, actually.
Jamie turned a bit and smiled up at him.
Nice. I like the less condensed version. I'm excited to meet him. I think you two will get along very well. I'm going to clean up. Go ahead and go get yourself ready for bed. We need to get to sleep early tonight. We're both knackered from the week.
He met Jamie in the bedroom. He was already undressed down to his boxer briefs. Ronan smacked him on the ass as he walked by and got undressed. They both brushed their teeth, quiet for several minutes as they took care of the domestic task. Jamie rinsed his mouth and asked,
Speaking of Gina, are she and Melissa and baby Spencer still coming to the concert tomorrow?
Ronan grinned and nodded, happy that Gina had agreed to their double date.
She is. They're not going to the wine tasting because Spencer gets fussy when they're out too long, but they'll be there for the concert.
Jamie tilted his head.
So, they're coming to the vineyard and not drinking wine?
Chuckling, Ronan answered,
Oh, they're drinking wine all right. Or rather, Melissa will probably have one glass and let Gina drink her fill. She's been storing up breast milk all week in preparation for tomorrow night, and, as Melissa puts it, Gina needs a night of fun.
Jamie snorted.
Don't we all? We'll have to pick up some wine for them while we're there.
Ronan smiled, loving that Jamie thought of Gina as a friend and wanted to be sure she was taken care of.
That's the plan. They don't know much about wine and always love the ones I pick. I keep them stocked.
Late the following afternoon at the vineyard, after the wine tasting ended, Ronan was putting some of his purchases in the back of his Range Rover. Jamie, carrying a case of the last box of red Ronan had bought, shook his head as he approached.
You weren't kidding. You do keep them stocked. I think you bought 2 of everything. Do you realize you probably spent the amount of one of my paychecks on fermented grapes? Ronan took the box from him, placing it in the back next to all the others. I don't hear you complaining when you're drinking it with every meal I make. Jamie scoffed. I'm not stupid. I never bite the hand that feeds me. Ronan felt his dick shift in his pants, regardless of the fact he knew Jamie hadn't meant it like that. He pulled Jamie flush against him. I'm gonna feed you something tonight. Heat flared in Jamie's eyes as he whispered, I look forward to it, sir. Ronan popped him on the ass and clasped his hand. Come on, let's take a little walk. We've got some time before the concert. We'll come back in a bit and drive to the opposite side of the vineyard where the amphitheater is. They walked in companionable silence through the parking lot, back toward the wine-tasting barn. It was actually one of those huge party barns made for events such as the obvious wine tasting, but also for weddings and other big events. It didn't resemble a barn Ronan had ever seen, but he loved the charm and grandeur of something that was usually only built for function. As they passed by the open doors of the barn, one of the ladies walked out with 2 glasses of red wine. Oh, Dr. Kincaid, I'm glad I didn't miss you. Tate called us and said you usually stay and walk among the vines for a bit before leaving, and asked me to open our best red available and bring you a couple glasses. Ronan chuckled, took the wine glasses from the woman, and handed one over to Jamie. Thanks, Aubrey. Tell your boss that one day I'll be in and out of here like a ghost, and he'll never know. She smirked and shook her head. Good luck with that. She pointed 2 fingers at her eyes and then back at his. He's always watching. She backed away from them, gave a little wave, and then turned and headed back into the barn. He was about to lead Jamie around the back and into the fields, but realized he was the only one walking away. He turned and saw Jamie's confused expression. What the hell was that about? Tate prides himself on knowing every single thing that goes on here. I rarely tell Tate when I'm coming, but without fail he finds out. I know it's got to be one or more of his employees, but one of these days they'll forget, and then I'll be able to give him hell for it. Jamie snorted and rolled his eyes. You have weird friends. Ronan wrapped his free arm around Jamie, and they began to stroll behind the barn. Well, at least you don't think I'm weird. He turned his head to catch a glimpse of Jamie's raised brow. Oh, I never said that. Ronan leaned in and bit the boy's earlobe, which never failed to tickle him. Ronan laughed as Jamie skittered away, shivers going through him. Okay, stop. He laughed. Come on, I'll take you on a tour. But first, let's take a selfie with our wine glasses and send it to Tate and Kai. They took several selfies, and Ronan couldn't help but realize they were the first pictures they'd taken together, so he took extras for good measure. He sent one to his friends, sending Jamie some as well so he'd have them, then ignored the response that came in as he put the phone in his pocket and clasped Jamie's hand. They sipped their wine as they walked hand in hand. The concert started in another hour, so they weren't in a hurry. As they meandered through the vines, Ronan did his best to get Jamie to talk about himself. He'd never get enough of the sound of his melodic voice. Did you ever learn another language in school? Jamie finished his sip of wine and shook his head. No, but I've always wanted to learn one. Did you? I'm fluent in French. In my experience, Europeans place more importance on being multilingual than Americans do. Yeah, I think that's true. I don't know why I seem to forget you've lived in the UK almost longer than you've lived here. Your accent is sexy as hell, but I often forget about its origin because it's just so... you. I guess I've always wanted to learn Spanish. Maybe I'll take a class someday. Who knows? Do you know the band's playing this evening? Ronan shook his head, rubbing his thumb over the back of Jamie's hand. Not really, no. I've never been to a bad concert here before, though, so I'm open to whatever. What I'm most excited about is seeing Gina, Melissa, and their little guy. I can't wait to get my hands on him. The pictures aren't enough. Jamie, looking surprised, said, You don't strike me as someone who goes gaga over kids. Ronan smiled and bumped shoulders with him. Well, I wouldn't say gaga, but Gina is like family. I saw her progress the whole pregnancy, so I've kind of named myself his unofficial uncle. Do you ever see yourself having kids? Jamie got over his surprise quickly and cleared his throat, shaking his head. No, I don't. It's not something I've ever wanted, really. There's so much I want to do, like travel all over the world, take off at a moment's notice for a weekend, take baking and cake decorating classes, and maybe give you for a run for your money in the kitchen when I take a cooking class. I like kids well enough, but I don't want any of my own. What about you?"
Ronan grinned and brought Jamie's hand up, pressing his lips against the back of Jamie's hand.
"It's not something I see for myself. Never has been. I'll be happy to watch Spencer whenever the ladies need a date night, but then I'll be happy to give him back."
He chuckled and gazed at Jamie.
"I suppose I'm a lot like you. I want too many other things in my life, and the type of life I lead isn't really conducive to kids."
Ronan slowed as Jamie tugged on his hand. Stopping between the vines of grapes, he gazed down at Jamie, and his stomach fluttered at the look of happiness he saw there.
"What's put that gorgeous smile on your face?" "You did."
Jamie stepped closer and stood on his tiptoes, kissing Ronan sweetly and drawing away. Ronan, happy he could bring out that reaction from him, just shrugged, not wanting to push Jamie for specifics. He felt too good, too light and carefree just from that smile alone to delve any further.
"You know, if you ever need someone to take classes with you, I'm a good study partner, and I love traveling, so we can plan as many trips as you'd like."
Jamie smiled up at him.
"I'd like that." "Me too, boy."
They continued to walk all over the vineyard, their wine long gone. They held hands, laughing and joking with one another, talking as if they'd known each other for years. Ronan loved that they never seemed to run out of things to say, and when they stopped talking, their silences were peaceful. He couldn't remember having a better date in his life. Later, as Ronan leaned back against the Gary oak tree on the edge of the amphitheater's vast lawn, Jamie lying between his legs and held gently in his arms, he felt like life couldn't get better than it was right at that moment. Their friends were beside them, talking and rocking little Spencer in his car seat, and he had the man of his dreams in his arms. Ronan admitted, if only to himself, he was a goner over Jamie. If he was honest, he'd probably lost his heart to Jamie weeks prior, but it sat uneasily on his shoulders until he decided to embrace it rather than fight it. That had been a pivotal moment for him. They hadn't talked too much about the future, besides the random offhand comments they'd occasionally let slip out. He still had to wonder if he was jumping too far ahead of Jamie in terms of where he thought their relationship was going. He was seeing their future mapped out before him. Self-doubt had him worried Jamie was so new to Ronan's lifestyle and his own new kink that it was more a passing phase for Jamie rather than something he'd want to do forever. Ronan knew that Jamie may end up saying he was done with the BDSM aspect of their relationship. He just hoped he'd be able to hold on to the boy if that happened. But he feared if Jamie decided he didn't want that, he wouldn't want Ronan either. He knew he'd just have to wait and see how things progressed. Chapter 16. Jamie. Jamie was leaning against the doorway of Ronan's bedroom as Ronan worked around the kitchen preparing for the house party that he was having that night. More like Kink party. The dungeon Ronan had built downstairs was imposing and sent a flutter of panic through Jamie. It was another step, another foot deeper into the world Ronan had lived in for so long. Jamie had worry and panic, lust and excitement bouncing around his head for days. Although it was easier after weeks of learning and acting on his kink, the kind of party Ronan was throwing was unlike any Jamie had ever been to, and it wasn't one, in reality, someone could prepare for. Like every scene Ronan and he had ever been in together, boundaries were set, hard limits and soft limits discussed. Ronan had talked to him about each person's limits, and they knew his and Ronan's. Ronan was graceful as he moved around his kitchen, plating food that was finished, stirring whatever was making that delicious smell in a large pot on the stove, and checking the few items still in the oven. Jamie loved watching him. He moved with such confidence, whether it was at the office with his patients, in the kitchen with the food he loved to cook, or in a scene when he commanded the sub he was working over and Jamie at the same time. Just as the timers on the oven went off, Ronan turned. His smile at seeing Jamie staring at him was downright dirty. "None of that look, Dr. Kincaid. You have guests coming." Jamie laughed. "Oh, but my guests wouldn't think twice about finding you bent over the couch with my cock buried in that tight hole of yours." Only Ronan could say something like that as casually as most would speak about doing laundry. "Yeah, well," Jamie swallowed, hard, trying to get his thoughts away from Ronan doing just that, and get his pulse back under control. Ronan laughed when he noted how quickly his words had turned Jamie on. Jamie stuck his tongue out at him. Such a brat.
Okay, our guests will arrive shortly. Let's get all this food and drink downstairs.
Ronan slapped Jamie's ass, the surprise of it making him squeak. They each carried as much as they could, making a couple of trips up and down the stairs to the dungeon. Ronan had a bar set up with sodas on tap, ice in the chest freezer under the counter, and food spread out on small tables he'd placed around the area. When Jamie had made his final trip, he took the time to study the space, hoping that it might calm his nerves a bit if he could look at it objectively. Most of the walls were covered in a textured sandstone paint, except the large wall that ran the width of the room, which was covered in a rustic dark stone. The bar fit the decor nicely, matching the dark wood that was spread in various places throughout the room, including the hardwood floors. Even after all the times he'd been down here, it still wasn't what Jamie would have thought a dungeon would look like. He'd always pictured castle-style walls with lots of black and reds and every scary, imposing BDSM piece of furniture that could fit. Maybe even a few metal hooks to tie people up. He shook himself from those thoughts, or tried to at least, as he turned back to watch Ronan put the finishing touches on the room. He'd already turned the lights on low in the main room and each of the 3 private rooms, and closed the curtains to block the waning light from outside. Now, he was going from place to place lighting candles. Each time he bent to light one, the curse of being so damn tall, Jamie got a view of his tight ass. He was tempted to go grope it, but nerves got the better of him.
Are you enjoying yourself, Jamie?
Ronan spoke without turning away from his task, but the amusement was clear in his voice.
I am, very much. You're gorgeous.
Jamie walked toward Ronan, needing to be close to him.
You're flirting with me,
Ronan replied, chuckling.
You're easy to flirt with.
Jamie carefully wrapped his arms around Ronan, resting his cheek against his warm back. He heard the sound of the lighter hitting the table. Then Ronan was turning. Letting go, Jamie stepped back. Ronan faced him with a look of affectionate amusement.
Feeling a little needy, boy. Maybe because you're nervous? Maybe a little, even though I hate to admit it. This room, as gorgeous as it is rather intimidating. There's nothing wrong with feeling nervous. You're being put in a situation you've never been in before. It's understandable. And I know that, logically, but my nerves aren't getting the signal, unfortunately.
Jamie let out a nervous laugh. Ronan pulled him in close, wrapping his arms tightly around Jamie, molding their bodies together. Jamie let out a sigh. He was starting to think of this place, surrounded so completely by Ronan, as home. No matter how tough his day was, once he was standing with Ronan's arms around him and his scent filling his senses, Jamie felt warm and content. Trusting someone so much that it was pure instinct to react that way was very new for Jamie. He didn't want to give that up, ever.
Nothing has to happen, Jamie. And remember, it won't be wall-to-wall sex. Some of them just come to the house parties because it's a safe place to be themselves and talk amongst people that get them.
He placed a kiss on the side of Jamie's head. Jamie felt Ronan's lips against his skin, the sensation spreading all the way to his toes. Taking a deep breath, Jamie leaned back without letting go of Ronan. He looked right into his eyes.
Thank you.
Ronan grinned. Jamie knew Ronan loved taking care of him. He loved making him feel better, safer, and wanted. He loved even more when he achieved those things.
You never have to thank me.
Ronan leaned down to kiss him. First, just a light peck, a touch of lips, and breathing the same heated air. Then his tongue licked along the seam of Jamie's lips, caressing it, coaxing Jamie to open his mouth. When Jamie did, he was full of Ronan. He was breathless, with Ronan's tongue in his mouth, but he didn't want to stop the kiss. It made him hard and wanting and, at the same time, made him want to let go, let Ronan take control and hold him steady. Ronan pulled back, and Jamie kept his eyes closed, savoring the moment and how it felt. His nerves were settled, his cock was hard, and his heart was full. He felt Ronan pull him close once again, lips against his ear.
You'll be fine, boy. You're strong and brave. I'm proud of you.
Just as the words left Ronan's lips, the doorbell upstairs rang loud and clear. Jamie still felt like he was floating from all of Ronan's attention on him.
Remember, we're in this together, you and me.
Ronan paused, pressing his forehead to Jamie's. I love you. Jamie opened his eyes, shocked out of the headspace he was in, but Ronan was gone. Ronan loved him? Holy fuck, Ronan loved him. My heart might burst. He stood, not sure what to do when he heard Ronan call down to him. As he walked up the wooden stairs, he heard a few voices besides Ronan's. When he reached the top, he paused on the landing and took a deep breath. On the other side of that door was the kitchen, and the people who would be participating in the night's events. But more importantly, on the other side of that door was the man who just said he loved him. Jamie opened the door and stepped into the kitchen. Standing in the family room was Ronan and two men Jamie had never met, at least not officially. Ronan noticed Jamie wasn't moving toward them and waved him over with a smile. These were just people. He could do it. He could talk and socialize. He was good at it. Jamie made his way over to the group of men as Ronan laughed at something one of the other men said. As soon as Jamie stepped next to Ronan, he moved to the side, slotting Jamie right in next to him, his arm going around his waist. Jamie instantly knew he needed to find a moment to talk to Ronan. Everyone, this is Jamie. Jamie, this is Brad, my best friend. Ronan motioned toward the man on the opposite side of Jamie. He was tall, nearly as tall as Ronan, with dark brown hair, whiskey-colored eyes, and more muscle than anyone else in the room. He was also stunning. Jamie smiled and said, Hello. You haven't officially met Quinn. Quinn reached out, offering his hand to Jamie to shake. It's nice to meet you, Quinn. Jamie didn't know what else to say. He was still embarrassed that he'd peeped on Quinn during his scene with Ronan, Drew, Morgan, and Harrison. I'd like to offer you my... There's no need, Jamie. Forgiven and forgotten. It's great to meet you. Quinn's smile was welcoming, and Jamie read the truth of his words on his face. Jamie cleared his throat. We have drinks and food downstairs if you want to make your way down there while we wait for the others to arrive, Jamie stated. Brad and Quinn nodded and made their way to the dungeon. But before Jamie could take that time to talk to Ronan, the doorbell rang again. Ronan made to turn to go to the door, but Jamie grabbed his arm. Ronan looked back at him, question clear on his face. Looking right into Ronan's eyes, Jamie said, I love you too. Ronan's eyes widened in shock, but they still held the warmth they always did. Yet, the questioning look still lingered, and if Jamie wasn't wrong, a bit of doubt was in his eyes too. And then the doorbell rang a second time. Ronan turned to look at the door, then back at Jamie. With a frustrated growl, he stalked to the door to let their guests in. 30 minutes later, Jamie was in another world. He was sure of it. He sat alone on one of the dark leather couches, one of the many that had been placed around the room, creating comfortable, spacious seating areas. It was a great couch, soft and pleasant, but what he was looking at was another story. Thinking back, Jamie could honestly say that being in a private BDSM dungeon and dating a dominant and all-around kinky guy was not something he'd ever seen himself doing. But he was. All of it. And his all-around kinky guy was playing host to all the men, making the rounds to make sure everyone knew where everything was and going over the rules one more time. He was all about safety. There were going to be 11 other men at the party besides Ronan and himself, most of whom he'd seen or met before. There was Jeff and Misha, the first couple Jamie had spied on with Ronan, who loved role-playing, any and all kinds for the pure pleasure of the kink. Then there was Jeremiah, a bearded man who was tall and broad and maybe a little rough around the edges, who showed his pups, Michael and Robbie, so much love and attention. According to Ronan, Robbie was fairly new to the relationship. Jamie could see they both worshipped Jeremiah, but the boys still weren't as close after months of being together. Jamie could see a hesitancy from Michael to be playful or touch Robbie, and it hurt his heart a little for the happy guy. But there was something about Robbie. He just couldn't put his finger on what. Maybe it was just that they were all still learning to live as a threesome, especially in their puppy playtime. Jamie didn't completely understand the kink, but he thought Michael, with his happy puppy personality, was completely adorable, even if the tail sticking out of his ass made Jamie feel uncomfortable and turned on at the same time. Knox and Zach, or rather Callie, had shown up shortly after the trio had. Zach was dressed as Callie, just like he'd been when they'd had their first scene together. Jamie flushed with the memory. Theirs wasn't a role-playing kink like Jeff and Misha. It was more about how feminization worked to humiliate Zach, and that was his kink, being humiliated. He was gorgeous in his little pink skater skirt and a white corset wrapped tightly around his torso. Missing was the fake ample chest he'd had on the last time. Instead, the corset sat low enough his red nipples peeked out above the top. The look was completed with matching ruffled white ankle socks and white high-heeled Mary Jane platform pumps. Knox had gone all out for his Zach. The men who hadn't joined them yet were Drew and Morgan. They were a couple who'd been together a long time. They were perpetually looking for a third, according to Ronan. Jamie watched as Quinn separated himself, drink in hand, from Ronan and Brad. They'd been talking over by the bar for the last 20 minutes that Jamie had sat observing those around the room.
Hey, Jamie.
Quinn sat on the chair next to the couch Jamie was on.
Hey, Quinn.
Jamie smiled.
You're being very quiet over here by yourself. Not the social type? Oh, I am, typically, but this,
Jamie waved at the room,
is very new for me. Ronan suggested I just sit back and watch for a bit. Well, that shouldn't be too hard for you. Watching is your thing, right?
Quinn asked with a wink. Jamie laughed, knowing Quinn was just teasing him.
That is true. If you don't mind me saying, you look younger than me. How long have you been active in the community?
Quinn leaned to the left, pulling his legs up underneath him.
I'd say about 2 years. Yeah, I'm 22 now, so that's about right. Give or take a month or 3.
Objectively, Jamie thought Quinn was gorgeous. Not his type, but still lean and muscular in a way that no one could deny his appeal. He was dressed in dark, skinny jeans and no shirt, which put his nipple rings on full display. Quinn's unruly dark curls were sexy, and Jamie had seen what those curls looked like after numerous men had their hands in them. He'd seen Quinn's skin flushed and sweaty from being fucked over and over. Jamie felt his cock twitch and try to rise in the confines of his own tight pants. He really needed to change the direction of his thoughts. Clearing his throat, he asked, "What do you do for work?" Pride filled Quinn's face.
I'm actually about 6 months into an internship at Ashes to Moon Gallery over on Arbutus Street.
Oh wow, I know that place.
My best friend Andy is an art teacher and basically lives for art. He's dragged me there so many times over the years. What position are you interning for? The curator's position. It's my ultimate career goal.
Clearly, talking about his career was good for Quinn, if his grin was anything to go by.
You remind me of Andy. He lights up just like you when he talks about art, too.
Well, isn't that a gorgeous smile on you, boy?
Quinn and Jamie were both startled out of their private conversation by the guy who appeared beside them. Jamie looked over to see 2 men, not one. Ah, Drew and Morgan. Quinn smiled, but then it was like he realized what he was doing, or whom he was doing it to, and stopped.
Thank you, Drew,
Quinn replied in a pleasant but bland tone. Jamie watched, fascinated.
Quinn, it's nice to see you again.
The heated look Morgan passed over Quinn didn't go unnoticed by anyone, and suddenly Jamie felt like the fourth wheel. He squirmed, somehow getting turned on by watching the chemistry between these men.
It's nice to see you as well, Morgan. How have you both been?
Good, and even better now. Jamie, it's nice to see you're not hiding anymore.
Morgan tore his eyes away from Quinn, winking at Jamie, making him flush with embarrassment. Morgan was the one who had caught him watching them that day. Definitely humiliating. Jamie opened his mouth to apologize when he saw Ronan approaching. Ronan walked up behind the couch, placing his hands on Jamie's shoulders.
Drew, Morgan, late again.
Ronan chuckled. Drew raised his hands in defense.
Hey, it's not my fault.
Morgan rolled his eyes, then turned toward Drew. Jamie couldn't hear what was happening because suddenly he didn't have just Ronan's hands on his shoulders. Now, Ronan's lips and breath ghosted over his ear.
How are you doing, boy?
Closing his eyes, Jamie let out a breath as more arousal shuddered through him. This time, solely caused by Ronan.
I'm doing good, he replied quietly.
Then Ronan had a hand on Jamie's chin, tipping it up and back as he leaned over and looked directly into his eyes. He was smiling.
I was watching you. You're very sexy when you're turned on.
Jamie felt a little embarrassed, but mostly pleased that Ronan had noticed that even from across the room.
You are, aren't you, boy? I bet you're half hard in those tight pants.
Jamie moaned and nodded.
So responsive.
Ronan ran a finger up and down Jamie's cheek to the pulse point in his neck and back up. The whole time their eyes remained just on each other, making the room around them blur to nothing.
Things are going to start soon. A couple of the guys have scenes planned already and have spoken to me about them. Do you have any questions before that happens?
Jamie thought through the sensual haze Ronan had put him in.
Maybe. Probably.
Ronan grinned, then let go of Jamie. He was confused at first until he watched Ronan walk around the sofa and sit next to him, grabbing his hand.
Let's try this again. You remember your safe words, right?
Yes, sir.
Green, yellow, and red. Good. What are you right now, boy?
Green, sir.
I have plans for you. Do not be afraid to use them at any moment if you need to.
I won't, sir. Jamie smiled, wondering what plans Ronan had.
First, once the scenes start, you are to address me as Sir only. Understood?
Yes, sir. I understand, Jamie replied.
Jeff and Misha have a scene planned with Brad tonight. It's a role-playing scene, of course.
Jamie nodded, remembering the last time he'd seen Misha playing a role in a scene. His cock started to harden.
Zach, in his role as Callie, will be serving everyone tonight. That is Knox and Zach's scene. The others know the rules. They can grab, spank, grope, and all around tease him in nearly any way, but that's the extent of it.
I understand. Ronan grabbed the nape of Jamie's neck roughly, pulling him forward, smashing their lips together. Jamie could only grab a hold of Ronan's arms and submit to the pleasure he was heaping on him. Then, just as soon as it started, it ended.
Let's go.
Ronan stood and held out a hand for Jamie to take. Jamie grasped the offered hand and stood.
Where are we going? To join the others. You can't sit alone in the corner the whole night.
But wait, what about Jamie looked over his shoulder, noticing Quinn was not where he'd last seen him. Where'd Quinn go? Ronan pointed to the wall with the closed curtains.
Right there.
Quinn, with his back to the wall, stood flanked by Drew and Morgan. The trio were standing close, as Drew had his fingers tugging gently on the hair at the base of Quinn's neck, and Morgan spoke with a serious but heated look on his face. Ronan and Jamie stopped by another lounge area made up of high-backed chairs, a love seat, and a few large pillows on the floor. Ronan sat on the love seat, tugging Jamie down with him. Jeremiah, shirtless with a black and red-trimmed leather harness on, sat on one of the high-backed chairs with both Michael and Robbie at his feet, each on one of the large pillows and decked out in full puppy gear, as Jeremiah pet and touched them at random. Leather knee pads covered their knees, wide leather collars graced their necks, and Robbie had a black tail that matched Michael's, but their puppy hoods were very different. Michael's was a mix of leather and metal that covered his whole head, the metal creating the puppy snout shape. Robbie's was all leather and only covered his nose to his chin, much like a surgical mask doctors wore. Brad sat in another high-backed chair, his chest naked other than a leather harness with silver metal wrapped around him, with Misha sitting on his lap as he whispered in his ear. Jeff was in the chair next to them, watching with a stern but heated expression on his face. Brad's hands weren't in any polite-for-public places, making Jamie flush and turn away. The seating area was somewhat spacious, with paths between each piece of furniture to walk around. There were dark wooden end tables and a low dark metal coffee table placed in the center of it all.
Zach,
Knox said loudly, catching the attention of everyone around them as he casually sat with his legs crossed and his hands folded neatly in his lap. Zach had been standing to the right, slightly behind Knox's chair, with his hands behind his back and eyes on the floor. He walked around to face Knox, not once looking up. Jamie could see the embarrassment written all over his face from the attention he was getting.
Yes, sir. You are to serve our friends tonight. Are you still okay with the rules and boundaries we discussed?
Yes, sir, Zach mumbled.
I don't think that was clear enough, pet.
Yes, sir, Zach replied, a little louder but with a hint of anger in his voice.
No one can hear you.
Knox stood, tipping Zach's chin up. He asked,
Who are you?
Jamie could only describe the look Zach had as humiliation, the thing Zach hated to love.
Callie, sir,
he said, with the anger still clear in his voice.
Good, pet. You need to turn around and tell them you're their slutty girl tonight, and you can't wait for them to tease your needy little kitty and tits.
Hesitantly, Callie turned to face the group. Her face was flushed still, wanting and not wanting to do what Knox was telling her to do.
I'm your slutty girl tonight. I can't wait for you to tease my needy little kitty and tits.
Callie's voice was breathy. Knox was now behind her, hands pulling up Callie's skirt to show off the pink lace jockstrap that was hiding underneath.
See? Only slutty girls wear things like this in a room full of men.
Knox growled in Callie's ear as he traced the line of the lace across Callie's hip. Jamie could feel his own pulse tick higher with each moment. He hated being humiliated or embarrassed, even skipped ahead in books and movies when it happened. But something about watching Zach, Callie, be humiliated in such a blatantly sexual way was turning him on. It was confusing as fuck. Knox smacked her ass before saying, "Now go, slut." Jamie watched as Callie walked over to Brad, Misha, and Jeff first, talking quietly to them, before making her way to the bar and the bottled drinks that Ronan had put out earlier. Jamie pulled his gaze away, not wanting to get caught staring. It was rude, and had nothing to do with the confusing feelings that seeing Callie like that brought out in him. Ronan reached over, placing a hand on Jamie's thigh.
"Come here, boy. I want you closer."
Jamie stood, moving to sit between Ronan's now spread thighs. Luckily, Jamie wasn't a bigger guy, and the love seat was spacious, or it would have been an awkward position. Leaning back against Ronan, he felt not so adrift in the room filled with sights, sounds, and smells that could overwhelm the senses. Ronan wrapped his arms around Jamie, his hand burying itself under his t-shirt, his hot palm rubbing gently against Jamie's skin. He rested his other hand on Jamie's thigh. Jamie could feel the arousal that had been slowly building as he observed those in the room strike him hard. His cock filled his jeans, tenting what little space was there. Jamie sucked in a breath, wondering what Ronan was going to do next.
"Relax. I just want to hold you."
Ronan turned back to talking to Knox, who sat a few feet away to his right. Jamie knew there was more to it than that. His eyes were drawn over to Jeremiah as he spoke quietly to Robbie. Jamie couldn't hear the words, but the effect they had on the pup was clear, with his tail wagging and his eyes closed as he received the pets and praise he obviously loved. Michael was next to them, but was distracted with the toy he was having fun with as he tossed it around with his snout. One exuberant toss later, the toy hit Robbie's flank, and he flinched on impact and turned quickly toward Michael. Michael lay down and rolled over, showing his belly.
"I guess there's still some tension with them since the break Michael got during playtime,"
Ronan whispered in Jamie's ear, startling him. "Do you know what caused the rift between them? I noticed it earlier. There's just something there."
"Don't worry about it, boy. I'm sure they'll work it out."
Ronan skated his hand up and down Jamie's torso, sending goosebumps skittering across his body.
"Would you like a drink?"
Jamie turned to the left to see Callie standing there.
"Don't be shy, girl. Come closer."
Ronan gestured for her to move, placing her within touching distance of him.
"Good girl."
Ronan's hand glided up Callie's slim leg.
"Oh, you are a good girl. You even shaved for us. I wonder what else you shaved."
His hand moved again, sliding up and under her skirt. Callie's breath increased, and Jamie's followed. Callie squeezed her eyes closed, her face bright red, pulling her lips together at the same time.
"No, slut. We want to hear your noises. Slutty girls tell us how much they like it."
Flushing even more, Callie followed the order, moans spilling from her lips. Jamie was fascinated. He tried not to be. It was confusing that he found himself so damn attracted to the delicate femininity that Zach exuded as Callie.
"I think we can lose those panties, girl."
Ronan smacked her ass lightly, indicating she should take them off. With shaking hands, Callie reached under her skirt to pull them off. Once they reached mid-thigh, she tried to continue without bending over. Another smack, to her thigh this time, as Ronan ordered,
"Bend over when you take them off. I want to see that pretty kitty."
Jamie couldn't get enough air in his lungs, with how much he was panting, watching Ronan order every step Callie took. He felt pre-cum leaking from his dick. He tried to discreetly move his cock in the tight confines of his pants without wiggling against Ronan, but was caught by Knox, who smiled and winked. Jamie flushed even more. With the amount of heat flooding his face, he was sure it was as red as a beet.
"Ronan, your boy is enjoying the view,"
Knox said. Jamie groaned. The hand that was lying on his stomach moved down and out from under his shirt, cupping his dick. He groaned again and closed his eyes, relishing the pressure.
"You like this boy? You like watching me play with her?"
Jamie groaned, not wanting to voice the truth to anyone. Callie was bent over, underwear now in Knox's hand, and skirt flipped up over her back. Ronan looked back and hummed a pleased sound. Callie's hole was already prepped for play. Reaching out, he tapped her hole that was on full display in front of them. Callie swayed on her feet.
"Such a pretty, pink, wet kitty. I love a wet kitty."
Jamie could see the wetness over Callie's hole, could see Ronan's fingers slide around, making lewd noises with each pass. Jamie moaned involuntarily. Ronan chuckled.
"You do like this."
Ronan moved his finger away from Callie's hole, pulling back and landing another spank on her ass cheek.
"Stand up, Callie."
Callie stood, turning to face Ronan, her cheeks as red as Jamie felt, and her pupils blown wide. The cock tenting her skirt showed how her body was reacting to Ronan's touch. Jamie wasn't surprised. He had that reaction often.
"Come over here. I want you to straddle us."
Jamie gasped. His cock thrummed hard, like he'd reached a mini orgasm. Once Callie was seated, legs spread wide around Ronan's, her ass settled right over Jamie's hard cock.
"My boy here likes to watch me touch you,"
Ronan said, as his fingers traced her pouty pink, glossy lips.
"I bet he'd come in his pants if I made him watch these lips around my cock."
Jamie made a noise of pleasure that came out more like a sob. His senses overloaded. His thoughts scattered from one sensation to the next. Ronan's hard cock behind him, pushing in his ass crack. Callie's warm hole over his dick, her hips slightly moving, seemingly without her knowledge.
"You'd like that, boy? You'd want to see her suck my cock?"
Jamie nodded slightly, never once taking his eyes off Callie's.
"Come here, Callie."
Ronan's hand went to the nape of her neck, pulling her in. Leaning around Jamie, Callie's lips were on Ronan's. She moaned, and Jamie shuddered. In that moment, he wanted to be the one kissing her, and it freaked him out and turned him on. He was transfixed. He could see their tongues tangling, hear the smacking wetness. Jamie could feel Callie grind against him harder and harder as the kiss went on. It felt like forever. Ronan pushed her back and she whined. Her eyes were glazed over and hooded. The room was silent, and Jamie was sure they had people watching. It made him squirm. Callie and Ronan both moaned at the same time.
"I can feel you, boy. I can feel how turned on you are. You want to kiss those lips, don't you?"
Ronan whispered in his ear. Callie's eyes were locked on Jamie's. His breath hitched. There was no way he could admit it. Not out loud. Not with everyone there listening. He wanted to let go. Let Ronan control what happened. Jamie wanted Ronan to take the weight of that decision from him, because he trusted that Ronan knew him, knew what Jamie needed and wanted in that moment. Jamie squeezed Ronan's thigh tightly, hoping Ronan got the signal. He did. The hand that was still grasping Callie's neck started to pull her forward. Her eyes widened. Excitement and lust were all Jamie could see. It was happening as if in slow motion. Then, her lips were on his. Chapter 17. Ronan. Ronan watched in rapt silence, as did the rest of his guests, while his boy was ravished by Callie. There was no other word for it. She'd straddled them both, and when Ronan had pushed her down toward Jamie, she'd given it her all. Her grinding hips had increased their pressure and cadence, and she'd clasped Jamie's face in her hands as she ravished Jamie's mouth. It was sensual, it was beautiful, and it was ridiculously arousing to watch. While Jamie's hips were also moving, that was the extent of what he allowed himself. Ronan could see how turned on the boy was by his flushed skin. He could hear it in his needy whimpers. He could feel it in the tight grip Jamie had on Ronan's forearms. Ronan's hand cupped Jamie's hard-as-steel cock, while the other played with his nipples, and Jamie's body shook as it neared orgasm. Hell, Ronan was about to blow himself, but he wouldn't have either of them reaching their climaxes around their guests. No. He had plans for Jamie that night, and he knew Knox wouldn't allow Callie to come either. So, with a rueful sigh, Ronan leaned closer to Jamie and whispered, "Remember, boy, you're not permitted to come." Jamie let out a whimpering groan, pulling himself away from the beautiful girl sitting on his lap. The remorseful sound caused several of their guests to chuckle. His boy was dazed, chest heaving with deep breaths and a shiver racking his entire body, as Callie slowed down but couldn't stop her grinding movements on top of him. Her pupils were so blown. She looked like she was a second or two away from an intense orgasm. "Callie, look at me, little one," Knox said. "You did beautifully. Both of you kissing was a gorgeous sight to see. But remember, you're not permitted to come either." Knox's words seemed to sink in, and her hips stopped moving. Jamie let out a relieved breath, and both Jamie and Ronan watched as she leaned in and kissed Jamie's cheek, whispering thank you to both of them. She stood on wobbly legs and turned to Knox, whose arms were open for her. She let out a whimper as she stumbled over to him, her heels making the trip that much harder. She cuddled up on Knox's lap, burying her face in his neck as he soothed her with gentle whispers Ronan couldn't make out, and soft touches she relaxed into. Ronan turned back into his boy and lifted him up to cuddle in his lap, much like Callie had done. "You did so well, sweetheart. It was beautiful watching you both kiss so passionately." "It's so confusing. Why am I so attracted to her femininity?" "She's beautiful. It's not necessarily the femininity you're attracted to. It's the whole package that comes along with it. The fact she's demure, and both hating and loving how much her humiliation turns her on. It's the sweetness of the innocence that exudes from her in that role. She's gorgeous in a way that anyone in this room would attest to." Jamie nodded against his shoulder and took a few deep breaths, but then looked up at him, a worried expression on his face. "I really got into it. I'm sorry. I hope you're not angry with me." Ronan cupped Jamie's chin, drawing him closer. "I'm the one who drew her toward you. That was one of the most sensual things I've ever witnessed. I knew you were scared, and I knew you wanted me to make the decision for you, so you wouldn't have to. I'm glad you were able to let go enough to enjoy it. You did so well, Jamie. I'm proud of you, not angry with you, never that." Jamie bit his lip, his gaze imploring. "You promise?" "God, yes, I promise, Jamie. It was perfect. You were perfect." Jamie let out a soft whimper and pulled him close, kissing him with a fierce passion he didn't always feel comfortable showing Ronan. That, coupled with the fact he tasted Callie's cherry chapstick on his boy's lips, had him more turned on than he could ever remember being. They kissed for what seemed like an hour, their breaths heaving, and his boy's body shuddering in his arms. When they finally pulled away from each other, it was as if there was nothing else around them, like they were all alone, and had tunnel vision for each other. "I want to make love to you, sweetheart. Let's say our good nights and take this upstairs." They both turned to look at everything going on around them. His gaze landed on Callie, who was taking Knox's cock like a good girl. Jeremiah and his pups had either retired to the room they always used or gone home. Brad had Misha bouncing on his cock, as Misha was nearly being choked with Jeff's cock. And Morgan and Drew had Quinn tied down to Ronan's spanking bench, Morgan teasing him with his cock, tracing it around Quinn's lips, and never letting the boy do anything more than lick it, while Drew was working him over with a flogger. Jamie gave a little giggle, hiding his head against Ronan's chest. Ronan couldn't help but chuckle and hug Jamie after letting out such a carefree sound. "I guess we don't need to say anything to anyone. They're quite preoccupied at the moment." Jamie snickered and nodded his head, then slowly got up from his lap. They made their way up the stairs, holding hands. When they got to the top, Jamie glanced his way. "Do they stay over or leave?" Ronan shrugged. "Depends on what's going on with everyone. They all have rooms they know are their own for nights like this, so they can stay or go. Either way is fine. Does that bother you?" Jamie smiled up at him and shook his head.
Not at all. I think it's great.
Ronan wrapped his arm around Jamie, guiding him to the master suite. Jamie walked ahead of him toward the bed and began to undress.
Not tonight, Jamie. That's my job.
He saw Jamie's hands shake a little as he lowered them and clasped them behind his back, his gaze dropping to the floor. That beautiful act of submission was becoming more natural to him, and there was nothing Ronan loved more than a submissive Jamie. Approaching slowly, he let Jamie's desire simmer. The back of his hand caressed from Jamie's stomach to his chest and back down again. Lifting Jamie's shirt, just enough for Ronan to run his fingers lightly around the waistband of his jeans, caused a shiver to rack Jamie's body. He loved the boy's baby-soft skin and the downy-soft hairs of his happy trail. Ronan wasn't extremely hairy himself, but the hair on his arms and legs was much more plentiful than Jamie's. The hair between his pecs and on his stomach, though not thick, wasn't just an afterthought. He loved everything about Jamie's body. He loved the texture of his skin, the lightly tanned tone, his smaller size. It made him feel powerful to be 6'4" to Jamie's 5'10", and if that made him a bit of a caveman, he didn't care. After teasing Jamie with caresses all over his chest and back as he nuzzled his neck, he pulled the boy's shirt over his head. Kissing from his luscious lips down to his jawline, he nipped and licked his neck and placed open-mouthed kisses along his collarbone. He paid homage to Jamie's nipples until he was squirming in his grasp and gripping his hair to keep him from moving on. Ronan got on his knees, legs spread with Jamie's feet between them, kissing his stomach before he worked the rest of Jamie's clothes off. Ronan made quick work of his own clothes as Jamie devoured him with his eyes. Ronan could see how much Jamie wanted to touch, but he held back. Ronan would reward him for that later. But instead of paddling, bondage, or even flogging, which was Jamie's personal favorite, Ronan wanted to make love to Jamie without the constant ringing of the doorbell. He wanted to spend time proving to him with words and actions how much he meant to Ronan, how he'd come to mean everything to him.
Crawl up on the bed and lay on your back.
Jamie did as he instructed, as Ronan pulled out a long, black, silk scarf to cover Jamie's eyes. Once he had the blindfold on, he pulled a feather out of his chest at the bottom of his bed and trailed it over Jamie's legs, back and forth. Jamie whimpered and shivered, making Ronan grin.
Wrap your hands around the rungs of the headboard. That's it. You're beautiful like this. Utterly perfect, boy. God, Jamie is the perfect fit for me in every conceivable way.
Ronan wasn't a hardcore dom. He didn't enjoy inflicting pain unless the sub he was working over needed it. He enjoyed sensory play most of all, and occasionally bondage and reddening up Jamie's skin with some impact play. But when it came down to it, the psychological aspect of domination was what he got off on, and Jamie had taken to that like a duck to water. When he sat Jamie down months ago to discuss hard limits, boundaries, and safe words, Jamie had been scared and feeling out of his element. But when Jamie had finally explained he wasn't into pain, just sensory play and deprivation and power exchange, Ronan had eased the boy's mind. He enjoyed giving subs what they needed in his scenes at the office, but when it came down to it, he was a caretaker through and through. Being a doctor, wanting to help people and take care of them, that was where he felt most comfortable in his skin, and that carried over into his kink preferences as well. Ronan wanted to be dominant in the bedroom with Jamie, but during their everyday lives, he was more a caretaker dom. He'd known that about himself for years, having discovered BDSM during university with Brad. Ronan just had to make sure Jamie wanted their lifestyle for the long haul. He believed Jamie when he'd told him he loved him earlier. He just wasn't sure if Jamie saw their relationship spanning the rest of their lives. Being new to BDSM and his own personal kink, Jamie might very well change his mind or decide it wasn't for him after time had passed, and that was Ronan's greatest fear. He wanted Jamie any way he could get him. Jamie had become like the air Ronan breathed, vital to his very being. He wanted Jamie to know that, deep down in his bones, and meant to tell him with every kiss he gave. He started at Jamie's ankles, kissing up to his shins, whispering as he went,
I love your soft skin.
More kisses to his inner thighs.
I love the way your breath catches when I do something unexpected.
He kissed Jamie's stomach, just above his thatch of curls.
I love when you look at me with complete trust.
He kissed his stomach just over his belly button and breathed Jamie in.
I love your scent. It's my own personal aphrodisiac.
He laved the boy's ribcage.
I love falling asleep with you,
he whispered, and made his way over to Jamie's other side.
And I love waking up with you.
Spending a lot of time on Jamie's nipples, Ronan kept talking as the moans played in his ears like the sweetest of notes.
I love your absolute loyalty and commitment.
He teased a nipple with his teeth.
I love your capacity for love.
He tugged, eliciting a loud groan.
I love your passion for your job and your care for our patients.
He moved over to the other nipple.
I love how you smile at me over the rim of your first cup of tea.
Jamie shivered as Ronan licked his way up to his neck.
I love when you sing in the shower.
Ronan chuckled when Jamie gasped out his embarrassment and his cheeks turned red.
I love how you blush so prettily.
He grinned when Jamie pouted.
And I love how you lean into every touch I give you.
He straddled Jamie and licked from his armpit up to his elbow.
I love the needy sounds you make as we're making love.
He kissed up his forearm.
I love how brave you are, trying so many new things.
He nipped at his wrist and moved down his other arm.
And I love the way your face lights up when you laugh.
Ronan reached over and pumped some lube on his palm, fisting his own dick.
Open yourself wide for me, boy.
He watched as Jamie pulled his legs up and out, his perfect pink hole on display. He clasped Jamie's dick, using the last of the lube on his hand, and then grabbed Jamie behind both knees, pushing them back and bringing his ass up. He bit down on each of Jamie's cheeks, not too hard and not too soft. He saw Jamie's hole pucker up under his ministrations, so he kissed his way to it and began to lave his tongue from the back all the way up to his taint, and down and up again.
I love how greedy your gorgeous hole is for my fingers, my tongue, and especially my cock.
Jamie moaned, and Ronan began to breach his tight ring with his tongue. The boy's keening nearly did him in when he speared it in as far as it would go and fucked his greedy hole with it. He looked up and saw Jamie was biting his lip to keep himself from talking, and suddenly he wanted to hear Jamie's words and feel Jamie's hands all over him. Leaning back on his heels, he let go of the boy's legs, and Jamie kept himself spread open to him.
Such a good boy.
Ronan jacked his cock a couple times, and then held it steady as he pushed his way into Jamie's tight hole. He groaned, just as he did every time he breached Jamie's body. Once he was fully seated, he leaned over Jamie and kissed his lips.
I love the way our bodies fit so perfectly together.
He moved to push the blindfold back on Jamie's forehead and realized it was damp with tears. Their gazes met, and he saw so much love in Jamie's eyes it nearly undid him.
But most of all, Jamie, I love you with all my heart.
He pulled out and then pushed back in to the sound of Jamie's aroused cries. He leaned down to whisper in his ear,
Let me hear your voice and feel your hands on me.
With a gasp, Jamie let go of the headboard and wrapped his arms around him, one hand moving up to clasp his neck and bring Ronan in for a heated kiss, and the other grabbing onto his ass and pulling him in deeper. Jamie groaned, and then suddenly his hands were clasping Ronan's face. When their eyes met, a tear slid down into Jamie's hair.
I love you so much, Ronan. The way you take care of me, the way you guide me, the way you treat me like I'm precious to you. You are, sweetheart.
Jamie drew him down for a desperate kiss that would have stole Ronan's heart if Jamie hadn't already had it in his grasp. He slowly pulled almost all the way out and slid slowly, torturously back in. Jamie's ankles crossed behind him, working to push Ronan even deeper.
God, you feel so good.
Jamie nodded in response, another tear sliding down into his hairline. Ronan kissed it away and moved inside of him. He let his forehead rest on Jamie's shoulder as he continued to slowly build Jamie up, closer and closer to his orgasm. When he began to feel Jamie's muscles clench down on him, he nearly lost his control. He lifted up, holding himself on one hand as he wrapped his other around Jamie's shaft, squeezing and stroking as he pegged his prostate over and over until Jamie came with a loud cry. Jamie's body shuddered and his ass clenched down on Ronan's dick. Ronan couldn't hold back any longer and came deep inside of him. Collapsing half on and half off of Jamie, Ronan waited until his breathing was under control before he slowly slid out. He went to the bathroom to run a washcloth under warm water and carried it in to Jamie to clean him off, and then himself. He tossed the cloth somewhere in the vicinity of his hamper and crawled in next to Jamie, tugging him close. They faced each other on their sides, and he tossed his leg over Jamie's, dragging the boy's leg between his own so he could pull him even tighter to his chest.
You did great tonight. You fit right into my group of friends. I know you were nervous, but Jamie, watching you watch them was the biggest turn on for me. Seeing your skin pink up with blushes, seeing you bite your bottom lip and lick it, seeing you rub your cock or your nipples as you watched them play was such a turn on. And the way you surrendered to your desire with Callie was the most sensual thing I've ever witnessed. I'm so proud of you.
Jamie held his gaze through half of that, and then his face flushed, and he hid it in Ronan's chest. His muffled,
"Thank you, sir,"
followed by a huge embarrassed sigh, made Ronan chuckle and squeeze him tighter. And before Ronan could stop himself, he blurted out,
"Move in with me."
Jamie nearly clipped Ronan's chin. His head flew back so fast. His eyes were wide as saucers, and his mouth dropped open in shock. Ronan found himself babbling out all the reasons why.
You used to say only during the weekends, but now you're here at least 5 nights a week. I hate sleeping alone when you stay at your place. I want to drive into work together every day and drive home again at night. I want to hold you in my arms as you fall asleep and wake up with you wrapped around me, keeping me warm. I want to bring you breakfast and, yes, bed and celebrate all of our holidays to...
He stopped his runaway mouth and met Jamie's gaze, loving the wide grin he had plastered across his face. But he had to ask, just to be sure.
What did you say?
Jamie leaned in and kissed him, pulling back and looking him in the eye.
I said yes. Yes, I'll move in with you. I've thought of this place as home for months.
Really? He asked, hopefully. Jamie nodded and whispered,
Yes, really.
He burrowed more deeply into Ronan's arms and yawned. Ronan was on cloud 9 when he finally whispered,
Good night, Jamie.
Jamie hummed and squeezed him tight for a few seconds.
Good night.
Chapter 18. Jamie. Jamie turned to set the box he'd carried from the truck on the floor of what was now his office. Looking around at the pale blue walls, Jamie smiled. When he'd moved in officially 2 weeks before, he'd just taken his stuff from Andy's, which honestly was next to nothing, putting his clothes in the empty drawers and closet space Ronan had set aside for him. When Ronan had originally shown Jamie this room, Jamie had been confused. For a moment, he'd thought Ronan didn't want them to share a bedroom, but that didn't sit right. When he'd looked at Ronan with question clear in his eyes, Ronan had said,
This is your room. You can use it as you see fit, but it's a place for you to have just for yourself. If you want a relaxing den or a home gym, this is yours.
Jamie had been so touched by the gesture that his heart felt too big for his chest. He'd closed the few feet separating them, cupped Ronan's cheeks, and smiled. Ronan returned it. Jamie loved his smile, the soft, affectionate look he only gave Jamie. Jamie pulled Ronan down, his face inches from Jamie's.
Thank you.
He placed a kiss on the corner of Ronan's lips, then his cheek and jaw, making his way to every part of that gorgeous face he could reach. Jamie peppered kisses around and around until Ronan was chuckling. Jamie laughed softly against his ear, then nibbled. Ronan gasped, and Jamie laughed again. He knew the effect biting Ronan's ear had on him. A few nips, and he moved down, placing little bites on Ronan's neck, followed by licks of his salty skin. He tasted his way to Ronan's collarbone, then across to the other side of his neck. Bites and licks led him to his other ear, giving that one the same treatment as the first. By that point, Ronan was clinging to him and moaning with every little taste Jamie got. Ronan's hands remained wrapped around his hips, squeezing and pulling him closer until their chests brushed against each other, and Jamie could feel Ronan's stiff cock against his stomach. He wiggled against it, trying to give it the friction he knew Ronan needed. Ronan groaned.
How about later I show you how thankful I truly am?
Jamie whispered in Ronan's ear. Ronan groaned, pressing his forehead to Jamie's before capturing his lips and kissing the breath right out of him. Jamie took that as yes. The house was now full of friends helping move all the things Jamie had placed in the storage unit months ago to the home he now shared with Ronan. Jeff had offered to help, along with Misha, when Ronan and Brad had run into him while they were at the gym a couple of weeks ago. Jamie was happy to have them there, since he and Misha had grown closer in the course of his relationship with Ronan. He'd been a lot of help when Jamie had questions, concerns, or just needed someone to talk to who would understand. Jamie had felt guilty at first because Andy was his best friend. But when Jamie tried to talk to Andy about certain things, Andy couldn't reassure or help Jamie because there was so much he just didn't understand. Jamie left his office, heading toward the front door. Jeff and Ronan were carrying in the love seat Jamie loved so much. He hated to get rid of it, since it had been his first major purchase after he'd started working. Luckily, it matched the ones in the dungeon, and Ronan was all too happy to let it be put downstairs. Jamie found Andy in the truck trying to pick up a box that was marked as books, and clearly too heavy for his slight friend. "Hey, man, what are you trying to do? Pretend you're the Hulk?" Jamie laughed. "Ha ha ha, funny. Ronan said start at the front and work my way in. This was next, so..." Andy shrugged. "Yeah, I don't think he meant break your back in the process, dork," Jamie replied. Pointing to the boxes in the next row, Jamie said, "Go get those boxes. They have bedding I'm going to use on the daybed in the office." Andy grabbed a box and walked off the ramp of the truck. Jamie chuckled at his friend. He wasn't sure Andy was the best guy to ask for help with moving, but Jamie hadn't seen much of him between work, his time with Ronan, and Andy's own schedule, so he wanted him there. Jamie was searching through the stuff left, figuring out what was going where, when he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Brad walking up the ramp of the truck. "Hey, Brad, everything okay?" Jamie asked. When they'd arrived earlier with the truck full of Jamie's things, Brad had walked off with his cell glued to his ear and a glower on his face. "Yup, just work stuff. I'm thinking it's time to make some changes to my crew," Brad replied, shaking his head. Jamie wrinkled his nose. "Ugh, yeah. Firing people sometimes is a necessity, but it always sucks. I couldn't agree more." Jamie felt for Brad. As the type of guy who wasn't just nice but was always lending a helping hand, he must have felt bad about having to fire someone. Jamie began rummaging around the stuff, trying to remember all he'd stored, when Brad started to talk. "You know, I couldn't be happier that you walked into Ronan's life. I think..." Brad paused, clearly thinking through what he was about to say. Jamie turned all his attention to him. "I think it was something he needed." Jamie's heart warmed at the nice words, but the second half raised a few questions. "Thank you, but, what do you mean by it was something he needed?" "It's just, he's had some serious relationships. I'm sure he's told you." Jamie nodded. Ronan had talked very little about past relationships, but enough that Jamie got the idea he'd had a few serious ones. "But he shut himself off a while ago. He's dated and had subs, of course, but I don't think you understand how significant it is that he trusts you and loves you enough to have you move in. Anyone can share a house, but to share your heart after..." Brad stopped, pressing his lips together, clearly not wanting or able to say what had been about to come out. "It's hard to let someone in, for anyone." Brad took a few steps toward Jamie, his gaze intent. "Just know how important you are to him. He doesn't let people in like he's let you in." Jamie swallowed. He'd been grateful for the affection and love Ronan had given him from the moment this whole thing began between them, and beyond thankful that he was the one who received it. But Ronan's best friend taking the time to make sure Jamie knew that made him feel it even more. There were no words that would convey all that, so with tears in his eyes, he nodded. Brad smiled and ignored how emotional that had made Jamie, grabbed a box, and walked off the truck. It took Jamie a few minutes of poking at things in the truck to gather himself and get back to work. When he walked toward the house, he hadn't expected to find Brad standing just inside the front door, inside the kitchen facing the entryway for the dungeon. Jamie wondered what he was looking at. Standing outside the front door, Jamie followed his gaze. He saw Andy holding the same box Jamie had sent him off with as he stood at the entryway to the dungeon, looking down the stairs. Andy knew what was down there because Jamie had sat with him one night after his first time in the dungeon, extolling every detail, minus the sex stuff, about each piece of furniture and equipment. Jamie often saw that look on Andy's face, but usually it was only when he was looking at paintings and sculptures and the like, not looking down a set of stairs. He was in his own world. Jamie felt like they were in some sort of standoff. He was glancing back and forth between them, Brad was staring at Andy, and Andy was still staring downstairs. Jamie realized that Brad had never met Andy, and probably didn't even know who he was. He was about to step inside and introduce them when Ronan and Jeff had come around the corner from where the office was located. Ronan's eyes flicked between their two best friends as he walked toward Jamie, a question in them. Jamie just shook his head with a smile. "Hey, boy," Ronan said as he pressed a kiss to Jamie's forehead. "Hey, did you get the love seat situated downstairs?" "Yeah, and we even moved some boxes around in the office to make more room. It's getting crowded in there." Ronan winked. "Don't remind me. I've been meaning to sort through it before now." Jamie shrugged. Turning his attention back to Andy and Brad, Jamie saw that Andy's attention was finally off whatever had him intrigued downstairs. Now, his attention was fully on Brad. "Hey, Andy, I don't think you two have met," Jamie said, but Andy's eyes never budged off Brad. Jamie got it. Ronan's best friend was gorgeous, like model gorgeous, with dark brown hair, green eyes that had brilliant gold flecks, and muscles. Yummy muscles. Andy apparently agreed. It made Jamie smirk up at Ronan when they'd both noticed the same thing. Ronan stepped over to Brad, placing his hand on the man's opposite shoulder, and squeezed. "Brad, this is Andy." Ronan motioned toward Jamie's friend. "He's Jamie's best friend. He's not, teacher." "Hello, Andy. It's nice to meet you," Brad said with a smile. Jamie laughed at the odd piece of information Ronan decided to impart and walked over to the group. Standing next to Andy as they both faced Brad and Ronan, Jamie added his part of the introduction. "Andy, this is Brad, Ronan's best friend and all-around good guy." Andy still stared, and Brad's smile turned into an even bigger grin with each passing moment that Andy didn't speak. Jamie nudged Andy, hoping to knock him out of whatever world he was in. "You're beautiful," Andy blurted out. Brad's grin could not have gotten any bigger, but man, he was fucking glowing. Jeff snickered, and Ronan covered his mouth with his hand, trying to hide the smile he clearly couldn't help. Jamie nudged Andy again. Andy shook his head and looked at Jamie. "What?" Turning his focus to the group surrounding him, Andy's face paled, then turned a nice shade of pink. "I said that out loud, didn't I?" He wasn't looking at Jamie, but Jamie knew the question was directed at him. "Yep." "It's okay, Andy. I think you're beautiful, too." "Oh, thank you?" Jamie shook his head and smiled. "Why don't you walk with me, and we can put these boxes away where they belong?" Brad asked Andy. Andy nodded, and quickly walked toward the back of the house with Brad. Jamie smiled as he watched them go. "That is going to be so much fun to watch unfold," Ronan stated when they were out of earshot. Jamie couldn't agree more. Chapter 19. Ronan. Friday, after a busy but satisfying work week, Ronan and Jamie sat together in front of the fireplace, watching a National Geographic special on the Okavango Delta in Botswana. The sound was down low, and they were curled up together, Jamie's heart warming Ronan as it always did. On Monday, he'd canceled 2 Friday scenes he'd had scheduled. His growing unease with having scenes with others while Jamie watched was beginning to weigh heavily on his mind. Wondering if he was being paranoid, Ronan decided to broach the subject. Kissing Jamie's head, he pulled back a bit as Jamie turned to look up at him. "So I think I mentioned this a few weeks back, but tomorrow is the house party over at Jeff and Misha's place. Would you like to go?" The frown creasing Jamie's brows wasn't a good sign. Coupled with the boy's reticence to meet his eyes when he shook his head, Ronan's worries seemed like they were warranted. When Jamie looked up and finally met his gaze, his eyes apologizing before he even spoke, Ronan's gut churned.
I'm sorry. I'm just not really feeling up to it this weekend. Can we sit this one out? I just want to have a weekend with you. We've had so much going on with the move and getting settled in and unpacking my stuff and all. I want to have a relaxing weekend, just the two of us.
Ronan nodded and ran his hand through Jamie's hair.
Yeah, that's fine. I'd love to spend the weekend with you.
And it was true. He absolutely loved spending one-on-one time with Jamie. That wasn't where his unease was coming from. He was beginning to fear he'd been forcing his own agenda on Jamie, pushing voyeurism on him to suit his own needs. Jamie rejecting the idea of the party only worried him more. He'd been dialing his scenes back, having fewer of them and less often. He'd loved his life before Jamie. He'd felt wanted. His own physical needs had been met, and he'd helped others fulfill their fantasies. He hadn't felt an urge to date in the last several years, and was happy with the scenes he'd participated in. And in his satisfaction with his job and being able to build his dream home, his life was going exactly how he'd planned it. Sure, Ronan had eventually wanted to settle down, but that didn't mean he wasn't happy with his life as it had been. When Jamie came along, he'd just made it even better. He was the icing on Ronan's cake, and Ronan couldn't be happier to have fallen for a man as good as Jamie. Everything about their wants, needs, and desires seemed to have fallen so effortlessly into place that it seemed almost too perfect. He had to search his own mind for any subconscious manipulation of their relationship to be sure he wasn't forcing his own objectives and ignoring Jamie's needs. He'd asked himself a million questions, not the least of which was, did Jamie really want this life? Was he forcing his own agenda? And if so, what did Jamie really want? Had Jamie lost who he really was amidst all the new things Ronan was introducing him to? Did Jamie really love him? Or did he love the idea and excitement of the new things Ronan brought into his life? All of those questions had been rolling around in Ronan's head for weeks, and God knows he should have been talking to Jamie about his feelings and his doubts. But the truth of it was, the answer he feared would be forthcoming scared him half to death. The love he had for Jamie was so much more than he'd ever thought it could be for anyone. And if Jamie didn't feel the same way, Ronan couldn't fathom how he'd move forward without him. Added to that was his conversation with Andy during move-in day that still weighed heavily on his mind, making it all so much worse. His muscles were sore, but even that couldn't dampen the happiness and, if he were being honest, relief he felt at finally getting the remainder of Jamie's stuff moved into their home. He walked from room to room of their home, getting everyone's dinner order. Having help from Brad, Andy, Jeff, and Misha had made things go so much faster. Ronan had tried to send them home after everything was unloaded into the house, but they'd insisted on staying and helping to unpack Jamie's stuff, which was an enormous help. Ronan and Jamie's work schedule was always pretty packed, and they'd taken to working late several nights a week when they had too many patients scheduled. So, he knew without their friend's help, the unpacking and furniture arranging would be delayed. He'd gotten everyone's food order but Andy and Brad's, and though he knew his house was rather large, it seemed to swallow Andy up. He always seemed to be lost in his own head, and Ronan thought more than once he was going to have to help direct Andy to a specific task. When Ronan and Jamie had introduced their best friends to each other, Ronan had been amused by the immediate attraction he'd seen between both of them. Brad had stared and smiled at him, and poor Andy hadn't known what to do with it. But Ronan was sure Andy blurting out how he'd found Brad beautiful wasn't on the list. Brad had stepped in to save Andy and ushered him aside to guide him in what was next for them to do. Ronan had caught Brad watching exchanges between Jamie and Andy, and a soft look slid over his face time and time again as he watched Andy gather his wits about him and try to focus on what Jamie asked of him. Ronan watched them interacting throughout the day, and he could honestly say he hadn't seen that look on Brad's face in years. Sure, he'd had temporary boyfriends through the years, boys he dominated and had 6-month contracts with, but none had made that soft, daddy-dom part of him come out. Ronan knew Brad's preference was to be more of a caretaker dom. He'd once joked with Brad about wanting to be a daddy, and when his best friend hadn't responded, Ronan had realized he'd hit the nail on the head. Since then, he'd been hoping to see that part of his friend come out in his relationships, but it never had. Until he met Andy. Ronan had a feeling when he found the two of them, they'd be together. He walked into the second guest bedroom on the main floor. It was the room he'd handed over to Jamie to do with as he pleased. He wanted to make sure the boy had a space that was his, and only his, in their home. Jamie decided to leave the bed in there for guests, but he'd use the rest of the space as an office game room where he could keep his computer, his TV, gaming stations, and a bookshelf for all of his games and books. That's where he found Andy and Brad. Andy, surrounded by sheets of crumpled-up newspaper on all sides, was presumably unpacking boxes, and Brad was filling Jamie's bookshelf with his belongings. Ronan walked in on Andy, who was waving around some kind of heavy glass decorative item as he talked about art and a local gallery, a faraway look in his eyes. Ronan stopped by the doorway and watched as Brad stood, waded through the newspaper, and approached Andy with a smile on his face. When Brad reached Andy, he clasped the glass object in Andy's hand, gently pulling it free from Andy's grip as he raised his other to palm the side of Andy's neck, gently rubbing the area just below his ear with his thumb. Miraculously, Andy stopped talking and focused immediately on Brad.
"I'll take this and put it over on the shelf. How about that? I love hearing all about your artwork, Andy. Why don't you tell me about what mediums you use while you finish unpacking? Can you do that for me?"
All Andy could seem to do, his gaze still locked on Brad, was nod and stand there until Brad slid his hand away. He continued to look directly at Brad until Brad smiled wide at him and chucked him under the chin.
"Is that box done?"
Andy's eyes finally cleared, and he gazed down at the box, nodding again.
"Good. Set it aside and put all the newspaper wrapping in the box. You're surrounded by it. I'm going to have to swim through it to get to you if you keep unwrapping boxes as well as you've been doing. All right?"
Andy nodded, murmuring,
"Yes, sir."
Brad grinned and stepped closer to Andy again.
"None of that right now. At this point, I'm just Brad to you, okay? Now let's keep going so we can finish this room for your best friend, huh?"
Andy smiled at him and agreed. Ronan's heart warmed at the scene before him. He hadn't seen that caretaker come out in Brad in quite some time, and never so gently. Ronan hated to break the spell that was so obviously weaving between them, but dinner needed to be ordered. He knocked on the door jamb, and both sets of eyes shifted his way. Andy blushed, and Brad grinned.
"Hey guys, thanks for working so hard to help Jamie get unpacked. We're going to pick up dinner at Moe's. We're getting a bunch of sides from there, so we'll have enough of those. But just let me know what type of banh mi you want."
Andy perked right up, just like Jamie said he would at the promise of Vietnamese sandwiches, and answered,
"I'll have the barbecue pork, please."
Ronan chuckled and glanced at Brad and asked,
"The grilled beef for you?"
Brad nodded.
"Yeah, that's perfect, thanks. I'm going to get us a couple waters, Andy. Be right back."
Ronan was about to leave when Andy cleared his throat and turned to face him.
"Can I talk to you for a minute?"
"Sure, Andy." He gestured at the door in silent question, and Andy nodded. Ronan closed it for privacy and waited.
"Look, I know I'm probably not the best friend I should be for Jamie. He's got his whole life planned and organized, and I'm an art teacher who can barely manage to get to school on time to teach the kids. I'm spacey at the best of times, and when I'm at my worst, I can barely get anything done. But Jamie is the best friend a person could have, and I love him like he's my brother. He loves you just as much, and I think you sell yourself short. He's always telling me stories about the two of you and how much you mean to him."
Andy nodded and tucked his hands in his pockets.
"I guess I just don't understand your relationship."
Ronan's heart plummeted. He hadn't expected that.
"What don't you understand?" "Jamie's the best person I've ever met. He's kind, genuine, and patient. With someone like me, that's saying something. I don't understand how you can cheat on him. He's worth so much more than that. He doesn't deserve having to watch you get off with someone else. He deserves someone who will be monogamous."
Ronan couldn't keep his own doubts from surfacing, but he wouldn't let Andy see it.
"Jamie and I don't have a typical relationship, but it's what we both want. It's not about worthiness or him not being enough for me. It's about both of our desires being met in a mutually satisfying way. But can't you get that from each other and not bring others into it?" Not when it's what we both want, Andy. Look, I'm glad you felt like you could voice your concerns to me, and I'm glad Jamie has you as a friend. But if you want a better understanding of our relationship, I think it's best if you talk directly to Jamie so he can tell you how he feels about it.
Andy sighed and nodded.
You're right. I should talk to him about it. I hope I didn't insult you. I'm just trying to understand is all.
You didn't insult me at all, Andy. I'm happy you brought it up, since it was worrying you. I urge you to talk to Jamie. He'll tell you what he's comfortable telling you, and hopefully clear up any further unease you have about us. I'm going to go order from Moe's. I'll let you know when we're back with dinner.
Andy made eye contact and smiled.
Thank you, Ronan.
Ronan couldn't help but smile in return, knowing Andy hadn't meant any harm, and he was being protective of Jamie.
You're welcome.
It had been impossible not to let some more niggling doubts in after that conversation with Andy. Not that he didn't have them before, obviously. They'd moved the rest of Jamie's stuff, which had been safely ensconced in a storage unit, into Ronan's home. In Ronan's mind, it didn't make sense to be paying for a storage unit if Jamie was moving in. They could sort through his things, donate the items he no longer needed, and bring the rest back to their place and find a new home for it. Hell, it had all made sense in Ronan's mind at the time, but since then he'd had time to think about it. Now he wondered if he subconsciously feared Jamie wanted an escape clause, as if keeping the storage unit was a way not to mesh their lives 100%, making it easier for Jamie to leave if he realized what they had was no longer what he needed. Ronan knew deep down that's not what Jamie wanted, and he also knew deep down he wasn't trying to trap the boy. After Jamie's response a while back about not wanting to go to Jeff and Misha's house party and wanting to just have a weekend with them together, Ronan had begun to realize he'd made the right call. Reducing the amount of scenes and turning down house calls and parties moving forward helped Ronan make it clear to Jamie that he was Ronan's first priority, always. They were lying in bed that night after a beautiful scene in the basement, where Jamie had been splayed out for him on one of the spanking benches, enjoying a little bit of sensory and impact play. Jamie curled closer to him, head on his chest, caressing the hair of his happy trail. When his movement stopped and his breathing steadied, Ronan thought Jamie was asleep. So Jamie surprised Ronan when he sighed and asked,
Is everything okay, Ronan? I just feel like, I don't know, something's off with you, with us.
Ronan grew tense before he forced himself to relax.
Everything's fine, boy. Nothing's off. You submitted to me beautifully earlier, and I couldn't be happier that you're living here with me now, in our home.
Jamie lifted his head up, peering down at him, a worried expression wrinkling his brows.
I'm happy about that too, but we haven't been doing very many scenes or house calls since I moved in. I just want to be sure you're okay. I'm great, Jamie. Truly. I'm so lucky to have you in my life. I've never been happier.
Ronan drew Jamie down for a slow, gentle kiss. He could still see the worry in Jamie's eyes, but he gathered him close, doing his best to dispel his apprehension. He kissed the crown of Jamie's head and whispered,
Sleep, sweetheart. I love you. I love you too, Ronan.
Chapter 20. Jamie. Jamie sat at the front desk tapping his pen against the patient folder in front of him, lost in thought. It was the end of a busy day. Fuck, a busy week. They'd even had a few days where they'd eaten lunch one bite at a time in between patients. Tap, tap, tap. If you don't stop tapping that pen, I will hit you over the head with my stapler, Natalie stated, without even looking away from her computer as she clicked away on her keyboard. Oh, sorry. I can hear you thinking from over here. What's got your head so wrapped up? You should be celebrating. It's Friday, and the only thing stopping us from bolting out the door is Dr. Kincaid. Jamie paused. She was right. It was Friday. After such a long week, he'd lost track. But Fridays were good for many reasons. One of them was the scenes they had after work. Jamie smiled.
You're right. It's Friday. Fridays are good days.
Now you're just being weird. Go find your boyfriend and get his ass moving so we can all leave. Jamie finished up the patient chart and added it to the pile to be filed away on Monday after billing was completed. He walked down the hall, going through each room to make sure he hadn't forgotten any of the rooms in his closing up routine. When he saw each one was done, he went to find Ronan.
Ronan was sitting behind his desk, clicking the pen he had in his hand over and over while staring at the chart in front of him when Jamie walked into his office. Jamie smiled. Maybe they were a little bit the same, at least when it came to relieving stress. "Hey, Doc," Jamie said quietly as he made his way over to Ronan. Ronan returned the smile, but once again, Jamie noticed there was just something off about it. "Jamie." Ronan stood, greeting him with a soft kiss when he walked around Ronan's desk. "Are you ready to go then?" "Go?" Jamie lowered his voice just in case Natalie was close by. "It's Friday. Don't we have a scene tonight?" Ronan rubbed the back of his neck, looking uncomfortable. Jamie furrowed his brow. Why would this make him uncomfortable? "We don't. Not tonight." Ronan walked around Jamie, taking off his white lab coat and grabbing his fall coat. October around Powell's Point got a bit chilly, especially after the sunset. "Did Knox and Zach cancel?" Jamie asked. He'd started texting with Zach not that long ago, after the kiss they'd shared back in August at the house party. It was only here and there, but they'd been growing more frequent the last few weeks. Jamie liked the guy, and friendships within the BDSM community had helped him more than he could ever explain to anyone. "No, they didn't cancel. I did." "Oh, okay." Jamie wasn't sure what else to say. This wasn't the first time Ronan had canceled or had some other reason why they couldn't do a scene with anyone. It wasn't even about not being in the mood. There had been only one time Jamie had declined participating in a house party or scene when he just hadn't been in the mood for it. But ever since early September, when Jamie had moved in, the rate of their scenes with others had steadily declined until they basically weren't doing them any longer. Something had changed in Ronan. Jamie wasn't sure what. He'd even asked him, but he always had a valid reason and always said things were fine. Jamie's gut was telling him that wasn't the truth. But if Ronan wouldn't talk to him, what else could Jamie do but give Ronan the time he needed to figure out whatever was going on and talk to Jamie when he was ready? The car ride home was quiet, both of them lost in their own thoughts. They didn't speak another word about it that night. Jamie's chest ached with the distance he could feel growing between them each day. The feeling of everything being out of his hands and the fear that maybe he would lose what he had with Ronan if something didn't give made Jamie's throat tight and brought tears to his eyes. He wouldn't give up so easily. He would fight. Jamie was in his office at the house typing out a text to Andy when he heard the front door. Ronan must be home. He'd gone to the gym with Jeff and Brad after work. They hadn't had a scene. They hadn't had any scenes, even though it was Friday. Again. Jamie had been thinking about asking Misha about it since they'd been having scenes regularly with Ronan for years. In the end, he realized he'd be putting his friend in the middle, and that wouldn't be fair. Jamie waited, finishing his conversation with Andy about their plans before he left the office and walked toward the kitchen. He knew, after Ronan showered and changed, he'd be in there making them dinner. Ronan loved cooking and loved his kitchen. Ronan was rummaging around the fridge, grabbing a few things, when Jamie walked into the room. Being that it was the first week of November, Ronan had started wearing a sweatshirt and slippers as soon as he got home. They compromised and kept the house at a modest temperature because Jamie was always too hot and Ronan was always too cold. Jamie laughed at his imposing dom looking all soft and warm. He always loved seeing Ronan all cuddled up in his clothes. It made him want to be wrapped up in his arms with his face buried in Ronan's chest, just breathing in his scent. "Are you laughing at me, boy?" It wasn't the first time. "I am." Ronan placed all the items he'd gathered onto the counter before turning around to face Jamie. He opened his arms in invitation, one Jamie was not about to ignore. Many things had changed as they moved along in their relationship, but one thing that hadn't was the amount of affection Ronan showed him on a daily basis. "How's Jeff and Brad? They kick your ass at the gym again?" Ronan chuckled, pulling away from Jamie. "No, brat, they didn't kick my ass, and they're just fine." As they worked together to make their dinner, they talked. They saw each other at work, but they always had a tendency to talk over patience when they were home. They moved quickly from one topic to another. "Oh, I almost forgot. You still have plans with Brad tomorrow, right?" Jamie asked as he gathered plates and silverware. "Yeah, is that okay?" Ronan was checking the fancy schmancy mac and cheese that was in the oven. The man couldn't make a normal dish to save his life. Oh yeah, that's not it. Andy had a visit from his parents this week. Jamie could see Ronan wince in sympathy. He knew all about them, as Jamie had filled him in. And now he's sort of a wreck from it. I made best friend veg on the couch and eat all the food plans with him for tomorrow, and I just wanted you to know. Ronan laughed. That's good. I'm sure the junk food will cure him of all that ails him by the time you're both done. Junk food has superpowers. They decided to sit at the table in the dining room to eat their dinner. Not typical for them, but mac and cheese could be messy. Seriously, is he doing okay? I know how it can be with tough parents, Ronan said. After talking to Ronan about Andy's parents, he'd opened up about his own. It made Jamie appreciate his mom. Even if the time with her had been short, he had her. She'd been amazing. I think so. He goes through this with them all the time. It's just more in his face when they come to Powell's Point. Ronan nodded. That makes sense. Knox had talked to me about Zach's issues with his own parents. You know they live together, right? Yeah, that happened earlier this year? Mainly, it was them wanting to share their lives, but also, Zach's parents have issues with boundaries. They were constantly walking into Zach's apartment like it was theirs, no knock or anything. Well, last week had been the first time since Zach had moved in with Knox that Zach's parents had come to visit, unannounced. Jamie's thoughts bounced between two warring questions. One would have to wait, but first, they didn't. Oh, they did. Knox hadn't locked the door because they still had guests arriving. When he walked out of the kitchen with a tray of food, dressed only in his leather pants and chest harness, to find Zach's parents standing in the front entryway with a couple of suitcases, let's just say things did not end well. Oh no. Was Zach, Zach or Callie? Jamie couldn't help but ask. He had no idea if Zach's parents knew of their kink. But if he had to hazard a guess, it was definitely no. He hadn't changed into his Callie clothes yet because he'd been downstairs tending to the guests before everything started, thankfully. But he did have to go upstairs when he'd heard the yelling, after making sure everyone knew to stay downstairs. Knox yelled? Wow. He was always so calm every time I saw or spoke to him. Ronan nodded. He's one of the calmest men I know. But mess with Zach, and that flies right out the window. I bet. Jamie sat, poking at his food, contemplating how to bring up the next part, the question that wouldn't stop nagging him. Hey, boy, what's going on in that head of yours? Ronan asked, resting his hand on Jamie's arm in comfort. Jamie took a deep breath, looked right at Ronan, then spit it out. Why didn't we go to the house party? Emotions passed so quickly over Ronan's face, Jamie had a hard time keeping up with each one. Then, just as quickly, Ronan schooled his emotions, and Jamie knew what he was going to say, the same thing he'd been saying for over a month. Jamie sighed. Don't, please, just don't, Jamie said, before Ronan could say a thing. Jamie grabbed his plate and cup and walked over to the sink. He rinsed his stuff and put it all in the dishwasher. He heard Ronan stand to do the same thing. Then he heard his phone vibrate on the table. He turned to see Ronan looking confused and hurt. He could join the club, because Jamie was hurting too. What's going on, Jamie? I don't understand. I was just going to tell you. I know what you were going to say, Ronan. I'm great, Jamie. Nothing's wrong, Jamie. You're my priority, Jamie. Anything else I'm leaving out? Why are you so upset? We're still doing scenes, and you love those. Ronan's voice was calm and self-assured as always, but there was a hint of panic in there as well. Jamie didn't want that. He was just so tired. You aren't talking to me, Ronan, Jamie said as he walked closer to Ronan, grabbing his hands in his. I feel this empty, tense space stewing between us. No matter when or how I ask, you won't talk to me about what's changed. You didn't include me in the decision not to scene with others, but it was you who said the submissive has all the power. Well, I feel pretty fucking powerless right now. Nothing has changed. We're still us. We're just not with others anymore. Isn't that nice? Having it just be us? Ronan asked. He didn't sound mad or upset. He was just Ronan, ever composed, ever in control. I love it being just us, Ronan, I do. But I loved it before, too. I loved watching you dominate others, watching them come unglued under you. Jamie let go of Ronan's hands, grabbing his cell off the table, and walked toward their bedroom. Stopping just outside the doorway, he turned back to Ronan. Seeing him looking so confused hurt Jamie as much as everything else. He loved that man. He never wanted to hurt him. I think you need to figure out what it is you want from our relationship. Because as much as I love you, when you don't talk to me, it hurts me. Not including me in the decisions you make for the both of us hurts me. I'm just doing what's best for us, Jamie. That's all. I don't ever want you to feel hurt by that. Jamie could hear the pleading in his voice. Ronan wanted Jamie to understand, but Jamie didn't understand. A key part of them wasn't the same. Not from what it had been when they'd started this whole thing. I believe you think that. Jamie shrugged. But if you don't talk to me about why you think it's best, then how can I understand? Jamie stepped into their bedroom. I'm just going to go to Andy's tonight instead of tomorrow. I'll spend the weekend with him to give you time to think or whatever. Turning back to face Ronan, Jamie's voice broke. I don't know what else to do to make you see what's broken, but something is broken. We can't move forward or keep going if you don't communicate with me. I can't keep going like this, Ronan. Call me when you're ready to talk. Still reeling from the decision he'd just made, Jamie quietly packed a small bag, just enough for 3 days. Leaving, even just for the weekend, had never entered his mind. This was his home. But he knew they needed space, and Ronan needed to do some thinking. Ronan was still standing in the same spot when Jamie walked out of their bedroom, bag in hand. He looked sad and shocked. Jamie went to him, cupping one side of his face as he stood on his toes and kissed the other, more like a press of lips against skin. He stayed like that, savoring Ronan's scent. He could feel the tears about to fall, as fear that they wouldn't figure this out welled up inside him. Jamie whispered, I love you, before stepping back and walking out to his car. Feeling Ronan's eyes on him, he looked back at the house. Exhausted as he climbed in his car, Jamie couldn't believe that they were in this place after only sharing their home for 2 short months. Jamie's drive to Andy's was a blur of emotions. The tears that threatened to fall at home finally fell when he'd driven away from Ronan. He texted his friend when he got in the car to let him know he was coming over that night instead of the next day. Andy didn't ask questions, just replied with a series of junk food emojis. Jamie chuckled. Andy was such a dork sometimes. When he got to Andy's, he knocked on the door, then walked in. Hey man, you look like shit, Andy said. It looked like he'd just placed a pile of blankets on the couch when Jamie arrived. I feel like shit. Jamie set his stuff down, then made his way to Andy, helping him create the nest of food and blankets they needed for their best friend Veg Fest. Tickles, the cat Andy had brought home, sat perched on the arm of the couch, watching. I know why I feel like shit, but what's up with you? Andy asked as they completed their masterpiece of blankets. Jamie stood, his hands in his pockets, not sure how to explain. Let me go change, then we can climb in and talk. Andy nodded, and Jamie walked off, bag in hand, toward the bathroom to change into his sleep pants and long-sleeved t-shirt. When he got back, Andy was already in a spot, Tickles curled up on his lap, purring. The blankets were set up in the middle of the couch. They'd made a nest complete with the softest blankets under and over them. The large ottoman that usually sat against the wall replaced the coffee table so they could stretch out their legs, and on either side of the spots reserved for them to cuddle into were bags of chips and candy, bottles of water, and cans of soda. Of course, the remotes to the TV, cable box, and Blu-ray player, as well as the game controllers for the PlayStation and Xbox, were in reaching distance. It was a teenage boy's dream space. They'd been doing it since freshman year, when Andy had his own apartment instead of a dorm, because his parents thought money was the answer to everything. But they both had felt out of their element being 18 and on their own for the first time. Jamie climbed in next to Andy, shoulder to shoulder, got comfortable, and sighed. Heaven. Okay, I've got soda and gummy bears. Talk. Andy was always different after his parents visited. He wasn't just miserable. It was like that level of feeling shitty weighed Andy down too much for him to get lost in his own little world. He'd once explained to Jamie that after his parents left, getting lost in that world was harder because In the back of his mind, it was filled with their utter disappointment in Andy and all the negativity they could throw at him. VegFest was his reset. Jamie sighed and explained everything from the house party and forward, about their rules and boundaries, about the joy he'd felt in sharing Ronan and watching him with other submissive men, about the pure happiness of living together and the affection Ronan showed him every damn day. Then he told Andy about the distance and pain that grew between them when Ronan stopped their scenes with others. No explanation, no talking, nothing.
Oh boy.
Yeah, oh boy about sums it up, Jamie replied. Andy cleared his throat and put down his bag of gummy bears, turning to face Jamie.
I think I may have something to do with this, but honestly, I thought it was no big deal. He even said it wasn't, and that it was okay to talk to him about it. Fuck, he even thanked me.
Andy's words spilled out at a rapid pace as Jamie struggled to understand. Wait, Andy, what are you talking about?
The day you moved in with Ronan?
Andy asked. Jamie nodded.
He came to ask us about our food order, and then Brad left the room, so I took the opportunity to talk to him.
Andy went into full detail of the conversation he'd had with Ronan, from start to finish. When he was done, Jamie shook his head.
Oh, Andy. Yeah, I think I screwed up again.
Jamie reached across their blankets, grabbing Andy's hand. You didn't screw up. You just don't understand, and I get that, because at first I didn't either.
I just wish you would have come to me first, you know?
Jamie asked, and Andy nodded sadly. I don't blame you, because although that was not good, and maybe it contributed to what's going on now, it didn't cause Ronan not to talk to me about what's going on in his own head. I think he's so used to taking care of others that being taken care of, or letting his own insecurities or needs be known, is not something he's used to. But honestly, I don't know, because I feel like there's a part of Ronan I don't understand or know. Jamie whispered the last part. That thought had been lurking in his mind for a while, hidden deep. He'd never wanted to believe it, let alone say it out loud, but if he didn't, it would just fester and grow. That wouldn't help them at all. Andy squeezed his hand and said,
I'm sorry. I'll apologize to him if it'll help, too. You're my best friend. I just want you happy.
Jamie wrapped his arm around Andy, squeezing him into his side, giving him the comfort he'd originally come there to give. I know, Andy, and I want the same for you. And someday I'll make sure you can have it.
Yeah, like some hot guy is going to want my clumsy ass for more than a night.
Andy laughed it off, but Jamie knew it was his hidden fear. He's out there, don't you worry. Now tell me how the rents wreaked havoc on your week. For the rest of the night, Andy spilled, in extreme detail, everything said or done or not done. Jamie listened and comforted. They fell asleep twisted together on the sofa, neither wanting to move to a bed. And when they woke up the next day, cramped, they got up, stretched, toasted some unfrosted strawberry Pop-Tarts, and started it all over again. In between eating the cure-all junk food, drinking their sugary soda, playing fighting and racing games, and watching a couple of their favorite movies, Andy vented and Jamie talked. A couple hours after a lunch of pizza bites and Milky Ways, lost in their own little world, someone knocked on the door. Jamie instinctively knew it was Ronan. Chapter 21. Ronan. Ronan couldn't help himself. When Jamie shut the front door behind him, Ronan walked to the large window above the sink in the kitchen and watched as Jamie tossed his overnight bag in his passenger seat. He was just about to get in his car when he turned, as if feeling Ronan's eyes on him, and locked gazes with him. Ronan raised his hand, acknowledging Jamie had seen him, and Jamie nodded before getting in his car and driving down the long driveway. His gut churned. The disappointed look in Jamie's eyes was testament to the pain and confusion Ronan had caused him. He'd done this to them. He'd been a coward and hadn't talked to Jamie about his feelings. The fear of losing him overwhelmed Ronan until he'd stopped all scenes with anyone other than Jamie and himself in their own dungeon. He'd made a lot of assumptions and hadn't stopped to think how confusing his actions must have seemed. He'd assumed he was making the right decision, and that was the biggest thing Jamie had expressly asked him not to do from the beginning. He could see that now, in hindsight. He could see Jamie's earnest face in his mind's eye when they'd talked about contracts, limits, and safe words. Jamie didn't want to be submissive to him always. He'd wanted to be submissive to Ronan in the bedroom and equal partners outside of the bedroom. Ronan didn't know what he expected, but somehow he'd been blindsided by Jamie calmly taking the lead and demanding Ronan sort his shit out. Jamie had given him fair warning over the last couple weeks, asking what was wrong and if everything was okay. Ronan was stupid to think Jamie wouldn't know him well enough to know something was going on. He was so angry with himself that he'd let it get this far. He knew they weren't breaking up. Yet. If Ronan had anything to say about it, they never would. Jamie wasn't the type to end it with so many questions unanswered and so much up in the air. They both took their commitments seriously, and Ronan knew Jamie still loved him and believed he was loved in return. Jamie was just smart enough to call Ronan on his bullshit and force the issue to a resolution rather than letting it ruin what they had. Watching him leave, goddamn, it shredded him. Knowing Jamie would be back didn't seem to help the matter. Ronan was a fucking mess, and he'd be the first to admit it. He'd give Jamie his space and help Andy, and Ronan would have lunch with Brad. Then they'd talk. Of course, it all sounded easy in theory, but he knew the next day would be painful. Just the thought of the conversation they'd need to have stressed him out, and he didn't understand why. He wasn't the type to balk at serious conversations or shy away from hard discussions. He'd always been the type to dive in and solve problems. He supposed it was because he had so damn much to lose if things didn't work out. Ronan had never loved anyone like he loved Jamie, and the thought of losing him was unbearable. Ronan walked over to the liquor cabinet and got out some Crown Royal Black, poured himself 2 fingers, and tossed in an ice ball. He knew he just needed to calm down and think about what he was going to say and how he was going to fix what he'd fucked up. As the first swallow of whiskey slid down, leaving a trail of warmth, he felt himself relax. Letting out a pent-up breath, he leaned back against the counter and tossed back the rest in short order. Maybe another wouldn't hurt. What the fuck was that incessant banging? Jesus Christ, whoever was doing it was going to die, slowly and painfully. Did he have a scalpel? Of course he had one. He always had one. That made Ronan feel a modicum of relief, realizing if he had to kill someone, he'd be prepared. He was sure there would be a perfect place, somewhere deep in his forest, to bury a body, so it would never be found. Though, after some thought, he didn't think his stomach would take too kindly to killing someone. He did have a ball gag or 2 downstairs. Couple that with some handcuffs or zip ties and he'd be golden. Though somehow he knew even getting his ass out of bed would be a near impossible thing. Ronan reached out, feeling for something to muffle the sound, and groaned when he realized he wasn't in his bed. He was on the couch. He didn't want to think about why he was on the couch. It hurt his head too badly. There was already a steady throbbing there attuned to his heartbeat, and he was almost positive it was separate from the motherfucking banging going on. He pulled a throw pillow over his head, mumbling, "Go away," to whoever had decided to interrupt his sleep. After another couple thumps, he grunted when the sound finally stopped. A soundproof throw pillow. Ronan felt himself drifting again, and was happy for it. If he continued to sleep, he was sure the throbbing in his head would go away. A mental image of a tumbler filled with dark amber liquid flashed through his mind, and he groaned again, remembering more than he was ready to handle at that moment. Shaking his head, well, it was probably more of a very slow shift of his head. Perhaps he hadn't even moved. Whatever. He knew all he had to do was go. Back to sleep. So he repeated that in his head like a mantra, a new self-defense mechanism he thought rather brilliant. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. Go back. Bloody hell, Ronan, it smells like a distillery in here. The last thing Ronan expected to hear was Brad's voice, let alone Brad's voice so goddamn close. He turned his head to glance up and jolted at Brad's face a mere foot away from him as he leaned his forearms on the back of the couch. Knocking himself clear off the couch and onto the floor, He hit his head on the way down. He grabbed the back of his head where it had connected with the corner of the table.
Oh, fuck me.
Hearing Brad's chuckle, Ronan growled,
Get stuffed.
He gingerly got himself off the floor and sat on the offending table, glaring at his best friend.
What the hell are you doing here anyway?
Brad, still leaning over the couch, raised an eyebrow.
Don't you remember we have lunch plans? And why are you sleeping on the couch? Where's Jamie?
Head pounding, regardless of the fact Brad was doing his best not to speak too loudly, Ronan groaned as he lowered his head into his hands. Leaning over, he balanced his elbows on his knees and scrubbed his face, gripping his hair and shaking his head. He sighed and admitted,
I fucked up.
He only knew Brad had walked around the sectional because his feet suddenly came into view. Brad sat down where Ronan had slept in a drunken stupor and gently tugged Ronan's hands out of his hair. When Ronan glanced up into Brad's concerned eyes, his best friend winced, letting him know, without a doubt, he looked like shit.
What happened?
Ronan shook his head, immediately realizing that was the last thing he should have done, as he felt his brain banging about in his skull and his stomach roiling. He took deep breaths to ease his stomach, and Brad took pity on him.
Why don't you go take a shower? I'll make you a cup of tea and get you some painkillers. And once you're feeling a bit better, I can see what you've got in the fridge and make us some lunch.
Ronan grumbled, food not sounding good in the least. Brad chuckled as he stood, holding out his hand for Ronan's. He helped Ronan stand and put a hand on his shoulder until he was steady on his feet.
Thanks.
Brad grimaced and nodded his head in the direction of the bathroom.
Make brushing your teeth a priority. Torsa. You'll be thanking me later.
Ronan waved him away as he walked toward the master bedroom, pulling off his shirt as he went. 30 minutes later, the water heater nearly tapped out, he walked into the kitchen and sat down at the island. He took the pills Brad had left on the counter, drinking them down and finishing the full glass of water. Next up, Brad placed a steaming hot cup of his favorite tea in front of him, which he nursed slowly, his nausea mostly gone and his headache slowly dissipating. Finally, Ronan glanced up at Brad, who was leaning back against the kitchen counter, a cup of his own tea in hand. When their gazes met, Brad stayed silent, waiting him out. Ronan sighed, took another drink of tea, and said,
I had no idea it was 1:30. I'm sorry I missed lunch.
Brad waved it away, his concern clear. He stepped up to the island and took a banana out of the fruit bowl.
Eat this for now, and talk to me, Ronan. What happened?
Ronan slowly ate the banana as he explained everything. How he felt, why he was scared, what he'd done about it, how Jamie felt, and everything that had been said the night before. When he was done, they just looked at each other silently. Finally, Brad shook his head.
I'm just shocked your breakup with Toby is still affecting you so much.
Ronan jerked his head back, raising his gaze to meet Brad's, completely shocked by what his best friend had just said.
What are you on about? I haven't thought of Toby in years.
Brad gave him a pointed look, but turned to the fridge and got out eggs and bacon. Ronan didn't stop him, realizing he was feeling better and hunger might actually be what was gnawing at his stomach rather than the remains of his regrettable bender the night before. That, or just the thought of Toby, was rotting his gut from the inside out. He couldn't understand why in the hell Brad would say such a thing, but he knew he just had to wait him out until he felt like talking. He watched as Brad went about making them breakfast for lunch. He got up to make them both a new cup of tea. Grabbing napkins and cutlery for their meal, Ronan took them to the table as Brad filled their lunch plates with eggs and bacon and brought them over. They both tucked into their food, eating half of it before they spoke again. Brad looked at him, half a piece of toast in his hand, fork in the other.
You've let what happened with Toby color your perception of this issue with Jamie. I haven't. Toby hasn't even crossed my mind. Maybe not, but the situation itself has obviously found a place to fester and rot in that brilliant brain of yours. How can you not see it?
Ronan leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest.
Because it's rubbish. Ronan,
what makes you think Jamie isn't going to want what you guys have made such a huge part of your relationship? Has he said something?
No. Brad raised a brow, so Ronan continued. He didn't say anything, but hasn't wanted to go to parties and...
And what? How often has he turned your suggestions down for scenes?
Ronan huffed and glanced away, shaking his head.
Once.
Brad's eyes grew wide.
Once? And you've taken it upon yourself to stop all other activity. You haven't allowed him to watch any scenes. Ronan, this has become a huge part of who he is. Discovering all of this about himself has been a big deal. And yeah, you've been together for around 6 months. But think about how much you and I experimented with our kinks when we first learned about them. He's just in the beginning stages, and you've cut him off at the knees because you're afraid he's going to pull a Toby on you.
Ronan's head jerked back.
What the hell are you talking about? That's not...
Brad rested his hand on Ronan's forearm.
You're scared to death he's going to leave you because you refuse to be monogamous. I'm not. That's not what this is. And he said...
He cut himself off, not wanting to get into it. But Ronan knew from the look on Brad's face he'd gone too far mentioning that. Brad was like a dog with a bone when he wanted to get to the bottom of something, and the more they talked, the more unsure Ronan felt. Had he been subconsciously worried about exactly what Brad was suggesting? Jesus. Brad squeezed his arm and spoke softly, as if not wanting to spook him.
And he said what?
Pulling his arm out from under Brad's, he scrubbed his face, gripping his hair in his fists again. He looked up at Brad, feeling tortured.
And he said I was cheating on Jamie with other men, and Jamie was worth more than that.
Brad shook his head.
Surely you don't think Jamie feels that way. He doesn't seem like the type of man to be unable to speak his mind. He's strong, Ronan, and quite honestly, I think he's the best thing to ever happen to you. Think about it. Has he led you to believe that, or said anything remotely close to that?
So many emotions were zooming around in Ronan's mind, most of them too fast for him to catch and examine any closer. But when he focused just on Brad's question, he had to be honest. Shaking his head, Ronan admitted,
No buts, Ronan. Think about what you're doing. Think about how he's feeling, how confused and hurt he is. You won't talk to him about how you feel, so he's left to make assumptions, and his assumptions about what is going on are probably about as bad as your assumptions regarding what he's feeling. Fuck.
Brad nodded but didn't relent.
You've stopped all your scenes, so he's stopped learning about himself. You've slammed the door shut on what amounts to the boy's sexual awakening, and he has no idea why.
Ronan stood abruptly, nearly knocking his chair over, and ran for the door, not stopping when Brad called his name. He grabbed his keys and was outside when Brad grabbed onto him from behind, physically stopping him in his tracks. He tried to pull himself out of Brad's grasp, but damned if his best friend wasn't stronger than an ox from doing all that physical labor every day. Ronan stopped trying to get away, breath heaving, and stood still.
I'm not letting you drive like this. Jamie has his car. I'll drop you off at Andy's, all right?
Ronan wanted to be annoyed, but all he could feel was gratitude that his friend had figured it out well before he could. He nodded and managed a croaked whisper.
Did I ruin everything?
Brad squeezed him tight, Ronan's back against his chest.
No. That boy is so head over heels in love with you, it would be disgusting if I wasn't so happy for you both. But you have some work to do.
He clapped a hand on Ronan's chest, and Ronan knew he'd have fallen on his ass if he didn't have Brad behind him. Brad slowly let him go, and they both headed to his truck, a giant American monstrosity he'd never seen the likes of until he'd moved back to the land of oversized everything. As Brad started the engine and drove down Ronan's driveway, he glanced over at Ronan and said,
I wish you would believe me when I tell you that you did nothing wrong with Toby. That man was a 30-year-old child, and he wasn't ready for an adult relationship. How can you even say I did nothing wrong? The man was there one morning when I went to work and gone by the time I came home. He ran from me so fast he practically left skid marks on my driveway. I fucked up with him somehow, somewhere,
I'm still not sure where I went wrong. Ronan, give yourself some credit. You haven't changed who you are. You've been a ridiculously responsible adult since you were 18 years old. Yes, you've recently made some questionable choices out of fear, but the situation with Jamie notwithstanding, you are a rock, a steady constant in people's lives.
Ronan needed Brad to stop. Extolling all of his virtues wasn't going to get them anywhere, and he hated hearing it when he couldn't believe it himself.
Brad, stop.
Ignoring him, Brad continued.
Everyone knows exactly where they stand with you. Never once did Toby ask for anything to change in your relationship or tell you what he really wanted. And frankly, I doubt it was what he really wanted. He loved being able to scene with others. I think he realized after he'd moved in with you that you were thinking about him long term, and he panicked.
Ronan shook his head.
He knew I loved him, but I guess now that I know what being in love really feels like, I can admit I wasn't in love with him.
Brad reached over and squeezed his leg.
You know, I saw Chelsea a couple of months after he took off. I told you I asked her about him, and she said he'd gotten a new job offer back home in Boise.
Ronan nodded, and Brad continued.
You were living together for months, and you were talking about building your forever home and asking him to help make decisions about it. I think he started to panic and realized what that meant. He needed to get far enough away that he wouldn't run into you in our community. I think it's as simple as that.
Ronan shrugged, not caring if it was the truth or not. Toby didn't matter. When compared to his relationship with Jamie, Toby was a mere detour on the roadmap of his life. As they made the final turn onto the street where Andy lived, Ronan turned and gripped Brad's shoulder.
Thank you. I don't know how I didn't see it, but if you hadn't knocked me over the head with it, I'd still be passed out at home with no idea how to fix what I've broken.
Brad grinned and double-parked, turning on his hazards.
Go on. Get the boy back. Grovel for as long as it takes.
Ronan climbed out of the truck and nodded.
I intend to do a lot of that.
He slammed the door and glanced up to the high-rise before him, then jogged to the double glass doors, prepared to beg Jamie for another chance, if that's what it took. Ronan's hands were sweating, and he was extremely nervous when he knocked on Andy's door. Jamie answered, and they stared at each other for at least a minute, not saying anything. Ronan's heart was beating a strong tattoo in his chest, and the look of hope on Jamie's face was unmistakable. It was that look that had Ronan stepping closer. His face crumpled, no longer able to control his emotions.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. So sorry.
Jamie threw himself at Ronan, and they hugged each other tight enough to cut off the other's air supply. He wouldn't have changed that moment for anything. Having Jamie back in his arms was more than he deserved. Jamie tapped on his chest with the fist that was caught between their bodies, but when he heard the boy's muffled cry against his chest,
I'm so mad at you,
all he could do was grip his boy tighter and whisper, I'm sorry, over and over and over again. They stayed like that for what seemed like forever, yet it felt like it was over in mere seconds when they pulled away. Ronan wiped the tears away from Jamie's eyes with the pads of his thumbs and then swiped at his own. He pulled back a bit to give Jamie space and saw Andy stand up from the couch in the living room. Andy had crossed his arms over his chest, and he looked nervous. Jamie looked behind him when he realized Ronan's eyes weren't focused on him. Andy took a few steps toward them, close enough for him to be heard when he spoke quietly, obviously feeling abashed.
I'm sorry I misunderstood what you have. It wasn't my place to say anything.
Ronan shook his head and drew Jamie into his side.
Don't apologize for wanting to defend your best friend. This is my fault, not yours. Okay, Andy?
Andy's shoulders sagged in relief as he nodded.
Yes, okay.
Jamie turned toward him, and Ronan glanced down to him as Andy walked into his bedroom, giving them some privacy.
We need to talk. I have a lot to say, and, according to Brad, a lot of groveling to do. Do you feel comfortable coming home with me?
Jamie's brows creased in confusion.
Of course I feel comfortable coming home with you.
His expression morphed into frustration when he said,
Please tell me you didn't think I was ending us.
Ronan shook his head.
No, that wasn't.
He cut himself off and looked down at the floor, knowing he needed to be honest.
I didn't think you were ending our relationship, but I wouldn't blame you if it crossed your mind.
Ronan, Andy explained what he'd said to you, and I'm sorry if... Ronan placed his fingers over Jamie's lips and shook his head.
We'll talk about that when we get home, but I'm not blaming him for any of this, all right?
Jamie nodded, and Ronan continued.
Do you need to talk to Andy more? Is he okay?
No, he's okay. He just had a really bad visit with his parents, and I wanted to be there for him. He seems to be fine now, but I think he's shut his mind off so he could stop hurting. I'll be checking in with him over the next week or so, just to be sure he's doing all right. My bag is already packed. I'll go grab it. As they rode down in the elevator, Ronan explained how he'd gotten there, and Jamie smiled.
Remind me to thank him.
Ronan smiled back at him and clasped Jamie's hand, feeling something click into place as soon as he was touching Jamie again. He didn't want to talk about anything on the way home. He needed to face Jamie and look in his eyes as he explained what was going on with him. It seemed Jamie felt the same as he chatted about the type of people Andy's parents were and what had transpired during their visit. By the time they were pulling up to the house, Ronan had a deeper understanding of why Andy found refuge in his art so much. He doubted he'd ever meet Andy's parents, but he already had a healthy anger brewing on his behalf. As they walked into the house, Jamie stopped in his tracks when he saw the dirty dishes on the dining table, the empty bottle of Crown on the coffee table, and his blanket on the floor, making it pretty clear where he'd spent his night. Instead of getting angry about how Ronan had decided to cope with their fight, Jamie just looked sad. When he approached the dining table to clear it off, Ronan clasped his hands and pulled him away.
That's not for you to deal with. I'll clean up my messes, Jamie.
Ronan hadn't meant for that to have a double meaning, but he realized it did at the same time Jamie did. The look of complete acceptance and trust he received from Jamie nearly brought him to his knees. He took the few steps it took to reach the boy and bent down to press his forehead against Jamie's. When Ronan lifted his head, he kissed Jamie's.
Go on and put your stuff in the bedroom. If you want to quickly unpack it so you don't have to do it later, go ahead. I'll clean up in here a bit, at least enough for us to be comfortable using the couch.
Jamie nodded and headed off toward their bedroom. Ronan folded the blanket and fixed the cushions on the couch. He made quick work of the tumbler and empty bottle, then stacked everything on the lunch plates and put everything in the sink. When Jamie hadn't returned by then, Ronan managed to quickly get everything scraped off and into the dishwasher. He put more water in the electric kettle and turned it on to make them some tea, bringing out Jamie's favorite biscuits as well. He was just carrying the tea and biscuits over to the coffee table when Jamie walked in. He'd changed into sweats and a long-sleeved tee. Jamie picked up his tea and sat down in the middle of the couch, making Ronan breathe a sigh of relief he didn't sit at the opposite end. Ronan sat in the corner of the sectional and turned to face Jamie, their knees touching. Just that reminder of what their normal felt like had some of the stress falling from his shoulders. Ronan took a deep breath and dove right in.
I have a lot to make up for, and a lot to explain, but I'm going to start with something I should have shared with you already. Honestly, it never felt like an important piece of my past until I spoke with Brad. I didn't know how much it was affecting me, and in ways I didn't even understand.
Jamie nodded and slid a bit closer, clasping his hands. Ronan pulled Jamie's hand to his lips and kissed the back of it before resting their hands on his thigh.
I've told you most of my dating history already. I dated quite a bit while I was at university, but almost everyone I dated felt the same way I did. We were young and not looking for anything permanent. When my practice was in its infancy and I was deeply entrenched in the local BDSM scene here, I met a man named Tobias. You may remember his name from when we were talking about our past relationships.
Jamie nodded, and his curls bounced, beckoning Ronan's fingers to touch the soft strands. He played with Jamie's fingers with his other hand. Just being able to touch him again meant more than he could ever express.
But while I mentioned him, I never went into the specifics. He wasn't my first serious relationship, but he was the only other man I've ever lived with. I hadn't built this place yet. We'd been dating for a couple of years by the time I asked him to move in. His lease was about to end, and I think it was more a matter of convenience, because he was always at my place anyway, rather than a deep love. It sounds so clinical now. At the time I thought I was in love, but after falling for you, I know how wrong I was.
Ronan continued to run his fingers through Jamie's loose curls, something they both enjoyed immensely.
Anyway, he'd been with me for a couple of years, and I started talking about building my dream house up here. I didn't see it then, but that was when his behavior began to change. Months went by, and I thought everything was fine. We'd scened with other couples. His kink was different than yours, but it was what we both enjoyed. Or at least that's what I thought. One day I came home and he was gone. The only thing remaining of him was a short letter he'd left that basically amounted to him saying I refused to be monogamous, and he didn't want to be with the man who refused to commit.
Did he ask you for monogamy? The outrage on Jamie's face had Ronan smiling.
No, he never did. But I took on the blame for our breakup because I was sure I'd missed his clues and just hadn't been paying attention. I honestly never thought about this affecting the way I was treating you. It didn't occur to me that the reason I was feeling scared of losing you was because I'd taken all that blame and internalized it. I assumed you'd want the same thing he claimed I could never give him.
Jamie moved closer so his knee was resting on Ronan's thigh.
So you were worried I wasn't as fully committed to our lifestyle as I said I was. And after Andy told you what you were doing to me was cheating, that must have only made things worse. Did you think I was just afraid to tell you I wanted to be monogamous with you? You have to know, I wouldn't keep something like that from you. I'm submissive in the bedroom, Ronan, but not outside of it. When have I ever led you to believe I wouldn't come to you if I wanted something to change?
Ronan shook his head, having no excuse for his assumptions.
You haven't. You've been steady since day one. But I think as time went by, and you became the most important person in the world to me, I started worrying you'd eventually want to stop what we do with others. And Jamie, I'd do it in a heartbeat if that's what you wanted. No questions asked.
Jamie raised a hand to Ronan's cheek and scratched his nails over his short beard.
Don't you think I know that? You've proven to me time and again that you do anything to make me happy. What we have, what we do with others, it makes me happy. It fulfills a part of me I didn't even know I had. I've missed it. I thought I had done something wrong, or you didn't want me involved with it any longer. I don't know. I was so confused. I know, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. I should have seen what I was doing. I should have known I was projecting. I just couldn't shake the feeling that you'd leave me if I didn't prove to you that you are the only one who matters. I thought I was giving you what you'd eventually ask for, and you'd be happy about it.
Jamie scowled.
From now on, you have to talk to me. This won't work if you're making decisions out of fear that I'll leave. This has to be a partnership, Ronan. I won't be with you if you make decisions without me like this. And if you have fears, you've got to tell me. Don't make assumptions. Do you know how scared I was to talk to you about what I desired? But you helped me see I wasn't strange for what I enjoy. You helped me realize I shouldn't feel shame for my preferences. I will do the same for you. If you're scared, I will help ease your fears. If you're confused about what I want, I'll tell you exactly how I feel and what I want.
Ronan couldn't hold back anymore. He pulled Jamie into his lap.
I need to share my feelings with you and ask what you want. I need to follow up my words with actions, not just say we're equal partners, but prove it to you with my behavior. And most of all, I need to believe in the trust I have for you. Because I do trust you, Jamie. I'm so sorry I hurt you, and that I didn't see a way around my fear to share my thoughts with you. I promise I'll do better next time, and when you ask me what's wrong, I'll do my best to share my thoughts and fears.
Jamie nodded his head and clasped Ronan's face, pulling him in for a gentle kiss.
I know you trust me, and I trust you as well. We'll figure things out as we go, together. If I ever want monogamy from you, you'll be the first to know.
He rubbed his hand up and down Jamie's side and nodded.
Okay.
Jamie gave him soft kisses, no more than a ghosting of their lips together. And though it made him want to pick the boy up and ravage him in their bedroom, he knew Jamie had more to say. Several kisses later, he finally continued.
It doesn't make us any less committed to each other. At the end of the day, we make each other happy, and that's enough for me. God, I'm so lucky to have you in my life. I can't imagine a life without you in it. I'm sorry for what I did. While I can't promise I won't make mistakes again, I can promise that I won't make decisions without you, and I'll do my best to share my feelings with you. I forgive you, and I trust that we can work through anything that comes up in the future. I love you, Ronan Kincaid.
Ronan chuckled and kissed Jamie before saying,
I love you too, Jameson Gray.
With that, Ronan was happy they'd gotten to the point where he could stand with his boy in his arms and take him to their bedroom. He planned on spending the rest of the day, all the night, and the following day, proving to Jamie just how much he was loved, and making up for his transgressions, one kiss at a time. Epilogue. Christmas. Jamie. 1 year later. Ronan had the lights Jamie had insisted they needed on the outside of the house installed by professionals. Ronan was certain, and he'd been correct, that Jamie was going to try to do it himself the first chance he got when Ronan wasn't home. They'd chosen a soft white light to trim the house, and the inside was shades of purple and blue. 2 weeks ago, Ronan and Jamie took a day off, closed the office, and spent all day decorating the house. They'd laughed and ate and ended up making love on the couch in front of the tree when all was said and done. It had been a perfect day. They had planned to get together on Christmas Day for those of their clan who didn't have family to spend the day with, or their families were too far away. But Christmas Eve was just for the two of them, and Jamie couldn't wait, because that was when they'd be exchanging their gifts. He was more excited about Ronan opening his gift than he was about opening Ronan's gift to him. Jamie loved giving gifts to those he cared about. For years, he'd only had Andy to give presents to, and that was cool and all, but being able to give a gift to someone he was in love with meant the world to him. Of course, Ronan was in the kitchen making them fancy schmancy snacks to eat, most of which Jamie couldn't pronounce the names of. Jamie had his very own kinky chef. "Ronan, come on. We don't need snacks for 20 people. Get in here and open my gift," Jamie called over to Ronan. He could see him in the kitchen, since the space was an open floor plan, putting food on platters and smiling, always smiling. Ronan ignored him, of course. Finishing his task, he walked in carrying a platter filled with little tiny foods of all kinds. He placed it on the coffee table Jamie was sitting next to on the floor. "You know we can open gifts sitting on the couch, right?" No we can't, Ronan. It's sacrilege to do it any other way than sitting on the floor by the tree. Now come down here, old man, and open my gift." Ronan laughed as he sat down next to Jamie. "You can open my gift first." Oh boy. Jamie really needed Ronan to open his gift first, but he could tell that even with that smile on his face, Ronan had made up his mind, and nothing was going to change it. Jamie turned to look at the big box he'd wrapped just for this special gift. Maybe if he was really fast opening Ronan's, it would be okay. That was a big maybe. "Okay, hand it over. I really need you to open mine soon," Jamie said, as he wiggled his fingers at Ronan in a gimme gesture. Ronan eyed him suspiciously, but said nothing as he handed over the smallish box. The wrapping was in his favorite shade of blue, clearly wrapped by Ronan, if the messy bow was anything to go by. Jamie wanted to rip into it to get to his gift faster, but at the same time, the want and need to savor it was pulling at him. He smiled at Ronan as he opened fast, but not like he was impatient. Last year had been their first Christmas together, and a special one, since they had gone through some ups and downs in the early part of their relationship. Ronan had given him a cooking class that they both took together. Jamie loved every moment of it, but he was no better at cooking than he'd been when Ronan was showing him what to do. When Jamie opened the box, all he saw was just an envelope. But when Jamie lifted the envelope, he could feel it was weighted somehow. Flipping it over, he saw a keychain in the shape of a large boat taped to the heavy cardstock. Jamie looked up, and it was his turn to eye Ronan with suspicion. "I love you, but if you bought me a boat, I will beat you with your own whip." Ronan threw his head back and laughed. Jamie smiled and shook his head. When Jamie opened the envelope, he was confused at first. It was a brochure, colorful and bright. Looking closer at all the pieces of paper inside, he realized what Ronan had actually gotten him. They had talked about their bucket lists at length over the last year. This was at the top of his list. "You didn't," Jamie whispered. Happy tears sprang to his eyes as his heart soared at what a wonderful gift Ronan had given him. "You can't just give this to me." "Oh, Jamie, I would give you the world if I could, but since I'm not a trillionaire, this will have to do." "Will have to do? You did not just call a 2-week cruise around the damn Mediterranean something that will have to do. Damn it, you're making me cry." Ronan laughed and gathered him in his arms, letting Jamie sniffle all over him.
God, I love you, you idiot.
I love you too, boy. Always.
Ronan. He kissed Jamie again, knowing he'd never get enough of those gorgeous lips. Over the last year, he'd been happier than he'd ever been in his whole life, and Jamie was the one who brought him such joy. Their first Christmas together had been wonderful, and the 365 days after, even better. He couldn't have asked for a better man to be by his side and share the rest of his life with. Jamie wiggled on his lap, trying to get away, and Ronan grabbed hold of him, growling,
"Where do you think you're—"
He was interrupted by a scuffle, and then a yip coming from the huge box between the tree and the fireplace. What the? Jamie looked anywhere but at him, and started humming in a, "it wasn't me, I didn't hear anything" sort of way. Ronan snorted at his boy's attempt at acting innocent, and if the last year had taught him anything, it was that Jamie was the furthest thing from innocent, and Ronan was a lucky man. Ronan glanced quickly at Jamie, who was now biting his lip nervously. But before he could say anything, another impatient yip and more scuffling had him crawling over toward the box. The wrapped lid had a huge purple bow on top. The rest of the wrapping was a shiny metallic royal blue, and what he hadn't seen until he was sitting in front of it were the holes in the top of the box. When Ronan leaned over the box and peered through the hole closest to him, a more solid, though still timid, bark came from inside, and the lid popped up on that corner. Two large paws and the cutest little face he'd ever seen poked out. An adorable, happy puppy smile greeted him, a tongue lolling out. Ronan lifted the lid to see the happy was traveling all the way down to the wagging tail of the English Mastiff puppy.
"Jameson Gray,"
Jamie snorted. "Ronan Kincaid." Unable to look away from their new baby, he asked,
"How did you know?"
"Well, Doc, you're not exactly super stealthy with your search history." Ronan lifted the most perfect, wriggling puppy out of the box and held it in his lap. Looking down at her round belly, he realized he was holding a girl, and glanced quickly over at the love of his life.
"But you never use my laptop. You use your own."
"I do, but remember about 6 months ago when you were trying to bake a chocolate souffle after one of our baking classes, and you asked me to bring you your iPad because you wanted to pull up the recipe our instructor sent us?" Distracted by puppy licks to his chin, all Ronan managed was,
"Uh-huh."
"Well, you had an English Mastiff website up." He turned and grinned at Jamie.
"I love her, but I thought you weren't ready to have a puppy yet."
"Well, after I saw that, I had to do a lot of research to find a good breeder. When I found the one I wanted to do business with, I called and set it up. I had to wait the 9 weeks gestation and the 8 weeks to bring her home. She's been living over at Tate and Kai's for a week and a half, having fun frolicking around the vineyard."
"That's where you went earlier."
Jamie smiled, now sitting facing him on the floor, his chin in his hand, and his eyes sparkling with happiness. "It is. And she's been in that box for the last 30 minutes or so. Fell asleep on the pile of blankets at the bottom of the box in the car on the way home. She did her business before I left their place, but I don't know how long puppies can go between potty breaks." Ronan turned and kissed Jamie, a grin on his face, as he stood up to take their little girl outside.
"Does my little princess have to go potty? Does she? Yes, she does. Oh, yes, she does."
"I knew you'd use a puppy voice." He turned, mock glaring at Jamie's teasing.
"You knew no such thing."
"Come on, princess. Papa is teasing us, so we're going to just ignore him."
"Yes, we are."
He walked out the front door and onto their front lawn, setting his girl down. Jamie followed and headed toward his car. "I've got loads of supplies in the car already. A crate, food, toys, food and water bowls, a ridiculously huge dog bed, because she could eventually weigh almost as much as I do, a leash, and this collar thing called a gentle leader, shampoo, and a pack of puppy training pads."
"You thought of everything."
Jamie smiled as he walked toward them, 2 full bags of puppy supplies weighing his arms down.
"I hope so. I'm sure you're going to spoil her rotten, so I just got enough to get us by. You can go crazy at that cute little pet boutique on the way home from work that I've seen you eyeing with yearning."
"I was not." "Oh, you were. You so were." He continued up the porch steps and into the house with the supplies.
Do you hear that, Princess? He's making fun of Daddy again. I think I'll have to punish him later. What do you think? Yeah, I thought so too.
I heard that. Ronan grinned and hollered back. Good. You won't be surprised later then. He heard Jamie make a rude noise at him and chuckled. Grabbing the huge bag of puppy food and the dog bed out of Jamie's car, he shut the car door. Turning, he couldn't keep the giggle, from slipping out as he watched their little princess try to navigate the porch stairs. He moved the big fluffy bed to the hand holding the food and helped her up the stairs where she ran into the house, excited yips coming from her as she ran around her new home. Setting down the food in the bed, Ronan approached Jamie. He turned off the faucet Jamie was using to fill the water bowl, took the bowl and set it down, and pulled Jamie toward him and into a tight hug.
Thank you, sweetheart. I'm already in love with her.
Jamie rested his cheek on Ronan's chest, snuggling deeper into his embrace.
I knew you'd love her. She's gorgeous, isn't she? What do you want to name her?
Ronan continued to hug him, rocking them back and forth, and finally answered,
Well, I've been calling her Princess since I picked her up, so I guess that's her name.
Jamie snorted out a laugh.
Princess. For a dog that will be upward of 130 pounds.
Ronan chuckled and replied,
It's perfect.
His heart melted when Jamie nodded against his chest and said,
It is.
He pulled back and looked down at Jamie, kissing his lips tenderly.
Thank you for the best gift I've ever received. I love you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
And thank you for the best gift I've ever received. Love you, Ronan.
Their embrace was interrupted by the sound of the bells on their Christmas tree. They both glanced over and gasped, watching the tree start to tip over.
Oh, shit!
This concludes Open Mind by Luna David and Morningstar Ashley, narrated by Cale Williams. Copyright 2019 by Luna David and Morningstar Ashley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Luna David and Morningstar Ashley and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
on the blame for our breakup because I was sure I'd missed his clues and just hadn't been paying attention. I honestly never thought about this affecting the way I was treating you. It didn't occur to me that the reason I was feeling scared of losing you was because I'd taken all that blame and internalized it. I assumed you'd want the same thing he claimed I could never give him. Jamie moved closer so his knee was resting on Ronan's thigh. So you were worried I wasn't as fully committed to our lifestyle as I said I was. And after Andy told you what you were doing to me was cheating, that must have only made things worse. Did you think I was just afraid to tell you I wanted to be monogamous with you? You have to know, I wouldn't keep something like that from you. I'm submissive in the bedroom, Ronan, but not outside of it. When have I ever led you to believe I wouldn't come to you if I wanted something to change? Ronan shook his head, having no excuse for his assumptions. You haven't. You've been steady since day one. But I think as time went by, and you became the most important person in the world to me, I started worrying you'd eventually want to stop what we do with others. And Jamie, I'd do it in a heartbeat if that's what you wanted. No questions asked. Jamie raised a hand to Ronan's cheek and scratched his nails over his short beard. Don't you think I know that? You've proven to me time and again that you do anything to make me happy. What we have, what we do with others, it makes me happy. It fulfills a part of me I didn't even know I had. I've missed it. I thought I had done something wrong or you didn't want me involved with it any longer. I don't know. I was so confused. I know, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. I should have seen what I was doing. I should have known I was projecting. I just couldn't shake the feeling that you'd leave me if I didn't prove to you that you are the only one who matters. I thought I was giving you what you'd eventually ask for, and you'd be happy about it. Jamie scowled. From now on, you have to talk to me. This won't work if you're making decisions out of fear that I'll leave. This has to be a partnership, Ronan. I won't be with you if you make decisions without me like this. And if you have fears, you've got to tell me. Don't make assumptions. Do you know how scared I was to talk to you about what I desired? But you helped me see I wasn't strange for what I enjoy. You helped me realize I shouldn't feel shame for my preferences. I will do the same for you. If you're scared, I will help ease your fears. If you're confused about what I want, I'll tell you exactly how I feel and what I want. Ronan couldn't hold back anymore. He pulled Jamie into his lap. I need to share my feelings with you and ask what you want. I need to follow up my words with actions, not just say we're equal partners, but prove it to you with my behavior. And most of all, I need to believe in the trust I have for you, because I do trust you, Jamie. I'm so sorry I hurt you, and that I didn't see a way around my fear to share my thoughts with you. I promise I'll do better next time, and when you ask me what's wrong, I'll do my best to share my thoughts and fears. Jamie nodded his head and clasped Ronan's face, pulling him in for a gentle kiss. I know you trust me, and I trust you as well. We'll figure things out as we go, together. If I ever want monogamy from you, you'll be the first to know. He rubbed his hand up and down Jamie's side and nodded. Okay. Jamie gave him soft kisses, no more than a ghosting of their lips together. And though it made him want to pick the boy up and ravage him in their bedroom, he knew Jamie had more to say. Several kisses later, he finally continued. It doesn't make us any less committed to each other. At the end of the day, we make each other happy, and that's enough for me. God, I'm so lucky to have you in my life. I can't imagine a life without you in it. I'm sorry for what I did. While I can't promise I won't make mistakes again, I can promise that I won't make decisions without you, and I'll do my best to share my feelings with you. I forgive you, and I trust that we can work through anything that comes up in the future. I love you, Ronan Kincaid. Ronan chuckled and kissed Jamie before saying, I love you too, Jameson Gray. With that, Ronan was happy they'd gotten to the point where he could stand with his boy in his arms and take him to their bedroom. He planned on spending the rest of the day, all the night, and the following day, proving to Jamie just how much he was loved, and making up for his transgressions, one kiss at a time. Epilogue. Christmas. Jamie. 1 year later. Ronan had the lights Jamie had insisted they needed on the outside of the house installed by professionals. Ronan was certain, and he'd been correct, that Jamie was going to try to do it himself the first chance he got when Ronan wasn't home. They'd chosen a soft white light to trim the house,
and the inside was shades of purple and blue. 2 weeks ago, Ronan and Jamie took a day off, closed the office, and spent all day decorating the house. They'd laughed and ate and ended up making love on the couch in front of the tree when all was said and done. It had been a perfect day. They had planned to get together on Christmas Day for those of their clan who didn't have family to spend the day with, or their families were too far away. But Christmas Eve was just for the two of them, and Jamie couldn't wait, because that was when they'd be exchanging their gifts. He was more excited about Ronan opening his gift than he was about opening Ronan's gift to him. Jamie loved giving gifts to those he cared about. For years, he'd only had Andy to give presents to, and that was cool and all, but being able to give a gift to someone he was in love with meant the world to him. Of course, Ronan was in the kitchen making them fancy schmancy snacks to eat, most of which Jamie couldn't pronounce the names of. Jamie had his very own kinky chef. "Ronan, come on. We don't need snacks for 20 people. Get in here and open my gift." Jamie called over to Ronan. He could see him in the kitchen, since the space was an open floor plan, putting food on platters and smiling, always smiling. Ronan ignored him, of course. Finishing his task, he walked in carrying a platter filled with little tiny foods of all kinds. He placed it on the coffee table Jamie was sitting next to on the floor. "You know we can open gifts sitting on the couch, right?" No we can't, Ronan. It's sacrilege to do it any other way than sitting on the floor by the tree. Now come down here, old man, and open my gift." Ronan laughed as he sat down next to Jamie. "You can open my gift first." Oh boy. Jamie really needed Ronan to open his gift first, but he could tell that even with that smile on his face, Ronan had made up his mind, and nothing was going to change it. Jamie turned to look at the big box he'd wrapped just for this special gift. Maybe if he was really fast opening Ronan's, it would be okay. That was a big maybe. "Okay, hand it over. I really need you to open mine soon," Jamie said, as he wiggled his fingers at Ronan in a gimme gesture. Ronan eyed him suspiciously, but said nothing as he handed over the smallish box. The wrapping was in his favorite shade of blue, clearly wrapped by Ronan, if the messy bow was anything to go by. Jamie wanted to rip into it to get to his gift faster, but at the same time, the want and need to savor it was pulling at him. He smiled at Ronan as he opened fast, but not like he was impatient. Last year had been their first Christmas together, and a special one, since they had gone through some ups and downs in the early part of their relationship. Ronan had given him a cooking class that they both took together. Jamie loved every moment of it, but he was no better at cooking than he'd been when Ronan was showing him what to do. When Jamie opened the box, all he saw was just an envelope. But when Jamie lifted the envelope, he could feel it was weighted somehow. Flipping it over, he saw a keychain in the shape of a large boat taped to the heavy cardstock. Jamie looked up, and it was his turn to eye Ronan with suspicion. "I love you, but if you bought me a boat, I will beat you with your own whip." Ronan threw his head back and laughed. Jamie smiled and shook his head. When Jamie opened the envelope, he was confused at first. It was a brochure, colorful and bright. Looking closer at all the pieces of paper inside, he realized what Ronan had actually gotten him. They had talked about their bucket lists at length over the last year. This was at the top of his list. "You didn't," Jamie whispered. Happy tears sprang to his eyes as his heart soared at what a wonderful gift Ronan had given him. "You can't just give this to me." "Oh, Jamie, I would give you the world if I could, but since I'm not a trillionaire, this will have to do." "Will have to do? You did not just call a 2-week cruise around the damn Mediterranean something that will have to do. Damn it, you're making me cry." Ronan laughed and gathered him in his arms, letting Jamie sniffle all over him. "God, I love you, you idiot." "I love you too, boy. Always." Ronan. He kissed Jamie again, knowing he'd never get enough of those gorgeous lips. Over the last year, he'd been happier than he'd ever been in his whole life, and Jamie was the one who brought him such joy. Their first Christmas together had been wonderful, and the 365 days after, even better. He couldn't have asked for a better man to be by his side and share the rest of his life with. Jamie wiggled on his lap, trying to get away, and Ronan grabbed hold of him, growling, "Where do you think you're—" He was interrupted by a scuffle and then a yip coming from the huge box between the tree and the fireplace. What the? Jamie looked anywhere but at him and started humming in a, "It wasn't me, I didn't hear anything" sort of way. Ronan snorted at his boy's attempt at acting innocent, and if the last year had taught him anything, it was that Jamie was the furthest thing from innocent, and Ronan was a lucky man. Ronan glanced quickly at Jamie, who was now biting his lip nervously. But before he could say anything, another impatient yip and more scuffling had him crawling over toward the box. The wrapped lid had a huge purple bow on top. The rest of the wrapping was a shiny metallic royal blue. And what he hadn't seen until he was sitting in front of it were the holes in the top of the box. When Ronan leaned over the box and peered through the hole closest to him, a more solid, though still timid, bark came from inside, and the lid popped up on that corner. 2 large paws and the cutest little face he'd ever seen poked out. An adorable, happy puppy smile greeted him, a tongue lolling out. Ronan lifted the lid to see the happy was traveling all the way down to the wagging tail of the English Mastiff puppy. "Jameson Gray," Jamie snorted. "Ronan Kincaid." Unable to look away from their new baby, he asked, "How did you know?" "Well, Doc, you're not exactly super stealthy with your search history." Ronan lifted the most perfect, wriggling puppy out of the box and held it in his lap. Looking down at her round belly, he realized he was holding a girl and glanced quickly over at the love of his life. "But you never use my laptop. You use your own." "I do, but remember about 6 months ago when you were trying to bake a chocolate souffle after one of our baking classes, and you asked me to bring you your iPad because you wanted to pull up the recipe our instructor sent us?" Distracted by puppy licks to his chin, all Ronan managed was, "Uh-huh." "Well, you had an English Mastiff website up." He turned and grinned at Jamie. "I love her, but I thought you weren't ready to have a puppy yet." "Well, after I saw that, I had to do a lot of research to find a good breeder. When I found the one I wanted to do business with, I called and set it up. I had to wait the 9 weeks gestation and the 8 weeks to bring her home. She's been living over at Tate and Kai's for a week and a half, having fun frolicking around the vineyard." "That's where you went earlier." Jamie smiled, now sitting facing him on the floor, his chin in his hand and his eyes sparkling with happiness. "It is. And she's been in that box for the last 30 minutes or so. Fell asleep on the pile of blankets at the bottom of the box in the car on the way home. She did her business before I left their place, but I don't know how long puppies can go between potty breaks." Ronan turned and kissed Jamie, a grin on his face, as he stood up to take their little girl outside. "Does my little princess have to go potty? Does she? Yes, she does. Oh, yes, she does." "I knew you'd use a puppy voice." He turned, mock glaring at Jamie's teasing. "You knew no such thing." "Come on, princess. Papa is teasing us, so we're going to just ignore him." "Yes, we are." He walked out the front door and onto their front lawn, setting his girl down. Jamie followed and headed toward his car. "I've got loads of supplies in the car already. A crate, food, toys, food and water bowls, a ridiculously huge dog bed, because she could eventually weigh almost as much as I do, a leash, and this collar thing called a gentle leader, shampoo, and a pack of puppy training pads." "You thought of everything." Jamie smiled as he walked toward them, 2 full bags of puppy supplies weighing his arms down. "I hope so. I'm sure you're going to spoil her rotten, so I just got enough to get us by. You can go crazy at that cute little pet boutique on the way home from work that I've seen you eyeing with yearning." "I was not." "Oh, you were. You so were." He continued up the porch steps and into the house with the supplies. "Do you hear that, princess? He's making fun of Daddy again. I think I'll have to punish him later. What do you think?" "Yeah, I thought so too." "I heard that." Ronan grinned and hollered back. "Good. You won't be surprised later then." He heard Jamie make a rude noise at him and chuckled. Grabbing the huge bag of puppy food and the dog bed out of Jamie's car, he shut the car door. Turning, he couldn't keep the giggle, from slipping out as he watched their little princess try to navigate the porch stairs. He moved the big fluffy bed to the hand holding the food and helped her up the stairs where she ran into the house, excited yips coming from her as she ran around her new home. Setting down the food in the bed, Ronan approached Jamie. He turned off the faucet Jamie was using to fill the water bowl, took the bowl and set it down, and pulled Jamie toward him and into a tight hug.
"Thank you, sweetheart. I'm already in love with her."
Jamie rested his cheek on Ronan's chest, snuggling deeper into his embrace.
"I knew you'd love her. She's gorgeous, isn't she? What do you want to name her?"
Ronan continued to hug him, rocking them back and forth, and finally answered,
"Well, I've been calling her Princess since I picked her up, so I guess that's her name."
Jamie snorted out a laugh.
"Princess? For a dog that will be upward of 130 pounds.
Ronan chuckled and replied,
"It's perfect."
His heart melted when Jamie nodded against his chest and said,
"It is."
He pulled back and looked down at Jamie, kissing his lips tenderly.
"Thank you for the best gift I've ever received. I love you, Jamie."
"You're welcome. And thank you for the best gift I've ever received."
"Love you, Ronan."
Their embrace was interrupted by the sound of the bells on their Christmas tree. They both glanced over and gasped, watching the tree start to tip over.
"Oh, shit!"
This concludes Open Mind by Luna David and Morningstar Ashley, narrated by Cale Williams. Copyright 2019 by Luna David and Morningstar Ashley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Luna David and Morningstar Ashley and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.